of Kohath were the family of the Amramites, and the family of the Israelites, and the family of the Hebronites, and the family of the Uzzielites. These are the families of the Kohathites, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward. There were 8,600 attending to the duties of the sanctuary. The families of the sons of Kohath were to encamp on the south side of the tabernacle, with Elisaphan, the son of Uzziel, as head of the father's house of the families of the Kohathites. And their charge was to be the ark, the table, the lampstand, the altars, the vessels of the sanctuary with which the priests minister, and the screen of all the service pertaining to these. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, was to be the chief over the leaders of the Levites and to have oversight over those who had charge of the sanctuary. Of Merari were the family of the Mahalites and the family of the Mushites. These are the families of Moriah. Their number, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward, was 6,200. And the head of the father's house of the families of Merari and Zuriel was Zuriel, the son of Abihail. They were to encamp on the north side of the tabernacle, and the appointed charge of the sons of Merari was to be frames of the tabernacle, the bars, the pillars, the bases, and all their accessories, all the service pertaining to these. Also the pillars of the court round about with their bases and pegs and cords, and those to encamp before the tabernacle on the east, before the tent of meeting toward the sunrise, were Moses and Aaron and his sons, having charge of the rites within the sanctuary. Whatever had to be done for the people of Israel and anyone else who came near was to be put to death. All who were numbered of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron numbered at the commandment of the Lord by families, all the males from a month old and upward were 22,000. And the Lord said to Moses, number all the firstborn males of the people of Israel from a month old and upward, taking their number by names. And you shall take the Levites for me. I am the Lord, instead of all the firstborn among the people of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites, instead of all the firstlings among the cattle of the people of Israel. So Moses numbered all the firstborn among the people of Israel, as the Lord commanded him, and all the firstborn males according to the number of names from a month old and upward, as numbered, were 22,273. And the Lord said to Moses, take the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the people of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites instead of their cattle. And the Levites shall be mine, I am the Lord, and for the redemption of the 273 of the firstborn of the people of Israel, over and above the number of the males of male Levites. You shall take 5 shekels apiece, reckoning by the shekel of the sanctuary, the shekel of 20 gerars. You shall take them and give the money by which the excess number of them is redeemed to Aaron and his sons. So Moses took the redemption money from those who were over and above those redeemed by the Levites. From the firstborn of the people of Israel he took the money, 1,365 shekels, reckoned by the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moses gave the redemption money to Aaron and his sons according to the word of the Lord. And the Lord commanded Moses, as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, take a census of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, all who can enter the service to do the work of the tent of meeting. This is the service of the sons of Kohath in the tent of the meeting, the most holy things. When the camp is set out, Aaron and his sons shall go in and take down the veil of the screen and cover the ark of the testimony with it. Then they shall put on it a covering of goatskin, and spread over that a cloth all of blue, and shall put in its poles. And over the table of the bread of the presence they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put upon it plates and dishes for incense, the bowls and the flagons for drink offering. The continual bread also shall be on it. Then they shall spread over them a cloth of scarlet, and cover the same with a covering of goatskin, and shall put in its poles. And they shall take a cloth of blue and cover the lampstand for the light with its lamps and its snuffers, its trays, and all the vessels for oil with which it is supplied. And they shall put it with all the utensils in the covering of goatskin, and put upon the carrying frame. And over the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue, and cover it with a covering of goatskin, and shall put in its poles. And they shall take all the vessels of the service which are used in the sanctuary, and put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with a covering of goatskin, and put them on the carrying frame. And they shall take away the ashes from the altar, and spread a purple cloth over it, and they shall put it on the utensils of the altar, which are used for the service there, the fire pans, the forks, the shovels, and the basins, all the utensils of the altar. And they shall spread upon it a covering of goatskin, and shall put in its poles. And when Aaron and his sons have finished covering the sanctuary and all the furnishings of the sanctuary as the camp sets out, after that the sons of Kohath shall come to carry these. But they must not touch the holy things, lest they die. These are the things of the tent of the meeting, which the sons of Kohath are to carry. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, shall have charge of the oil for the light, the fragrance incense, the continual cereal offering, and the anointing oil, with the oversight of all the tabernacle and all that is in it, of the sanctuary and its vessels. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, let not the tribe of the families of the Kohathites be destroyed from among the Levites, but deal thus with them, that they may live and not die when they come near to the most holy things. Aaron and his sons shall go in and appoint them each to his task and to his burden, but they shall not go in to look upon the holy things, even for a moment, lest they die. The Lord said to Moses, take a census of the sons of Gershon also, by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old to 50 years old. You shall number them, all who can enter for service to do the work in the tent of the meeting. This is the service of the families of Gershonites in serving and bearing burdens. They shall carry the curtains of the tabernacle and the tent of the meeting with its covering, and the covering of goatskin that is on top of it, and the screen for the door of the tent of the meeting, and the hangings of the court, and the screen for the entrance of the gate of the court, which is around the tabernacle and the altar, and their cords and all the equipment for their service, and they shall do all that needs to be done with regard to them. All the service of the sons of the Gershonites shall be at the command of Aaron and his sons, in all that they are to carry and in all that they have to do. And you shall assign to their charge all that they are to carry. This is the service of the families of the sons of Gershonites in the tent in the tent of meeting, and their work is to be under the oversight of Ithamar, the son of Aaron, the priest. As for the sons of Merari, you shall number them by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old. You shall number them, every one that can enter the service and do the work of the tent of meeting. And this is what they are charged to carry as the whole of their service in the tent of the meeting, the frames of the tabernacle and its bars, pillars, and bases, and the pillars of the court round about with their bases, pegs, and cords, with all their equipment and all their accessories, and you shall assign by name the objects which they are required to carry. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari, the whole of their service in the tent of meeting, under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. And Moses and Aaron and the leaders of the congregation numbered the sons of Kohathites by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, every one that could enter the service for work in the tent of meeting. And their number by families was 2,750. This was the number of families of Kohathites, all who serve in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of the Lord of Moses. The number of the sons of Gershon by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old to 50 years old, every one that could enter the service for work in the tent of meeting, their number by their families and fathers' houses was 2,630. This was the number of the families of the sons of Gershon, all who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of the Lord. The number of families of the sons of Merari by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, every one that could enter the service for work in the tent of meeting. Their number by families was 3,200. These are those who were numbered by the families of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of the Lord by Moses. All those who were numbered of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron and the leaders of Israel numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old to 50 years old, every one that could enter and do the service and the work of bearing burdens in the tent of meeting. Those who were numbered of them were 8,580. According to the commandment of the Lord through Moses, they were appointed, each to his task of serving or carrying. Thus they were numbered by him, as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, "Command the people of Israel that they put out the camp every leper, put out of the camp every leper and every leper, every one of them, everyone having a discharge, and everyone that is unclean through the contact with the dead. You shall put out both male and female, putting them outside the camp, that they may not defile their camp, in the midst of which I dwell." And the people of Israel did so, and drove them outside the camp, as the Lord said to Moses. So the people of Israel did. And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the people of Israel, when a man or a woman commits any of the sins that men commit by breaking faith with the Lord, and that a person is guilty, he shall confess his sin which he has committed, and he shall make a full restitution for his wrong, adding a fifth to it, and giving it to him to whom he did the wrong. But if the man has no kinsman to whom restitution may be made for the wrong, the restitution for wrong shall go to the Lord for the priest, in addition to the ram of atonement with which atonement is made for him. And every offering, all the holy things of the people of Israel, which they bring to the priest shall be his, and every man's holy things shall be his. Whatever any man gives to the priest shall be his. And the Lord said to Moses, say to the people of Israel, if any man's wife goes astray and acts unfaithfully against him, if a man lies with her carnally, and it is hidden from the eyes of her husband, and she is undetected, though she has defiled herself, and there is no witness against her, since she was not taken in the act. And if the spirit of the jealousy comes upon him, and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if the spirit of jealousy comes upon him, and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and bring the offering required of her a tenth of an ephah or of barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, and put no frankincense on it, for it is a cereal offering of jealousy, a cereal offering for remembrance, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near, and set her before the Lord, and the priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle, and put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before the Lord, and unbind the hair of the woman's head, and place in her hands the cereal offering of remembrance, which is the cereal offering of jealousy. And in his hand the priest shall have the water of bitterness that brings the curse. Then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, if no man has lain with you, and if you have not turned aside to uncleanness, while you were under your husband's authority, be free from this water of bitterness that brings the curse. But if you have gone astray, though you are under your husband's authority, and if you have defiled yourself, and some man other than your husband has lain with you, then let the priest make the woman take the oath of the curse, and say to the woman, the Lord make you an execration and an oath among your people. When the Lord makes your thigh fall away and your body swell, may this water that brings the curse pass into your bowels, and make your body swell and your thigh fall away. And the woman shall say, Amen, Amen. Then the priest shall write these curses in a book, and wash them off into the water of bitterness. And he shall make the woman drink the water of bitterness that brings the curse, and the water that brings the curse shall enter into her and cause bitter pain. And the priest shall take the cereal offering of jealousy out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the cereal offering before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. And the priest shall take a handful of the cereal offering as its memorial portion, and burn it upon the altar. And afterward shall make the woman drink the water. And when he has made her drink the water, then if she has defiled herself and has acted unfaithfully against her husband, the water that brings the curse shall enter into her and cause bitter pain, and her body shall swell, and her thighs shall fall away, and the woman shall become an execration among her people. But if the woman has not defiled herself and is clean, then she shall be free and shall conceive children. This is the law in cases of jealousy, when a wife, though under her husband's authority, goes astray and defiles herself, or when the spirit of jealousy comes upon a man, and he is jealous of his wife, then he shall set the woman before the Lord, and the priest shall execute upon her all this law. The man shall be free from iniquity, but the woman shall bear her iniquity. And the Lord said to Moses, say to the people of Israel, when either a man or a woman makes a special vow, the vow of a Nazarite, to separate himself to the Lord, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink. He shall drink no vinegar made from wine or strong drink, and shall not drink any juice of grapes or eat grapes, fresh or dried. All the days of his separation he shall eat nothing that is produced by the grapevine, not even the seeds or the skins. All the days of his vow of separation, no razor shall come upon his head until the time is completed for which he separates himself to the Lord. He shall be holy. He shall let the locks of his hair and of his head grow long. All the days that he separates himself to the Lord, he shall not go near a dead body, neither for his father nor his mother, nor for brother or sister. If they die, shall he make himself unclean, because his separation to God is upon his head. All the days of his separation he is holy to the Lord. And if any man dies very suddenly beside him, and he defiles his consecrated head, then he shall shave his head on the day of his cleansing. On the 7th day he shall shave it. On the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the priest to the door of the tent of meeting, and the priest shall offer one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering, and make atonement for him, because he sinned by reason of the dead body. And he shall consecrate his head that same day, and separate himself to the Lord for the days of his separation, and bring a male lamb a year old for a guilt offering. But the former time shall be void, because his separation was defiled. And this is the law for the Nazarite. When the time of his separation has been completed, he shall be brought to the door of the tent of the meeting, and he shall offer his gift to the Lord, 1 male lamb a year old without blemish for a burnt offering, and 1 ewe lamb a year old without blemish as a sin offering, and 1 ram without blemish as a peace offering, and a basket of unleavened bread, cakes of fine flour mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers spread with oil, and their cereal offering and their drink offerings. And the priest shall present them before the Lord, and offer his sin offering and his burnt offering, and he shall offer the ram as a sacrifice of peace offering to the Lord. With the basket of unleavened bread, the priest shall offer also its cereal offering and its drink offering, and the Nazarite shall shave his consecrated head at the door of the tent of meeting, and shall take the hair from his consecrated head and put it on the fire which is under the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall take the shoulder of the ram when it is boiled, and 1 unleavened cake out of the basket, and 1 unleavened wafer, and shall put them upon the hands of the Nazarite after he has shaven the hair of his consecration. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. They are a holy portion for the priest, together with the breast that is waved and the thigh that is offered. And after that the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the law of the Nazarite who takes a vow. His offering to the Lord shall be according to his vow as a Nazarite, apart from what else he can afford, in accordance with the vow which he takes. So shall he do according to the law for his separation as a Nazarite. The Lord said to Moses, "Say to Aaron and his sons, thus you shall bless the people of Israel, who shall say to them, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. So so shall they put my name upon the people of Israel, and I shall bless them. On the day when Moses had finished setting up the tabernacle and anointed and consecrated it with all its furnishings, and had anointed and consecrated the altar with all its utensils, the leaders of Israel, heads of their fathers' houses, the leaders of the tribes, who were over those who were numbered, offered and brought their offerings before the Lord, 6 covered wagons and 12 oxen, a wagon for every 2 of the leaders, and for each one an ox. They offered them before the tabernacle. Then the Lord said to Moses, accept these from them, that they may be used in doing the service of the tent of meeting, and give them to the Levites, to each man according to his service. So Moses took the wagons and the oxen and gave them to the Levites. 2 wagons and 4 oxen he gave to the sons of Gershon, according to their service. 4 wagons and 8 oxen he gave to the sons of Merari, according to their service, under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron, the priest. But to the sons of Kohath he gave none, because they were charged with the care of the holy things which had to be carried on the shoulder. And the leaders offered offerings for the dedication of the altar on the day it was anointed. And the leaders offered their offering before the altar. And the Lord said to Moses, they shall offer their offerings, 1 leader each day, for the dedication of the altar. He who offered his offering to the first day was Nashon, the son of Aminadab of the tribe of Judah, and his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nashon, the son of Aminadab. On the switch? Yep. Okay. 18.
See verse 18?
18 right here.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Drew. On the second day, Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, the leader of Issachar, made an offering. He offered for his offering 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering. For the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. On the third day, Elab, the son of Helon, the leader of the men of Zebulun, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elab, the son of Helon. On the fourth day, Elizur, the son of Shedur, the leader of the men of Reuben, His offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elizur, the son of Shedeur. On the 5th day, Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai, the leader of the men of Simeon, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering. 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. On the 6th day, Elishaph, the son of Deuel, the leader of the men of Gad, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elishaph, the son of Deuel. On the 7th day, Elishama, the son of Ammihud, the leader of the men of Ephraim, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Ammihud. On the 8th day, Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzur, the leader of the men of Manasseh, whose offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for the cereal offerings, 1 golden dish full of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzur. On the 9th day, Abidan, the son of Gideon, the leader of the men of Benjamin, was offering 1 of his silver plates, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gideon. On the 10th day, Ahizir, the son of Ammishaddai, the leader of the men of Dan, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Ahazir, the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, the son of Okran, the leader of the men of Asher, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for the cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Okram. On the 12th day, Ahira, the son of Enan, the leader of the men of Naphtali. His offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a cereal offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, the 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Ahira, the son of Enan. This was the dedication offering for the altar, on the day when it was anointed, from the leaders of Israel, 12 silver plates, 12 silver basins, 12 golden dishes, each silver plate weighing 130 shekels, and each basin 70, all the silver of the vessels 2,400 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 12 golden dishes full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, all the gold of the dishes being 120 shekels, all the cattle for the burnt offering, 12 bulls, 12 rams, 12 male lambs a year old, with their cereal offering, and 12 male goats for a sin offering, and all of the cattle for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 24 bulls, the rams 60, the male goats 60, the male lambs a year old 60. This was the dedication offering for the altar after it was anointed. And when Moses went into the tent of meeting to speak with the Lord, he heard the voice speaking to him from above the mercy seat that was upon the ark of the testimony, from between the 2 cherubim, and it spoke to him. Now the Lord said to Moses, "Say to Aaron, when you set up the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light in front of the lampstand." And Aaron did so. And he set it up on his lamps to give light in front of the lampstand, as the Lord commanded Moses. And this was the workmanship of the lampstand, hammered work of gold, from its base to its flowers. It was hammered work, according to the pattern which the Lord had shown Moses. So he made the lampstand. And the Lord said to Moses, "Take the Levites from among the people of Israel and cleanse them. And thus you shall do to them, to cleanse them. Sprinkle the water of expiation upon them, and let them go with a razor over all their body, and wash their clothes and cleanse themselves. Then let them take a young bull and its cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, and you shall take another young bull for a sin offering, and you shall present the Levites before the tent of meeting, and assemble the whole congregation of the people of Israel. When you present the Levites before the Lord, the people of Israel shall lay their hands upon the Levites, and Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord as a wave offering from the people of Israel, that it may be theirs to do the service of the Lord. Then the Levites shall lay their hands upon the heads of the bulls, and you shall offer the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering to the Lord, to make atonement for the Levites. And you shall cause the Levites to attend Aaron and his son, and shall offer them as a wave offering to the Lord. Thus you shall separate the Levites from among the people of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. And after that the Levites shall go in to do service at the tent of meeting, when you have cleansed them and offered them as a wave offering. For they are wholly given to me from among the people of Israel. Instead of all that open the womb, the firstborn of all the people of Israel, I have taken them for myself. For all the firstborn among the people of Israel are mine, both of man and of beast. On the day that I slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated them for myself, and have taken the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the people of Israel. And I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron and his sons from among the people of Israel, to do the service for the people of Israel at the tent of meeting, and to make atonement for the people of Israel, that there may be no plague among the people of Israel, in case the people of Israel should come near the sanctuary. Thus did Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the people of Israel to the Levites, according to all that the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites. The people of Israel did to them. And the Levites purified themselves from sin, and washed their clothes. And Aaron offered them as a wave offering before the Lord. And Aaron made atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that the Levites went in to do their service in the tent of meeting in attendance with Aaron and his sons, as the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites. So they did to them. The Lord said to Moses, "This is what pertains to the Levites. From 25 years old and upward they shall go in to perform the work in the service of the tent of meeting, and from the age of 50 years they shall withdraw from the work of service to serve no more, but minister to their brethren in the tent of meeting, to keep the charge, and they shall do no service. Thus shall you do to the Levites in assigning their duties." The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the first month of the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, "Let the people of Israel keep the Passover at its appointed time. On the 14th day of this month, in the evening, you shall keep it as its appointed time. According to all its statutes and all its ordinances, you shall keep it." So Moses told the people of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover in the first month on the 14th day of the month, in the evening in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that the Lord had commanded Moses. So the people of Israel did. And there were certain men who were unclean through touching the dead body of a man, so that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and Aaron on that day. And these men said to him, "We are unclean through touching the dead body of a man. Why are we kept from offering the Lord's offering at its appointed time among the people of Israel?" And Moses said to them, "Wait, that I may hear what the Lord will command concerning you." The Lord said to Moses, "Say to the people of Israel, if any man of you or of your descendants is unclean through the touching of a dead body, or is afar off on a journey, he shall still keep the Passover to the Lord. In the second month, on the 14th day, in the evening, they shall keep it. They shall eat it with the unleavened bread and the bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it until the morning, nor break a bone of it. According to all the statute for which the Passover they shall keep it. But the man who is clean and is not on a journey, yet refrains from keeping the Passover, that person shall be cut off from his people, because he did not offer the Lord's offering at its appointed time. That man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger sojourns among you and will keep the Passover to the Lord according to the statute of the Passover and according to its ordinance, so shall he do. You shall have one statute, both for the sojourner and for the native. On the day that the tabernacle was set up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, the tent of the testimony, and at evening it was over the tabernacle like the appearance of fire until morning. So it was continually. The cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And whenever the cloud was taken up over the tent, after that the people of Israel set out. And in the place where the cloud settled down, that's where the people of Israel encamped. And the command of the Lord, the people of Israel set out. And at the command of the Lord, they encamped. As long as the cloud rested over the tabernacle, they remained in the camp. Even when the cloud continued over the tabernacle many days, the people of Israel kept the charge of the Lord and did not set out. Sometimes the cloud was a few days over the tabernacle, and according to the command of the Lord, they remained in the camp. Then, according to the command of the Lord, they set out. And sometimes the cloud remained from evening until morning, and when the cloud was taken up in the morning, they set out. Or if it continued for a day and a night, then the cloud was taken up, they set out. Whether it was 2 days or a month or a longer time that the cloud continued over the tabernacle, abiding there, the people of Israel remained in camp and did not set out. But when it was taken up, they set out. At the command of the Lord, they encamped, and at the command of the Lord, they set out. They kept the charge of the Lord and the command of the Lord by Moses. The Lord said to Moses, "Make 2 silver trumpets of hammered work. You shall make them, and you shall use them for summoning the congregation and for breaking camp. And when both are blown, all of the congregation shall gather themselves to you in the entrance of the tent of meeting. But if they blow only one, then the leaders of the heads of tribes of Israel shall gather themselves to you. When you blow an alarm, the camps that are on the east side shall set out. And when you blow an alarm the second time, the camps on the south side shall set out. An alarm is to be blown whenever they are to set out. But when the assembly is to be gathered together, you shall blow, but you shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall blow the trumpets. The trumpets shall be to you for a perpetual statute throughout your generations. And when you go to war in your land against the adversary who oppresses you, then you shall sound an alarm with the trumpets, that you may be remembered before the Lord your God, and you shall be saved from your enemies. On the day your gladness also, and at your appointed feasts, and at the beginnings of your months you shall blow the trumpets over your burnt offerings and over the sacrifices for your peace offerings. They shall serve for you to remember for remembrance before your God. That I am the Lord your God. In the second year, in the second month, on the 20th day of the month, the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle of the testimony. And the people of Israel set out by stages from the wilderness of Sinai. And the cloud settled down in the wilderness of Paran. They set out for the first time at the command of the Lord by Moses. The standard of the camp of the men of Judah set out first by their companies, and over the host of Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, and over the host of the tribe of the men of Issachar was Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, and over the host of the tribe of men of Zebulun was Elab, the son of Helon. And when the tabernacle was taken down, the son of Gershon and the sons of Merari who carried the tabernacle set out. And the standard of the camp of Reuben set out by their companies, and over their host was Elizur, the son of Shedeur, and over the host of the tribe of the men of Simeon was Shelemiel, the son of Zidrishaddai. And over the host of the tribe of the men of Gad was Elishba, the son of Duelel. Then the Korahites set out, carrying the holy things, and the tabernacle was set up before their arrival. And the standard of the camp of the men of Ephraim set out by those companies, and over their host was Elishma, the son of Ammihud. And over the host of that tribe was the son of Manasseh, Galimelil, the son of Pedahazur. And over the host of that tribe was the men of Benjamin, and Abidan, and the son of Gibeadai, and Gideon. Then the standard of the camp of the men of Dan, acting as the rear guard of all the camps, set out by their companies, and over their host was Ahizur, the son of Ammihashadai. And over the host of the tribe were the men of Asher, was Pagiel, the son of Ochran. And over the host of the tribe of the men of Naphtali was Ahariah, the son of Enan. This was the order of the march of the host people of Israel, according to their hosts when they set out. Moses said to Hobab, the son of Reuel, the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, "We are setting out for the place in which the Lord said, 'I will give it to you. Come with us, and we will do you good, for the Lord has promised good to Israel.' But he said to him, 'I will not go. I will not depart from my own land and to my kindred.' He said to him, 'Do not leave us, I pray you, for you know that we are to encamp in the wilderness, and you will serve as eyes for us. And if you go with us, whatever good the Lord will do to us, the same we will do to you.' So they set out from the mount of the Lord 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them 3 days' journey, to seek out a resting place for them. And the cloud of the Lord was over them by day, whenever they set out from the camp. And whenever the ark set out, Moses said, 'Arise, O Lord, and let thy enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee.' And when it rested, he said, 'Return, O Lord, to the 10,000 thousands of Israel.' And the people complained in the hearing of the Lord about their misfortunes, and when the Lord heard it, his anger was kindled, and the fire of the Lord burned among them and consumed some of the outlying parts of the camp. Then the people cried to Moses, and Moses prayed to the Lord, and the fire abated. So the name of that place was called Taberah, because the fire of the Lord burned among them. Now the rabble that was among them had strong cravings, and the people of Israel also wept again and said, 'Oh, that we had meat to eat. We remember the fish that we ate in Egypt for nothing, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic, and now our strength is dried up, and there's nothing at all but this manna to look at.' Now the manna was like coriander seed, and its appearance was like that of bdellium. The People went about it and gathered it and ground it in mills and beat it in mortars and boiled it in pots and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was like the cakes baked with oil. When the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell with it. Moses heard the people weeping throughout their families, every man at the door of his tent. And the anger of the Lord blazed hotly, and Moses was displeased. Moses said to the Lord, "Why hast thou dealt ill with thy servant? And why have I not found favor in thy sight? Thou dost lay the burden of all this people upon me. Did I conceive all these people? Did I bring them forth? Thou shalt say it to me, carry them in your bosom as a nurse carries the suckling child to the land which thou dost swear to give their fathers. Where am I to get meat to give all of these people? For they weep before me and say, give us meat that we may eat. I am not able to carry all of these people alone. The burden is too heavy for me. If thou wilt deal thus with me, kill me at once. If I find favor in thy sight, that I may not see my wretchedness." And the Lord said to Moses, "Gather for me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be the elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them to the tent of meeting. Let me take their stand there with you. And I will come down and talk with you there, and I will take some of the Spirit which is upon you and put it upon them. And they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you may not bear it yourself alone. And say to the people, consecrate yourselves for tomorrow, and you shall eat meat, for you have wept in the hearing of the Lord, saying, who will give us this meat to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you meat, and you shall eat. You shall not eat 1 day or 2 days or 5 days or 10 or 20 days, but a whole month, until it comes out your nostrils and becomes loathsome to you, because you have rejected the Lord who is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why do we come forth out of Egypt? But Moses said, the people among whom I number 600,000 on foot, thou hast said, I will give them meat, that they may eat a whole month. Small flocks and herds be slaughtered for them, to suffice them? Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to suffice them? And the Lord said to Moses, is the Lord's hand shortened? Now you shall see whether my word will come true for you or not. So Moses went out and told the people the words of the Lord. And he gathered 70 men of the elders of the people and placed them round the tent. And the Lord came down in the cloud and spoke to him, and took some of the Spirit that was upon him and put it on these 70 elders. And when the Spirit rested upon them, they prophesied, but they did so no more. Now 2 men remained in the camp. One was named Eldad, and the other was named Medad. And the Spirit rested upon them. They were among those registered, but they had not gone out to the tent, and so they prophesied in the camp. And a young man ran and told Moses, Eldad and Medad were prophesying in the camp. And Joshua, the son of Nun, the minister of Moses, one of the chosen men, said, my lord Moses, forbid them. But Moses said to him, are you jealous for my sake? Would that the Lord's people were prophets, that the Lord would put his Spirit upon them. And Moses and the elders of Israel returned to the camp. And there went forth a wind from the Lord, and it brought quails from the sea, and let them fall beside the camp, about a day's journey on the side, and a day's journey on the other side around the camp, and about 2 cubits above the face of the earth. And the people rose all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and gathered the quails. He who gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them out for themselves all around the camp. And while the meat was yet between their teeth, before it was consumed, the anger of the Lord was kindled against the people, and the Lord smote the people with a very great plague. Therefore the name of that place is called Kibroth Hattaavah, because they had buried the people who had that craving. From Kibroth Hattaavah the people journeyed to Hazeroth, and they remained at Hazeroth. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Cushite woman whom he had married. For he had married a Cushite woman. And they said, has the Lord indeed spoken only through Moses? Has he not spoken through us also? And the Lord heard it. Now the man Moses was very meek, more than all men that were on the face of the earth. Suddenly the Lord said to Moses and to Aaron and to Miriam, "Come out, you three, to the tent of meeting." And the three of them came out, and the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud and stood at the door of the tent and called Aaron and Miriam. And they both came forward, and he said, "Hear my words. If there is a prophet among you, I, the Lord, make myself known to him in a vision. I speak with him in a dream. Not so with my servant Moses. He is entrusted with all my house. With him I speak mouth to mouth, clearly and not in dark speech. And he beholds the form of the Lord. Why then are you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?" And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed. And when the cloud removed from over the tent, behold, Miriam was leprous, as white as snow. And Aaron turned toward Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said to Moses, "O my Lord, do not punish us because we have done foolishly and have sinned. Let her not be as one of the dead, of whom the flesh has half consumed, and he has come out of his mother's womb." And Moses cried to the Lord, "Heal her, O God, I beseech thee." And the Lord said to Moses, "If her father had but spit in her face, she should she not be shamed for 7 days? Let her be shut up outside the camp for 7 days, and after that she may be brought in again." So Miriam was shut up outside the camp for 7 days, and the people did not set out on march until Miriam was brought in again. After that, the people set out from Hazeroth and encamped in the wilderness of Paran. Yep.
All right.
Chapter 13.
The Lord said to Moses, "Send men to spy out the land of Canaan, which I give to the people of Israel. From each tribe of their fathers shall you send a man, every one a leader among them." So Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran, according to the command of the Lord, all of them men who were heads of the people of Israel. And these were their names: from the tribe of Reuben, Shemua, the son of Zucker; from the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Hori; from the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh; from the tribe of Issachar, Igal, the son of Joseph; from the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, the son of Nun; from the tribe of Benjamin, Paltai, the son of Raphu; from the tribe of Zebulun, Gediel, the son of Sodai; from the tribe of Joseph, that is, the tribe of Manasseh, Gadai, the son of Susi; from the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gumali; from the tribe of Asher, Sether, the son of Michael; from the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai, the son of Vophsi; from the tribe of Gad, Gul, the son of Maki. These were the names of the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land, and Moses called Hoshea, the son of Nun, Joshua. Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan and said to them, "Go up into the Negeb yonder, and go up into the hill country, and see what the land is, and whether the people who dwell in it are strong or weak, whether they are few or many, and whether the land that they dwell in is good or bad, and whether the cities that they dwell in are camps or strongholds, and whether the land is rich or poor, and whether there is wood in it or not. Be of good courage and bring some of the fruit of the land." Now the time was the season of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and spied out the land from the wilderness of Zin in Rehob, near the entrance of Hamath. They went up into the Negeb and came to Hebron and Ahiman, Sheshai, Talmai. The descendants of Anak were there. Hebron was built 7 years before Zon in Egypt, and they came to the valley of Eshcol and cut down from there a branch with a single cluster of grapes, and they carried it on a pole between two of them. They brought also some pomegranates and figs. That place was called the Valley of Eshcol because of the cluster which the men of Israel cut down from there. At the end of 40 days, they returned from spying out the land, and they came to Moses and Aaron and to the congregation of the people of Israel in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. They brought back word to them and to all the congregation and showed them the fruit of the land, and they told them, "We have came to the land which you sent us. It flows with milk and honey, and this is its fruit. Yet the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large. And besides, we saw the descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of Negeb, the Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites dwell in the hill country, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and along the Jordan." But Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, "Let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able to overcome it." Then the men who had gone up with him said, We're not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we." So they brought to the people of Israel an evil report of the land which they had spied out, saying, "The land through which we have gone to spy it out is a land that devours its inhabitants, and all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who came from Nephilim, and we seemed to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seemed to them." Then all the congregation raised a loud cry, and the people wept that night. And all the people of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron. The whole congregation said to them, "Would that we had died in the land of Egypt, or would that we had died in this wilderness. Why does the Lord bring us into this land to fall by the sword? Our wives and our little ones will become prey. Would it not be better for us to go back to Egypt?" And they said to one another, "Let us choose a captain and go back to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the people of Israel, and Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who were among those who had spied out the land, rent their clothes, and said to all the congregation of the people of Israel, "The land which we passed through to spy it out is an exceedingly good land. If the Lord delights in us, he will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land which flows with milk and honey. Only do not rebel against the Lord, and do not fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their protection is removed from them, and the Lord is with us. Do not fear them." But all the congregation said to stone them with stones. Then the glory of the Lord appeared at the tent of the meeting, and all the people of Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, "How long will this people despise me, and how long will they not believe in me, in spite of all the signs which I have wrought among them? I will strike them with pestilence and disinherit them. I will make you a nation greater and mightier than they." But Moses said to the Lord, "Then the Egyptians will hear of it. For thou didst bring these people in thy might from among them, and they will tell the inhabitants of this land, they have heard that thou, O Lord, art in the midst of this people. For thou, O Lord, art seen face to face, and thy clouds stand over them, and thou goest before them in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. Now, if thou dost kill this people as one man, Then the nations who have heard thy fame will say, because the Lord was not able to bring this people into the land which he swore to give them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness. And now I pray thee, let the power of the Lord be great, as thou hast promised, saying, the Lord is slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, forgiving iniquity and transgression. But he will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of fathers upon children, upon the third and upon the fourth generation. Pardon the iniquity of this people, I pray thee, according to the greatness of thy steadfast love, and according as thou hast forgiven this people from Egypt, even until now. Then the Lord said, I have pardoned according to your word, but truly, as I live, and as all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord, none of the men who have seen my glory and my signs, which I wrought in Egypt and in the wilderness, and yet have put me in the proof these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice, shall see the land which I swore to give to their fathers. And none of those who despise me shall see it. But my servant Caleb, because he has a different spirit and has followed me fully, I will bring into the land into which he went, and his descendants shall possess it. Now, since the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwell in the valleys, turn tomorrow and set out for the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And the Lord said to Moses and to Aaron, how long shall this wicked congregation murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the people of Israel, which they murmur against me. Say to them, as I live, says the Lord, what you have said in my hearing, I will do to you. Your dead bodies shall fall in this wilderness, and of all your numbered from 20 years old and upward, who have murmured against me, not one shall come into the land where I swore I would make you dwell, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun. But your little ones, who you said would become a prey, I will bring in, and they shall know the land which you have despised. But as for you, your dead bodies shall fall in this wilderness. And your children shall be shepherds in the wilderness for 40 years, and shall suffer for your faithlessness until the last of your dead bodies lies in the wilderness, according to the number of the days in which you spied out the land, 40 days for every day a year. You shall bear your iniquity 40 years, and you shall know my displeasure. I, the Lord, have spoken. Surely this will I do to all this wicked congregation that are gathered together against me in this wilderness. They shall come to a full end, and there they shall die. And the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land, and who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up an evil report against the land. The men who brought up an evil report of the land died by plague before the Lord. But Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh remained alive, and those men who went to spy out the land. And Moses told these words to all the people of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose early in the morning and went up to the heights of the hill country, saying, see, we are here. We will go up to the place which the Lord has promised, for we have sinned. But Moses said, why now are you transgressing the command of the Lord? For that will not succeed. Do not go up, lest you be struck down before your enemies, and the Lord is not among you. For there the Amalekites and the Canaanites are before you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you have turned back from following the Lord. the Lord will not be with you. But they promised to go up to the heights of the hill country, although neither the ark of the covenant of the Lord nor Moses departed out of the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who dwell in the hill country came down and defeated them and pursued them, even to Hormah. The Lord said to Moses, say to the people of Israel, when you come into the land you are to inhabit, which I give you, and you offer to the Lord from the herd or from the flock an offering by fire or a burnt offering or a sacrifice to fulfill a vow or as a freewill offering or at your appointed feasts to make a pleasing odor to the Lord. Then he who brings his offering shall offer to the Lord a cereal offering of a tenth of an ephah of fine flour mixed with a fourth of hin of oil, and wine for the drink offering. A fourth of a hin you shall prepare with the burnt offering, or for the sacrifice. For each lamb or for a ram you shall prepare for a cereal offering 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with a third of a hin of oil, and for the drink offering you shall offer a third of a hin of wine, a pleasing odor of the Lord. And when you prepare a bull for a burnt offering or for a sacrifice to fulfill a vow or for peace offerings to the Lord, then one shall offer with the bull a cereal offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with half a hin of oil, and you shall offer for the drink offering half a hin of wine as an offering by the fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. Thus it shall be done for each bull or ram, or for each of the male lambs or the kids, according to the number that you prepare. So you shall do with every one according to their number. All who are native shall do these things in this way, in offering an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. And if a stranger is sojourning with you, or anyone is among you throughout your generations and wishes to offer an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord, he shall do as you do. For the assembly there shall be one statute for you and for the stranger who sojourns with you, a perpetual statute throughout your generations. As you are, so shall the sojourner be before the Lord. One law and one ordinance shall be for you and for the stranger who sojourns with you. The Lord said to Moses, say to the people of Israel, when you come into the land to which I bring you, and when you eat of the food of the land, you shall present an offering to the Lord. Of the first of your course meal you shall present a cake as an offering from the threshing floor, so shall you present it. Of the first of your course meal you shall give of the Lord an offering throughout your generations. But if you err and do not observe all these commandments which the Lord has spoken to Moses, all that the Lord has commanded you by Moses from the day of the Lord gave commandment and onward through your generations, then if it was done unwittingly without the knowledge of the congregation, all the congregation shall offer one young bull for a burnt offering, a pleasing odor to the Lord, which its cereal offering and its drink offering according to the ordinance, and one male goat for a sin offering, and the priest shall make atonement for all the congregation of the people of Israel, and they shall be forgiven, because it was an error, and they have brought their offering, an offering by fire to the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their error, and all the congregation of the people of Israel shall be forgiven. And the stranger who sojourns among them, because the whole population was involved in the error, If one person sins unwittingly, he shall offer a female goat a year old for a sin offering, and the priest shall make atonement before the Lord for the person who commits an error when he sins unwittingly, to make atonement for him, and he shall be forgiven. You shall have one law for him who does anything unwittingly, for him who is native among the people of Israel, and for the stranger who sojourns among them. But the person who does anything with a high hand, whether he is native or sojourner, reviles the Lord, and that person shall be cut off from among the people, his people, because he has despised the word of the Lord, and has broken his commandment. That person shall be utterly cut off, his iniquity shall be upon him. While the people of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day, and those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation. They put him in custody, because it had not been made plain what should be done with him. And the Lord said to Moses, the man shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside the camp. And all the congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him to death with stones, as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, speak to the people of Israel and bid them to make tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, and to put upon the tassel of each corner a cord of blue, and it shall be to you a tassel to look upon and remember all the commandments of the Lord, to do them, not to follow after your own heart and your own eyes, which you are inclined to go after wantonly. You shall remember and do all my commandments, and be holy in your God. I am the Lord your God, who has brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God. Now Korah, the son of Izhar, son of Kohath, son of Levi, and Dathan, and Abraham, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses with a number of the people of Israel, 250 leaders of the congregation, chosen from the assembly, well-known men. And they assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said to them, you have gone too far, for all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Why then do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of the Lord? When Moses heard it, he fell on his face, and he said to Korah and all his company, in the morning the Lord will show who is his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near him. Him whom he will choose, he will cause to come near to him. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company, put fire in them, and put incense upon them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi. And Moses said to Korah, hear now, you sons of Levi, is it too small a thing for you that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do service in the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister to them, and that he has brought you near him, and all your brethren, the sons of Levi, with you? And would you seek the priesthood also? Therefore it is against the Lord that you and all your company have gathered together. What is Aaron that you murmur against me? And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and they said, we will not come. Is it a small thing that you have brought us up out of the land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, that you must also make yourself a prince over us? Moreover, you have not brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. And Moses was very angry and said to the Lord, do not respect their offering. I have not taken one ass from them. I have not harmed one of them. And Moses said to Korah, be present, you and all your company, before the Lord, you and they and Aaron tomorrow, and let every one of you take his censer and put incense upon it, and every one of you bring before the Lord his censer, 250 censers. You also and Aaron, each his censer. So every man took his censer, and they put fire in them, and laid incense upon them, and they stood at the entrance of the tent of the meeting with Moses and Aaron. Then Korah assembled all the congregation against them at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the congregation. And the Lord said to Moses and to Aaron, separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. And they fell on their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and wilt thou be angry, and with all the congregation? And the Lord said to Moses, say to the congregation, get away from about the dwelling of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Then Moses rose and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. And he said to the congregation, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be swept away with all their sins. So they got away from about the dwelling of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the door of their tents, together with their wives, their sons, and their little ones. And Moses said, hereby you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works, and that it has not been of my own accord. If these men die the common death of all men, or if they are visited by the fate of all men, then the Lord shall not send me. But if the Lord creates something new, and the ground opens its mouth and swallows them up with all the belongings to them, and they go down alive into Sheol, then you shall know that these men have despised the Lord. And as he finished speaking all these words, the ground under them split asunder, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, and their households, and all the men that belonged to Korah, and all their goods. So they and all that belonged to them went down alive into Sheol. And the earth closed over them, and they perished from the midst of the assembly. And all Israel that were round about them fled at their cry, and they said, lest the earth swallow us up. The fire came forth from the Lord and consumed the 250 men offering the incense. Then the Lord said to Moses, tell Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, to take up the censers out of the blaze, then scatter the fire far and wide, for they are holy, the censers of these men who have sinned at the cost of their lives. So let them be made into hammered plates as a covering for the altar, for they offered them before the Lord. Therefore they are holy. Thus they shall be assigned to the people of Israel. So Eleazar the priest took the bronze censers which those who were burned had offered, and they were hammered out as a covering for the altar, to be a reminder of to the people of Israel, so that no one who is not a priest, who is not of the descendants of Aaron, should draw near to burn incense before the Lord, lest he become as Korah and his company. As the Lord said to Eleazar through Moses, but on the morrow all the congregation of the people of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, You have killed the people of the Lord. And when the congregation had assembled against Moses and against Aaron, they turned toward the tent of the meeting, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came to the front of the tent of meeting, and the Lord said to Moses, Get away from the midst of this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. And they fell on their faces. And Moses said to Aaron, Take your censer and put fire therein from off the altar, and lay incense on it, and carry it quickly to the congregation, and make atonement for them, for wrath has gone forth from the Lord, the plague has begun. So Aaron took it as Moses said, and ran into the midst of the assembly, and behold, the plague had already begun among the people. And he put on the incense and made atonement for the people, and he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stopped. Now those who died by the plague were 14,700, besides those who died in the affair at Korah. And Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting when the plague was stopped. The Lord said to Moses, Speak to the people of Israel and get from them rods, one for each father's house, from all their leaders according to their father's houses, 12 rods. Write each man's name upon his rod, and write Aaron's name upon the rod of Levi, for there shall be one rod for the head of each father's house. Then you shall deposit them in the tent of the meeting before the testimony where I meet you. And the rod of the man whom I choose shall sprout. Thus I will make to cease from me the murmurings of the people of Israel, which they murmur against you. Moses spoke to the people of Israel, and all their leaders gave him rods, one for each leader, according to their fathers' houses, 12 rods, and the rod of Aaron, which was among their rods. And Moses deposited the rods before the Lord in the tent of the testimony. And on the morrow Moses went into the tent of testimony, and behold, the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi had sprouted and put forth buds, and produced blossoms, and it bore ripe almonds. Then Moses brought out all the rods from before the Lord to all the people of Israel, and they looked, and each man took his rod. And the Lord said to Moses, Put back the rod of Aaron before the testimony, to keep as a sign for the rebels, that you may make an end of their murmurings against me, lest they die. Thus did Moses as the Lord commanded him, so he did. And the people of Israel said to Moses, Behold, we perish. We are undone. We are all undone. Everyone who comes near to the tabernacle of the Lord shall die. Are we all to perish? So the Lord said to Aaron, You and your sons and your father's house with you shall bear iniquity in connection with the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you shall bear iniquity in connection with your priesthood, and you with your brethren also, the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, that they may join you and minister to you while you and your sons with you are before the tent of the testimony. They shall attend you and attend to all duties of the tent, but shall not come near to the vessels of the sanctuary or to the altar, lest they and you die. They shall join you and attend to the tent of meeting for all the service of the tent, and no one else shall come near you. And you shall attend to the duties of the sanctuary and the duties of the altar. And there be wrath no more upon the people of Israel, And behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levites, from among the people of Israel. They are a gift to you, given to the Lord, to do the service of the tent of meeting. And you and your sons with you shall attend to your priesthood for all that concerns the altar, and that is within the veil, and you shall serve. I give you priesthood as a gift, and anyone else who comes near shall be put to death. Then the Lord said to Aaron, and behold, I have given you whatever is kept of the offerings made to me, all the consecrated things of the people of Israel. I have given them to you as a portion, and to your sons as a perpetual due. This shall be yours of the most holy things, reserved from the fire, every offering of theirs, every cereal offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every guilt offering of theirs, which they render to me, shall be most holy to you and your sons. In a most holy place shall you eat of it. Every male may eat of it. It is holy to you. This also is yours, the offering of their gift, all the wave offerings of the people of Israel. I have given them to you and to your sons and daughters with you as a perpetual due. Everyone who is clean in your house may eat of it. All the best of the oil and all the best of the wine and of the grain and the first fruits, what they give to the Lord. I give to you the first ripe fruits, and all that is in their hand, which they bring to the Lord, shall be yours. Everyone who is clean in your house may eat of it. Every devoted thing in Israel shall be yours. Everything that opens the womb of all flesh, whether man or beast, which they offer to the Lord, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man you shall redeem, and the firstling of unclean beasts you shall redeem, and their redemption price at a month old you shall redeem them. You shall fix at 5 shekels in silver, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs.
Where we at?
Verse 17 right here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. But the firstling of a cow, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat, you shall not redeem. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shall burn their fat as an offering by fire, a pleasant odor to the Lord. But their flesh shall be yours, as a beast that is waved, and as a righteous thigh are yours. All the holy offerings which the people of Israel present to the Lord I give to you, and to your sons and daughters with you as a perpetual due. It is a covenant of salt forever before the Lord for you, and for your offering with you. And the Lord said to Aaron, you shall have no inheritance in their land, neither shall you have any portion among them. I am your portion and your inheritance among the people of Israel. To the Levites I have given every tithe in Israel for an inheritance, and in return for their service which they serve, their service in the tent of the meeting, and henceforth the people of Israel shall not come near the tent of the meeting, lest they bear the sin and die. But the Levites shall do the service of the tent of the meeting, and they shall bear their iniquity, and it shall be a perpetual statute throughout your generations. And among the people of Israel they shall have no inheritance, for the tithe of the people of Israel which they present as an offering to the Lord, I have given to the Levites as an inheritance. Therefore I have said to them that they shall have no inheritance among the people of Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, moreover, you shall say to the Levites, when you take from the people of Israel a tithe which I have given you from them, and your inheritance, then you shall present an offering from it to the Lord, a tithe of a tithe, and your offering shall be reckoned to you as though it were a grain of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of a winepress. So shall you present an offering to the Lord from all your tithes, which you receive from the people of Israel, and from it you shall give the Lord's offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all the gifts to you, you shall present every offering due the Lord from all the best of them, giving the hallowed part from them. Therefore you shall say to them, when you have offered from it the best of it, then rest shall be reckoned to the Levites as the produce of the threshing floor, and as produce of the winepress, and you may eat it in any place, you and your household. For it is your reward in return for your service in the tent of the meeting. And you shall bear no sin by reason of it when you have offered the best of it, and you shall not profane the holy things of the people of Israel, lest you die. Now the Lord said to Moses and to Aaron, this is the statute of the law which the Lord has commanded. Tell the people of Israel to bring you a red heifer without defect, in which there is no blemish, and upon which a yoke has never come. And you shall give her to Eleazar the priest, and she shall be taken outside the camp and slaughtered before him. And Eleazar the priest shall take some of her blood with his finger and sprinkle some of her blood toward the front of the tent of the meeting 7 times. And the heifer shall be burnt in his sight, and her skin, her flesh, and her blood with her dung shall be burned. And the priest shall take the cedar wood and the hyssop and the scarlet stuff and cast them into the midst of the burning heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in the water, and afterwards he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until evening. He who burns the heifer shall wash his clothes in water and bathe his body in water, and shall be unclean until evening. And a man who is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer and deposit them outside the camp in a clean place, and they shall be kept for the congregation of the people of Israel for the water of impurity, for the removal of sin. And he who gathers ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. And this shall be to the people of Israel and to the stranger who sojourns among them a perpetual statute. He who touches the dead body of any person shall be unclean 7 days. He shall cleanse himself with water on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and so be clean. But if he does not cleanse himself on the 3rd day and on the 7th day, he will not be clean. Whoever touches a dead person, the body of any man who has died, and does not cleanse himself, defies the tabernacle of the Lord. And that person shall be cut off from Israel, because the water for impurity was not thrown upon him. And he shall be unclean, his uncleanness is still on him. This is the law: when a man dies in a tent, everyone who comes into the tent and everyone who is in the tent shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel which has no cover fastened upon it is unclean. Whoever in the open field touches one who is slain with a sword, or a dead body, or a bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. For the unclean they shall take some ashes of burnt sin offering, and running water shall be added in a vessel. Then the clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water and sprinkle it upon the tent, and upon all the furnishings, and upon the persons who are there, and upon him who touched the bone, or the slain, or the dead, or the grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. Thus on the 7th day he shall cleanse them, and he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and at the evening he shall be clean. But the man who is unclean and does not cleanse himself, that person shall be cut off from the midst of the assembly, since he has defiled the sanctuary of the Lord. Because of the water impurity has not been thrown upon him, and he is unclean. And then it shall be a perpetual statute for them. He who sprinkles the water for impurity shall wash his clothes, and he who touches the water for impurity shall be unclean until evening. And whatever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and anyone who touches it shall be unclean until evening. And the people of Israel and the whole congregation came into the wilderness of Zin in the 1st month, and the people stayed in Kadesh, and Miriam died there and was buried there. Now there was no water for the congregation, and they assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people contended with Moses and said, "Would that we had died when our brethren died before the Lord. Why have you brought the assembly of the Lord into this wilderness, that we should die here, both we and our cattle? And why have you made us come out of Egypt to bring us to this evil place? It is no place for grain, or figs, or vine, or pomegranates. There is no water to drink." Then Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly to the door of the tent of the meeting and fell on their face. And the glory of the Lord appeared to them. And the Lord said to Moses, "Take the rod and the assembly of the congregation, you and Aaron your brother, and tell the rock before the eyes to yield its water, so that you shall bring water out of the rock for them. So you shall give drink to the congregation and their cattle." And Moses took the rod from before the Lord as he commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock and said to them, "Hear now, you rebels. Shall we bring forth water for you out of the rock?" And Moses lifted up his hand and struck the rock with his rod twice, and water came forth abundantly, and the congregation drank and their cattle. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not believe in me to sanctify me in the eyes of the people of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land which I have given them. These are the water of Meribah, where the people of Israel contend with the Lord, and he showed himself holy among them." Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. "Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the adversity that has befallen us, how our fathers went down to Egypt, and we dwelt in Egypt a long time. The Egyptians dealt harshly with us and our fathers. When we cried to the Lord, he heard our voice and sent an angel and brought us forth out of Egypt. And here we are in Kadesh, the cities on the edge of your territory. Now let us pass through your land, and we will not pass through the field or vineyard, neither will we drink water from a well. We will go along the king's highway. We will not turn aside to the right hand or to the left until we have passed through the territory." But Edom said to him, "You shall not pass through, lest I come out with a sword against you." And the people of Israel said to him, "We will go up by the highway, and if we drink of your water, I and my cattle, then I will pay for it. Let me only pass through the foot, nothing more." But he said, "You shall not pass through." And Edom came out against them with many men and with a strong force. Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his territory, so Israel turned away from him. And they journeyed from Kadesh, and the people of Israel and the whole congregation came to the Mount of Hor. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron at the Mount of Hor, on the border of the land of Edom, "Aaron shall be gathered to his people, for he shall not enter the land which I have given to the people of Israel, because you rebelled against my command at the waters of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up the Mount of Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and put them on Eleazar his son, and Aaron shall be gathered to his people, and shall die there." Moses did as the Lord commanded, and they went up the Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation. And Moses stripped Aaron of his garments and put them on Eleazar his son, and Aaron died there at the top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain, and when all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, all the house of Israel wept for Aaron 30 days. When the Canaanite king of Arad, who dwelt in Negeb, heard that Israel was coming by way of Etharaim, he fought against Israel and took some of them captive. And Israel vowed a vow to the Lord and said, "If thou wilt indeed give this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their city." And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Israel and gave over to the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. So the name of the place was called Hormah. From Mount Hor they set out by way of the Red Sea to go around the land of Edom. And the people became impatient on the way, and the people spoke against God and against Moses. "Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and we loathe this worthless food." Then the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, so that many of the people of Israel died. And the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. So Moses prayed for the people, and the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent, set it on a pole, and everyone who is bitten, when he sees it, shall live. So Moses made a bronze serpent and set it on a pole. And if the serpent bit any man, he would look at the bronze serpent and live. And the people of Israel set out and encamped in Oboth. And they set out from Oboth and camped at Ai Abarim in the wilderness, which is opposite Moab, toward the sunrise. From there they set out and encamped in the valley of Zered. From there they set out and encamped on the other side of Arnon, which is in the wilderness that extends from the boundary of the Amorites for Aaron. Arnon is the boundary of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, Wahab and Supah in the valleys of Aaron, and the slopes of the valleys that extend to the seat of Ar, that leans on the border of Moab. And from there they continued to Beer. That is well, which the Lord had said to Moses, gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sang this song, Spring up, O well. Sing to it, the well which the princes dug, which the nobles of the people delved, with a scepter and with their staves. And from the wilderness they went to Mattanah, and from Mattanah to Nahael, and from Nahael to Bamoth, and from Bamoth to the valley lying in the region of Moab, by the top of Pisgah, which looked down upon the desert. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, let me pass through your land, and we will not turn aside into the field or the vineyard. We will not drink the water of the well, and we will go by the king's highway until we have passed through your territory. But Sihon would not allow Israel to pass through his territory. He gathered all his men together and went out against Israel to the wilderness, and came to Jahaz and fought against Israel. And Israel slew him with the edge of the sword and took possession of his land, from Arnon to Jabbok, and as far as the Amorites. For Jazer was the boundary of the Amorites. And Israel took all the cities, and Israel settled in all the cities of the Amorites, and Heshbon, in all of its villages. For Heshbon was the city of Sidon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab and taken all his land out of hand. As for Arnon, as far as Arnon, therefore the ballad singers say, come to Heshbon, let it be built. Let the city of Sihon be established, for the fire went forth from Heshbon, flame from the city of Sihon. It devoured Ar of Moab, and the lords of the heights of the Arnon. Woe to you, O Moab, you are undone. O people of Chemosh, he has made his sons fugitives and his daughters captives to an Amorite king, Sihon. So their prosperity perished from Heshbon as far as Dibon, and we laid waste until fires spread to Medeba. Thus Israel dwelt in the land of the Amorites, and Moses sent a spy out to Jazer, and they took its villages and depossessed the Amorites that were there. Then they turned and went up by way to Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, and came out against him, and he and all his people, to the battle of Ederi. But the Lord said to Moses, do not fear him, for I have given him into your hand, and all his people and his land. You shall do to him as you did to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon. So they slew him and his sons and all his people until there was not one survivor left to him, and they possessed his land. Then the people of Israel set out and encamped in the plains of Moab beyond Jordan, at Jericho. And Balak the son of Zippor saw that all that Israel had done to the Amorites, and Moab was in great dread of the people because they were many. Moab was overcome with fear of the people of Israel, and Moab said to the elders of Midian, "This horde will now lick up all that is around about us, as an ox licks up the grass of the field." So Balak, son of Zippor, who was king of Moab at the time, sent messengers to Balaam, son of Beor, at Pethor, which is near the river, in the land of Ammon, and to call him, saying, "Behold, people have come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the earth, and they are dwelling opposite me. Come now, curse this people for me, since they are too mighty for me. Perhaps I shall be able to defeat them and drive them from the land. For I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed." So the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the fees for divination in their hand. And they came to Balaam and gave him Balak's message, and he said to them, "Lodge here this night, and I will bring back word to you as the Lord speaks to me." So the princes of Moab stayed with Balaam, and God came to Balaam and said, "Who are these men with you?" And Balaam said to God, "Balak, the son of Zippor, the king of Moab, has sent to me, saying, Behold, a people has come out of Egypt, and it covers the face of the earth. Now come and curse them for me. Perhaps I shall be able to fight against them and drive them out." God said to Balaam, "You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed." So Balaam rose in the morning and said to the princes of Balak, "Go to your own land, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you." So the princes of Moab arose and went to Balak and said, "Balaam refuses to come with us." Once again Balak sent the princes, more in number and more honorable than they, and they came to Balaam and said to him, "Thus says Balak, son of Zippor, let nothing hinder you from coming to me, for I will surely do you great honor. And whatever you say to me, I will do. Come, curse this people for me." But Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, "Though Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the command of the Lord my God and do less or more. Pray, now tarry here this night also, that I may know what more the Lord will say to me." And God came to Balaam that night and said to him, "If the men have come to call you, rise, go with them. But only what I bid you, that shall you do." So Balaam rose in the morning, saddled his ass, and went with the princes of Moab. But God's anger was kindled because he went. And the angel of the Lord took his stand in the way of his adversary. Now he was riding on the ass, and his two servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand, and the ass turned aside out of the road and went into the field. Balaam struck the ass to turn her into the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in the narrow path between the vineyards, with a wall on either side. And when the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she pushed against the wall and pressed Balaam's foot against the wall. So he struck her again. Then the angel of the Lord went ahead and stood in a narrow place where there was no way to turn either to the right or to the left. When the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she lay down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he struck the ass with his staff. Then the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you that you have struck me these 3 times?" And Balaam said to the ass, "Because you have made sport of me, I wish I had a sword in my hand, for then I would kill you." And the ass said to Balaam, "I am not your ass upon which you have ridden Am I not your ass upon which you have ridden all your life to this day? Was I ever accustomed to do so to you?" And he said, "No." Then the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way with a drawn sword in his hand, and he bowed his head and fell on his face. The angel of the Lord said to him, "Why have you struck your ass these 3 times? Behold, I have come forth to withstand to withstand you, because your way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me and turned aside before me these 3 times. And if she had not turned aside from me, surely now I will have slain you and let her live. Then Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, I have sinned, for I did not know that you did stand in the road against me. Now therefore, if it is evil in thy sight, I will go back again. And the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, Go with the men, but only the word which I bid you shall you speak. So Balaam went on with the princes of Balak. When Balak heard that Balaam had come, he went out to meet him at the city of Moab on the boundary from Arnon in the extremity of the boundary. And Balak said to Balaam, Did I not send to you to call you? Why did you not come to me? Am I not able to honor you? And Balaam said to Balak, Lo, I have come to you. Have I now any power at all to speak anything? The word that God puts in my mouth, that I must speak. Then Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Kirath Huzoth. And Balak sacrificed oxen and sheep and sent Balaam and to the princes who were with him. And on the morrow Balak took Balaam and brought him up to the Bamoth Baal, and from there he saw the nearest of the people. And Balaam said to Balak, Build for me here 7 altars, and provide for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams. Balak did as Balaam had said, and Balak and Balaam offered on each altar a bull and a ram. And Balaam said to Balak, Stand beside your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps the Lord will come to meet me, and whatever he shows me, I will tell you. And he went to the Beer height, and God said to Balaam, and Balaam said to him, I have prepared 7 altars, and I have offered upon each altar a bull and a ram. And the Lord put the word of Balaam's mouth and said, Return to Balak, and thus you shall speak. And he returned to him, and lo, he and all the princes of Moab were standing beside his burnt offering. And Balaam took up his discourse and said, From Aram Balak has brought me, the king of Moab from the eastern mountains. Come curse Jacob for me, and come denounce Israel. How can I curse whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce whom the Lord has not denounced? For from the top of the mountains I see him, from the hills I behold him. Lo, a people dwelling alone and not reckoning itself among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous. Let my end be like this. And Balak said to Balaam, What have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have done nothing but bless them. And he answered, Must I not take heed to speak what the Lord puts in my mouth? And Balak said to him, Come with me to another place from which you may see them. You shall see only the nearest of them, and shall not see them all. Then curse them for me from there. And he took him to the field of Zophrim on the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, Stand there beside your burnt offering while I meet the Lord yonder. And the Lord met Balaam and put the word in his mouth and said, Return to Balak, and thus you shall speak. And he came to him, and lo, he was standing beside his offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balaam said to him, What has the Lord spoken? And Balaam took up his discourse and said, Rise, Balak, and hear. Hearken to me, O son of Zippor. God is not man that he should lie, or a son of man that he should repent. Has he said, and will he not do it? Or has he spoken, and will he not fulfill it? Behold, I receive a command to bless, and he has blessed, and I cannot revoke. He has not beheld misfortune in Jacob, nor has he seen trouble in Israel. The Lord their God is with them, and the shout of the king is among them. God brings them out of Egypt. They have, as it were, the horns of the wild ox. For there is no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and Israel, what has God wrought? Behold, a people as a lioness it raises up, and the lion is, and as a lion it lifts itself. It does not lie down until it devours the prey, and drinks the blood of the slain. And Balak said to Balaam, neither curse them at all or bless them all. But Balaam answered Balak, did I not tell you all that the Lord has said that I must do? And Balak said to Balaam, come now, I will take you to another place. Perhaps it will please God that you may curse them for me from there. So Balak took Balaam to the top of to prayer that overlooks the desert. It's verse 29, which is right above here. Okay, all right. Here we go.
How do you pronounce that guy's name? Balaam?
I said Balaam and Balak. They're two guys.
Okay.
One's a priest and one's a king.
Okay. And Balaam said to Balak, build for me here 7 altars, and provide for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. When Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not go, as at other times, to look for omens, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes and saw Israel encamping tribe by tribe. And the Spirit of God came upon him, and he took up his discourse and said, the oracle of Balaam, the son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eye is opened, the oracle of him who hears the words of God, who sees the vision of the Almighty falling down, but having his eyes uncovered. How fair are your tents, O Jacob, your encampments, O Israel, like valleys that stretch afar, like gardens beside a river, like aloes that the Lord has planted, like cedar trees beside the waters. Water shall flow from his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters. His king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. God brings him out of Egypt. He has, as it were, the horns of the wild ox. He shall eat up the nations, his adversaries, and shall break their bones in pieces, and pierce them through with arrows. He couched, he lay down like a lion, and like a lioness, who will rouse him up. Blessed be everyone who blesses you, and cursed be everyone who curses you. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he struck his hands together. And Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them these 3 times. Therefore now flee to your place. I said, I will certainly honor you, but the Lord has held you back from honor. And Balaam said to Balak, did I not tell your messengers whom you sent to me? If Balak should give me his house full of silver and gold, I would not be able to go beyond the word of the Lord, to do either good or bad of my own will. What the Lord speaks, that will I speak? And now, behold, I am going to my people. Come, I will let you know what this people will do to your people in the latter days. And he took up his discourse and said, the oracle of Balaam, the son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eye is opened, the oracle of him who hears the words of God and knows the knowledge of the Most High, who sees the vision of the Almighty, falling down but having his eyes uncovered. I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not nigh. A star shall come forth out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. It shall crush the forehead of Moab, and break down all the sons of Sheth. Edom shall be dispossessed. Seir also, his enemies, shall be dispossessed, while Israel does valiantly. By Jacob shall dominion be exercised, and the survivors of cities be destroyed. Then he looked on Amalek, and took up his discourse, and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but in the end he shall come to destruction. And he looked on the Kenite and took up his discourse and said, Enduring is your dwelling place, and your nest is set in the rock. Nevertheless, Cain shall be wasted. How long shall Ashur take you away captive? And he took up his discourse and said, Alas, who shall live when God does this? But ships shall come from Kittim, and shall afflict Ashur and Eber, and he also shall come to destruction. Then Balaam rose and went back to his place, and Balak also went his way. While Israel dwelt in Shittim, the people began to play the harlot with the daughters of Moab. These invited the people to the sacrifices of their gods, and the people ate and bowed down to their gods. So Israel yoked himself to Baal of Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, Take all the chiefs of the people and hang them in the sun before the Lord, that the fierce anger of the Lord may turn away from Israel. And Moses said to the judges of Israel, Every one of you slay his men who have yoked themselves to Baal of Peor. And behold, one of the people of Israel came and brought a Midianite woman to his family in the sight of Moses and in the sight of the whole congregation of the people of Israel, while they were weeping at the door of the tent of meeting. When Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose and left the congregation and took a spear in his hand and went after the men of Israel into the inner room and pierced both of them, the man of Israel and the woman, through her body. Thus the plague was stayed from the people of Israel. Nevertheless, those that died by the plague were 24,000. And the Lord said to Moses, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, has turned back my wrath from the people of Israel, in that he was jealous with my jealousy among them, so that I did not consume the people of Israel in my jealousy. Therefore say, Behold, I give to him my covenant of peace, and it shall be to him and to his descendants after him, the covenant of a perpetual priesthood, because he was jealous for his God, and made atonement for the people of Israel. The name of the slain man of Israel, who was slain with the Midianite woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, head of a father's house belonging to the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianite woman who was slain was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur, who was the head of the people of a father's house in Midian. And the people said to Moses, Harass the Midianites and smite them, for they have harassed you with their wiles, with which they beguiled you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of the prince of Midian, their sister, who was slain on the day of the plague on account of Peor. After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and to Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, Take a census of all the congregation of the people of Israel from 20 years old and upward, by their fathers' houses, all in Israel who are able to go forth to war. And Moses and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, Take a census of the people from 20 years old and upward, as the Lord commanded Moses. The people of Israel who came forth out of the land of Egypt were Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, the sons of Reuben, of Hanok, the family of the Hanokites, of Palu, the family of the Paluites, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Carmi, the family of the Carmites. These are the families of the Reubenites, and their number was 43,730. And the sons of Palu, Eliab, the sons of Eliab, Nemu, Dathan, and Abiram. These are the Dathan and Abiram chosen from the congregation, who contended against Moses and Aaron in the company of Korah, when they contended against the Lord. And the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up together with Korah, when that company died, when the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a warning. Notwithstanding, the sons of Korah did not die. The sons of Simeon, according to their families, of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites, of Jamin, the family of the Jaminites, of Jachin, the family of Jachinites, of Zerah, the family of Zerites, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. These are the families of the Simeonites, 22,200. The sons of Gad, according to their families, of Zephon, the family of the Zephonites, of Haggai, the family of Haggites, of Shuni, the family of the Shunites, of Ozni, the family of Oznites, of Eri, the family of the Erites, of Arad, the family of the Aradites, of Arel, the family of the Arelites. These are the families of the sons of Gad, according to their number, 40,500. The sons of Judah were and Onan, and and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah, according to their families, were of Shelah, the family of the Shelonites, of Perez, the family of the Perezites, of Zerah, the family of the Zerites. And the sons of Perez were of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Hamel, the family of the Hamulites. These are the families of Judah, according to their number, 76,500. The sons of Issachar, according to their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolites, of Puvah, the family of the Punites, of Jeshub, the family of the Jeshubites, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronites. These are the families of Issachar, according to their number, 64,300. The sons of Zebulun, according to their families, of Zered, the family of the Seredites, of Elon, the family of the Elonites, of Jaleel, the family of Jaleelites. These are the families of the Zebulunites, according to their number, 60,500. The sons of Joseph, according to their families, Manasseh and Ephraim. The sons of Manasseh, of Mechar, the family of the Macronites, and Machar was the father of Gilead the family of the Gileadites. These are the sons of Gilead. Of Izar, the family of Izarites, of Helek, the family of the Helekites, and of Asriel, the family of Asrielites, and of Shechem, the family of the Shechemites, and of the Shemida, the family of the Shemidaites, and of Hepher, the family of the Hepherites. And now Zephalah, the son of the Hepher, had no sons, but daughters. And the name of the daughters of Zephalah had were Mala, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These are the families of Manasseh, and their numbers were 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim, according to their families, of Shulithah, the family of the Shuhelites, of Becher, the family of the Becherites, of Tahan, the family of the Tahanites, and these are the son of Shuthelah, of Iran, the family of the Iranites. These are the families of the son of Ephraim, according to their number, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph, according to their families. The sons of Benjamin, according to their families, of Bela, the family of the Belites, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites, of Aram, the family of Aramites, of Sephuphim, the family of the Sephumonites, of Hupham, the family of the Huphamites. And the sons of Bela were Ard and Nahum. Of Ard, the family of the Ardites. Of Nahum, the family of the Nahamites. These are the sons of Benjamin, according to their families, and their number was 45,600. These are the sons of Dan, according to their families. Of Shuham, the family of the Shuhamites. These are the families of Dan, according to their families. All the families of the Shuhamites, according to their number, were 64,400. The sons of Asher, according to their families. Of Imnah, the family of the Imnites. Of Ishvi, the family of the Ishvites. Of Berai, the family of the Berites. Of the sons of Bera, of Heber, the family of the Heberites. Of Malchiel, the family of the Malchelites. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Serah. These are the families of the sons of Asher, according to their number, 53,400. The sons of Naphtali, according to their families. Of Jaziel, the family of the Jazielites. Of Guni, the family of the Gunites. Of Jezer, the family of the Jezerites. Of Shillem, the family of the Shillemites. These are the families of Naphtali, according to their family, and their number was 45,400. This was the number of the people of Israel, 601,730. The Lord said to Moses, "To these the land shall be divided for inheritance according to the number of names. To a large tribe you shall give a large inheritance, and to a small tribe you shall give a small inheritance. Every tribe shall be given its inheritance according to its numbers. But the land shall be divided by lot, according to the names of the tribes of their fathers they shall inherit. Their inheritance shall be divided according to lot between the larger and the smaller. These are the Levites, as numbered according to their families. Of Gershon, the family of the Gershonites. Of Kohath, the family of the Kohathites. Of Merari, the family of the Merarites. These are the family of Levi, the family of the Libanites. The family of the Hebronites. The family of the Malites. The family of the Mushites. The family of the Korites. And the Korath was the father of Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, who was born to Levi in Egypt. And she bore to Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam, their sister. And to Aaron were born Nadab, Abu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abu died when they offered unholy fire before the Lord. And those numbered of them were 23,000, every male from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered according to the people of Israel, because there was no inheritance given to them among the people of Israel. These were the numbered by Moses and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the people of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. But among these there was not a man of those numbered by Moses and Aaron the priests, who had numbered the people of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord had said to them, of them, they shall die in the wilderness. There was not left a man of them except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. Then drew near the daughters of Zephalahed, the son of Ephar, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, from the families of Massa, the son of Joseph. The names of his daughters were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses and before Eleazar the priest, and before the leaders and all the congregation at the door of the tent of meeting, saying, Our father died in the wilderness. He was not among the company of those who gathered themselves together against the Lord in the company of Korah, but died for his own sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be taken away from his family because he had no son? Give to us a possession among our father's brethren." Moses brought their case before the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, "The daughters of Zephalim are right. You shall give them possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And you shall say to the people of Israel, if a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. And if he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his kinsman that is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. And he shall be to the people of Israel a statute and ordinance, as the people commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, "Go up into this mountain of Abram, and see the land which I have given to the people of Israel. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people, as your brother Aaron was gathered, because you rebelled against my word in the wilderness of Zin, during the strife of the congregation, to sanctify me at the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah of Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin." Moses said to the Lord, "Let the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, appoint a man over the congregation, who shall go out before them and come in before them, who shall lead them out and bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord may not be as sheep which have no shepherd." And the Lord said to Moses, "Take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay your hand upon him. Cause him to stand before Eleazar the priest and all the congregation, and you shall commission him in their sight. You shall invest him with some of your authority, that all the congregation of the people of Israel may obey. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire for him by the judgment of the Urim before the people. At his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the people of Israel with him, and the whole congregation." And Moses did as the Lord commanded him. He took Joshua and caused him to stand before Eleazar the priest and the whole congregation, and he laid his hands upon him and commissioned him as the Lord directed through Moses. The Lord said to Moses, "Command the people of Israel and say to them, my offering, my food for my offering by fire, my pleasing odor, you shall take heed to offer to me in due season. And you shall say to them, this is the offering by fire which you shall offer to the Lord. 2 male lambs a year old without blemish, day by day as a continual offering. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer in the evening. Also 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a cereal offering, mixed with 1/4 of a hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained at Mount Sinai for a pleasing odor, an offering by fire to the Lord. Its drink offering shall be 1/4 of hin for each lamb. In the holy place you shall pour out a drink offering of strong drink to the Lord. The other lamb you shall offer in the evening, like the cereal offering in the morning, and like its drink offering you shall offer it as an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. On the 7th day 2 male lambs a year old without blemish, and 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a cereal offering, mixed with the oil and its drink offering. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. At the beginnings of your month you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord. 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without blemish. Also 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a cereal offering, mixed with oil for each bull, and 2/10 of fine flour for a cereal offering mixed with oil for the one ram, and 1/10 of fine flour mixed with oil as a cereal offering for every lamb. For a burnt offering of pleasing odor, an offering by fire to the Lord. Their drink offering shall be half a hin of wine for a bull, 1/3 of a hin for a ram, and 1/4 of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering of each month throughout the months of the year. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering to the Lord. It shall be offered besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. On the 14th day of the first month is the Lord's Passover. And on the 15th day of this month is a feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. On the first day there shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work, but offer an offering by fire, a burnt offering to the Lord. 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old. See that they are without blemish. Also their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil. 3/10 of an ephah shall you offer for a bull, and 2/10 for a ram. 1/10 shall you offer for each of the 7 lambs. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. You shall offer these beside the burnt offering of the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. In the same way you shall offer daily for 7 days the food of an offering by fire, a pleasing offer to the Lord. It shall be offered besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. And on the 7th day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work. On the day of the first fruits, when you offer a cereal offering of new grain to the Lord at your feast of weeks, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work, but offer a burnt offering, a pleasing odor to the Lord. 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old, also their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil. 3/10 of an ephah for each bull, 2/10 for 1 ram, 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, and 1 male goat to make atonement for you. Beside the continual burnt offering and its cereal offering, you shall offer them and their drink offering. See that they are without blemish. This is just the start of 29, so I'll stop here because this is now 29. Wow, those poor Israelis. Oh my gosh. All these animals that they raised, and now they have to offer them as offerings.
Oh.
Poor Israelis. Oh my gosh.
29, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
On the first day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work. It is a day for you to blow the trumpets, and you shall offer a burnt offering, a pleasing odor to the Lord. 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old, without blemish. Also their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 for the ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, with 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you, besides the burnt offering of the new moon and its cereal offering, and the continual burnt offering and its cereal offering, and their drink offering, according to the ordinance for them, a pleasing odor, an offering by fire to the Lord. On the 10th day of this 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation and afflict yourselves. You shall do no work, but you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord, a pleasing odor, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. They shall be to you without blemish. And their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull,
2/10 for the 1 ram, 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offerings, and its cereal offering, and their drink offerings. On the 15th day of the 7th month you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no laborious work, and you shall keep a feast to the Lord 7 days. And you shall offer a burnt offering, an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord, 13 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old. They shall be without blemish. And their cereal offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 for each of the 2 rams, and 1/10 for each of the 14 lambs. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its cereal offering, and its drink offering. On the 2nd day, 12 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without blemish, with the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and its cereal offering, and their drink offerings. On the 3rd day, 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without blemish, with the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and its cereal offering, and its drink offering. On the 4th day, 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without blemish, with the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its cereal offering, and its drink offering. On the 5th day, 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without blemish, with the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offerings, and its cereal offering, and its drink offering. On the 6th day, 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without blemish, with the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for the sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its cereal offering, and its drink offering. On the 7th day, 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old without blemish, with the cereal offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, by number according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its cereal offering, and its drink offering. On the 8th day you shall have a solemn assembly. You shall do no laborious work, but you shall offer a burnt offering, an offering by fire, a pleasing odor to the Lord. 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without blemish, and the cereal offering and the drink offering for the bull, for the ram, and for the lambs, by number according to the ordinance. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and its cereal offering, and its drink offering. These you shall offer to the Lord at your appointed feasts, in addition to your votive offerings and your freewill offerings, for your burnt offerings and your cereal offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Moses told the people of Israel everything just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Moses said to the heads of the tribes of the people of Israel, "This is what the Lord has commanded. When a man vows a vow to the Lord or swears an oath to bind himself by a pledge, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. Or when a woman vows a vow to the Lord and binds herself by a pledge while within her father's house in her youth, and her father hears of her vow and of her pledge by which she has bound herself, and says nothing to her, then all her vows shall stand, and every pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if her father expresses disapproval to her on the day that he hears of it. No vow of hers, no pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand. And the Lord will forgive her, because her father opposed her. And if she is married to a husband, while under her vows or any thoughtless utterance of her lips by which she has bound herself, and her husband hears of it, and says nothing to her on the day that he hears, then her vows shall stand, and her pledges by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if on the day that her husband comes to hear of it, he expresses disapproval, then he shall make void her vow which was on her, and the thoughtless utterance of her lips, by which she bound herself, and the Lord will forgive her. But any vow of a widow or divorced woman, anything by which she has bound herself, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound herself by a pledge with an oath, and her husband heard of it, and said nothing to her, and did not oppose her, then all her vows shall stand, and every pledge by which she has bound herself should stand. But if her husband makes them null and void on the day that he hears them, then whatever proceeds out of her lips concerning her vows or concerning her pledge of herself shall not stand. Her husband has made them void, and the Lord will forgive her. Any vow and any binding oath to afflict herself, her husband may establish, or her husband may make void. But if her husband says nothing to her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows or all her pledges that are upon her. He has established them because he said nothing to her on the day that he heard of them. But if he makes them null and void after he has heard of them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are statutes which the Lord commanded Moses, as between a man and his wife, between a father and his daughter, while in her youth within her father's house. The Lord said to Moses, "Avenge the people of Israel on the Midianites. Afterward you shall be gathered to your people." And Moses said to the people, "Arm men from among you for the war, that they may go against Midian to execute the Lord's vengeance on Midian. You shall send 1,000 from each of the tribes of Israel to the war." So there were provided out of the thousands of Israel 1,000 from each tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 from each tribe, together with Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest, with the vessels of the sanctuary and the trumpets for the alarm in his hand. They warred against Midian as the Lord commanded Moses, and slew every male. They slew the kings of Midian with the rest of their slain, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian, and they also slew Balaam, the son of Beor, with the sword. And the people of Israel took captive the women of Midian and their little ones, and they took as booty all their cattle, their flocks, and all their goods. All their cities and the places where they dwelt, and all their encampments, they burned with fire. And they took all the spoil and all the booty, both of man and the beast. Then they brought the captives and the booty and the spoil to Moses, and to Eleazar the priest, and to the congregation of the people of Israel at the camp on the plains of Moab by Jordan at Jericho. Moses and Eleazar the priest and all the leaders of the congregation went forth to meet them outside the camp. And Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands and the commanders of hundreds, who had come from service in the war. Moses said to them, "Have you let all the women live? Behold, these caused the people of Israel, by the counsel of Balaam, to act treacherously against the Lord in the matter of Peor. And so the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known man by lying with him. But all the young girls who have not known man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves, and camp outside the camp 7 days. Whoever of you has killed any person, whoever has touched any slain, purify yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. You shall purify every garment, every article of skin, all work of goat's hair, and every article of wood." And Eleazar the priest said to the men of war who had gone to the battle, "This is the statute of the law which the Lord has commanded Moses. Only the gold, the silver, the bronze, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that can stand the fire, you shall pass through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be also purified with the water of impurity. And whatever cannot stand the fire, you shall pass through the water. You must wash your clothes on the seventh day, and you shall be clean, and afterward you shall come into the camp. The Lord said to Moses, take the count of the booty that was taken, both of man and beast, you and Eleazar the priest, and the heads of the fathers' houses of the congregation, and divide the booty into 2 parts, between the warriors who went out to battle and the congregation, and levy for the Lord a tribute from the men of war who went out to battle, 1 out of 500, of the persons, and of the oxen, and of the asses, and of the flocks. Take it from their half, and give it to Eleazar the priest as an offering to the Lord. And from the people of Israel's half you shall take 1 drawn out of every 50. Of the persons, of the oxen, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all the cattle, and give them to the Levites who have charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. Now the booty remained of the spoil that the men of war took was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 asses, and 32,000 persons in all, women who had not known man by lying with him. And the portion of those who had gone to war, was in number 337,500 sheep, and the Lord's tribute of sheep was 675. The cattle were 36,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 72. The asses were 30,500, of which the Lord's tribute was 61. The persons were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. And Moses gave the tribute, which was the offering for the Lord, to Eleazar the priest, as the Lord commanded Moses. From the people of Israel's half, which Moses separated from that of the men who had gone to war. Now the congregation's half was 337,500 sheep, 36,000 cattle, 30,500 asses, and 16,000 persons. From the people of Israel's half, Moses took 1 of every 50, both of persons and of beasts, and gave them to the Levites who had charge of the tabernacle of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then the officers who were over the thousands of the army, the captains of the thousands and the captains of hundreds, came near to Moses and said to Moses, your servants have counted the men of war who are under our command, and there is not a man missing from us. And we have brought the Lord's offering, what each man found, articles of gold, armlets and bracelets, signet rings, earrings and beads, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest received from them the gold, all wrought articles, and all the gold of the offering that they had offered to the Lord from the commanders of thousands and the commanders of hundreds was 16,750 shekels. The men of war had taken booty, every man for himself. And Moses and Eleazar the priest received the gold from the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tent of meeting, as a memorial for the people of Israel before the Lord. Now the sons of Reuben and the sons of Gad had very great multitude of cattle, and they saw the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, and behold, the place was a place for cattle. So the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben came and said to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and to the leaders of the congregation, Aterath, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbon, Eleleah, Sebem, Nebo, and Beon, the land which the Lord smote before the congregation of Israel, is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle. And they said, if we have found favor in your sight, let this land be given to your servants for a possession. Do not take us across the Jordan. But Moses said to the sons of Gad and to the sons of Reuben, shall your brethren go to the war while you sit here? Why will you discourage the heart of the people of Israel from going over into the land which the Lord has given them? Thus did your fathers when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the people of Israel from going into the land which the Lord had given them. And the Lord's anger was kindled on that day, and he swore, saying, surely none of the men who came up out of Egypt from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which I swore to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me. None except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh and Kenizzite, and Joshua son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Lord. And the Lord's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Lord was consumed. And behold, you have risen in your father's stead, a brood of sinful men, to increase still more the fierce anger of the Lord against Israel. For if you turn away from following him, he will again abandon them in the wilderness, and you will destroy all this people. Then they came near him and said, We will build sheepfolds here in our flock, and cities for our little ones, but we will take up arms, ready to go before the people of Israel, until we have brought them to their place, and our little ones shall live in the fortified cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our homes until the people of Israel have inherited each inheritance. For we will not inherit with them on the other side of the Jordan and beyond, because our inheritance has come to us on this side of Jordan to the east. So Moses said to them, If you will go do this, if you will take up arms and go before the Lord for the war, and every armed man for you pass over the Jordan before the Lord, until he has driven out his enemies from before him, and the land is subdued before the Lord, then after that you shall return and be free of obligation to the Lord and to Israel, and this land shall be your possession before the Lord. But if you will not do so, behold, you have sinned against the Lord, and be sure your sin will find you out. Build cities for your little ones and folds for your sheep, and do what you have promised. And the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben said to Moses, Your servants will do as my Lord commands. Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and our cattle shall remain there in the cities of Gilead. But your servants will pass over, every man who is armed for war before the Lord to battle, as my Lord orders. So Moses gave command concerning them to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the people of Israel. And Moses said to them, If the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben, every man who is armed to battle before the Lord, will pass with you over the Jordan, and the land shall be subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead before a possession. But if they will not pass over you armed, then they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben answered, As the Lord has said to you, to your servants, so we will do. We will pass over armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, and the possession of our inheritance shall remain with us beyond the Jordan. And Moses gave to them, to the sons of Gad and to the sons of Reuben, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of the Bashan, the land of its cities with their territories, the cities of the land throughout the country. And the sons of Gad built Dibon, Ataroth, Aurora, Atroth, Saphon, Jazer, Jogbeheh, Beth Nimrah, and Betharan, fortified cities and folds for sheep. And the sons of Reuben built Heshbon, Elilah, Kerethium, Nebo, and Baal-meon, their names to be changed, and Sibmah, and they gave other names to the cities which they built. And the sons of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead and took it, and disposed the Amorites who were in it. And Moses gave Gilead to Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he settled in it. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and took their villages, and called them Havoth-Jair. And Nobah went and took Kenneth and its villages, and called it Nobah, after his own name. These are the stages of the people of Israel when they went forth out of the land of Egypt by their hosts under the leadership of Moses and Aaron. Moses wrote down their starting places, stage by stage, by command of the Lord. And these are the stages according to their starting places. They set out from Ramesses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month. On the day after the Passover, the people of Israel went out triumphantly in the sight of all Egyptians, while the Egyptians were burying all of their firstborn, whom the Lord had struck down among them. Upon their gods also the Lord executed judgments. So the people of Israel set out from Ramesses and encamped at Succoth. And they set out from Succoth and encamped at Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. And they set out from Etham and turned back to Pi-hahiroth, which is east of Baal-zephon. And they encamped before Migdol. And they set out before Harathoth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness. And they went 3 days' journey into the wilderness of Etham and encamped at Marah. And they set out from Marah and came to Elam. At Elam there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there. And they set out from Elam, and they encamped by the Red Sea. Then they set out from the Red Sea and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they set out from the wilderness of Sin and encamped at Dophkah. They set out from Dophkah and encamped at Alush. And they set out from Alush and encamped at Rephidim, where there was no water for people to drink. And they set out from Rephidim and encamped in the wilderness of Sinai. And they set out from the wilderness of Sinai and encamped at Kibroth Hattaavah. And they set out from Kibroth Hattaavah and encamped at Hazeroth. And they set out from Hazeroth and encamped at Rithmah. And they set out from Rithmah and encamped at Rimmon Perez. And they set out from Rimmon Perez and encamped at Libnah. And they set out from Libnah and encamped at Rizah. And they set out from Rizah and they encamped at Kelathatha. And they set out from Kelathatha and encamped at Mount Shepar. And they set out from Mount Shepar and encamped at Heradah. And they set out from Heradah and encamped at Mechaloth. And they set out from Mechaloth and they encamped at Tahath. And they set out from Tahath and encamped at Terah. And they set out from Terah and encamped at Mithkah. And they set out from Mithkah and they encamped at Hashmonah. And they set out from Hashmonah and they encamped at Moseroth. And they set out from Moseroth and encamped at Bene Jaakan. And they set out from Bene Jaakan and encamped at Horagagad. And they set out from Horagagad and encamped at Jatabatha. They set out from Jatabatha and encamped at Abranohah. And they set out from Abranohah and encamped at Ezion-Geber. And they set out from Ezion-Geber and encamped in the wilderness of Zin, that is Kadesh. And they sent out from Kadesh and encamped at Mount Hor in the edge of the land of Edom. And Aaron the priest went up to Mount Hor at the command of the Lord and died there in the 40th year after the people of Israel had come out of the land of Egypt, on the first day of the 5th month. And Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. And the Canaanite, the king of Arad, who dwelt in the Negeb in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the people of Israel. And they set out from Mount Hor and encamped at Zalmonah. And they set out from Zalmonah and encamped at Punan. And they set out from Punan and encamped at Oboth. And they set out from Oboth and encamped at Ai-Berahim in the territory of Moab. And they set out from Aiham and encamped at Dibengad. And they set out from Dibengad and encamped at Almon-Dibethan. And they set out from Almon-Dibethan and encamped in the mountains of Abarim before Nebo. And they set out from the mountains of Abarim and encamped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. They encamped by the Jordan from the Beth Jesimoth as far as Abel Shittim in the plains of Moab. And the Lord said to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, "Say to the people of Israel, when you pass over the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their figured stones, and destroy all their molten images, and demolish all their high places, and you shall take possession of the land and settle in it. For I have given you the land for you to possess it. You shall inherit the land by lot according to your families. To a large tribe you shall give a large inheritance, and to a small tribe you shall give a small inheritance. Wherever the lot falls to any man, that shall be his, according to the tribes of your fathers, you shall inherit. But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then those of them who you let remain shall be as pricks in your eyes and thorns in your sides, and they shall trouble you in the land where you dwell. And I will do to you as I thought to do to them." The Lord said to Moses, "Command the people of Israel and say to them, when you enter the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall to you for an inheritance, the land of Canaan and its full extent. Your south side shall be from the wilderness of Zin along the side of Edom, and your southern boundary shall be from the end of the Salt Sea on the east, and your boundary shall turn south of the ascent of Akrabim, the cross to Zin, and its end shall be south of Kadesh Barnea, and then it shall go to Hazar Adar, and pass along Asmon, and the boundary shall turn from Asmon to the brook of Egypt, and its termination shall be at the sea. For the western boundary you shall have the great sea and its coast. This shall be your western boundary. This shall be your northern boundary. From the great sea you shall mark out your line to Mount Hor. From Mount Hor you shall mark it to the entrance of Hamath, and at the end of the boundary shall be Zedad. Then the boundary shall extend to Ziphron, and its end shall be at Hazaranan. This shall be your northern boundary. You shall mark out your eastern boundary from Hazaran to Shephem, and boundary shall go from Shephem to Riblah on the east side of Ain, and boundary shall go down and reach to the shoulder of the sea of the Chinnereth on the east, and the boundary shall go down to the Jordan, and its end shall be at the Salt Sea. This shall be your land with its boundaries all around. Moses commanded the people of Israel, saying, This is the land which you shall inherit by lot, which the Lord has commanded to give to the 9 tribes and to the half-tribe. For the tribe of the sons of Reuben by the fathers' houses, and the tribe of the sons of Gad by their fathers' houses have received their inheritance, and also the half-tribe of Massonah. 2 tribes and the half-tribe have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan at Jericho, eastward toward the sunrise. The Lord said to Moses, These are the names of the men who shall divide the land to you for inheritance: Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun. You shall take 1 leader of every tribe to divide the land for inheritance. These are the names of the men of the tribe of Judah: Caleb the son of Jephunneh; of the tribe of the sons of Simeon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud; of the tribe of Benjamin, Eliadad the son of Chislon; of the tribe of the sons of Dan, a leader, Bukai the son of Jogli; of the sons of Joseph, the tribe of the sons of Massoneh, the leader, Haniel the son of Ephod; and the tribe of the sons of Ephraim, a leader, Kemuel the son of Shiphan; of the tribe of the sons of Zebulun, a leader, Elisaphan the son of Panarch; of the tribe of the sons of Issachar, the leader, Patiel the son of Esan; of the tribe of the sons of Asher, a leader, Ahihud the son of Shelami; of the tribe of the sons of Naphtali, a leader, Pedahel son of Ammihud. These are the men of whom the Lord commanded to divide the inheritance for the people of Israel in the land of Canaan. The Lord said to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan of Jericho, Command the people of Israel that they give to the Levites from the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in, and you shall give the Levites pasture lands round about the cities. The cities shall be theirs to dwell in, and their pasture lands shall be for their cattle, and for their livestock, and for their beasts. The pasture lands of the cities, which you shall give to the Levites, shall reach from the wall of the city outward 1,000 cubits all around. And you shall measure outside the city for the east side 2,000 cubits, and for the south side 2,000 cubits, and for the west side 2,000 cubits, and for the north side 2,000 cubits. The city being in the middle, this shall belong to them as a pasture for their cities. The cities which you give to the Levites shall be the 6 cities of refuge, where you shall permit the manslayer to flee. In addition to them you shall give 42 cities. All the cities which you give to the Levites shall be 48, with their pasture lands. And as for the cities which you shall give from the possession of the people of Israel, from the larger tribes you shall take many, and from the smaller tribes you shall take few. Each in proportion to the inheritance in which it inherits shall give of its cities to the Levites. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the people of Israel, when you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall select cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the manslayer who kills any person without intent may flee there. The cities shall be for you a refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer may not die until he stands before the congregation for judgment. And the cities which you give shall be your 6 cities of refuge. You shall give 3 cities beyond the Jordan, and 3 cities in the land of Canaan, to be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be for refuge for the people of Israel, and for the stranger and for the sojourner among them, that any one who kills any person without intent may flee there. But if he struck him down with an instrument of iron, so that he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be put to death. And if he struck him down with a stone in the hand, by which a man may die, and he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be put to death. Or if he struck him down with a weapon of wood in the hand, by which a man may die, and he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be put to death. The avenger of blood shall himself put the murderer to death when he meets him, and he shall put him to death. And if he stabbed him from hatred, or hurled at him, lying in wait, so that he died, or in enmity struck him down with his hand, so that he died, then he who struck the blow shall be put to death. He is a murderer. The avenger of blood shall put the murderer to death when he meets him. We are right here, 22. Yep. I have this in case you want to.
Okay. Thank you. But if he stabbed him suddenly without enmity, or hurled anything on him without lying in wait, or used a stone by which a man may die, and without seeing him cast it upon him, so that he died, though he was not his enemy, and did not seek his harm, then the congregation shall judge between the manslayer and the avenger of blood in accordance with their ordinances. And the congregation shall rescue the manslayer from the hand of the avenger of blood, and the congregation shall restore him to the city of refuge, and to which he had fled, and he shall live in it until the death of the high priest, who was anointed with the holy oil. But if the manslayer shall at any time go beyond the bounds of his city of refuge, or to which he fled, and the avenger of blood finds him outside the bounds of his city of refuge, and the avenger of blood slays the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood. For the man must remain in his city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer may return to the land of his possession. And these things shall be for a statute and ordinance to you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. If anyone kills a person, the murderer shall be put to death, and on the evidence of witnesses, but no person shall be put to death on the testimony of one witness. Moreover, you shall accept no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall be put to death. And you shall accept no ransom for him who has fled to a city of refuge, that he may return to dwell in the land before the death of the high priest. You shall not thus pollute the land in which you live, for blood pollutes the land, and no expiation can be made for the land for the blood that is shed in it, except by the blood of him who shed it. You shall not defile the land in which you live, in the midst of which I dwell. For I, the Lord, dwell in the midst of the people of Israel. The heads of the fathers' houses of the families of the sons of Gilead, the son of Malachar, son of Manasseh, of the fathers' houses of the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moses and before the leaders, the heads of the fathers' houses of the people of Israel. They said, The Lord commanded my Lord to give the land for inheritance by lot to the people of Israel. And my Lord has commanded by the Lord to give the inheritance of Zebulun our brother to his daughters. But if they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the people of Israel, then their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of our fathers and added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they belong. So it will be taken away from the lot of our inheritance. And when the Jubilee of the people of Israel comes, then their inheritance will be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they belong, and their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. And Moses commanded the people of Israel according to the word of the Lord, saying, The tribe of the sons of Joseph is right, This is what the Lord commands concerning the daughters of Zebulun. Let them marry whom they think best only. They shall marry within the family of the tribe of their father. The inheritance of the people of Israel shall not be transferred from one tribe to another, for every one of the people of Israel shall cleave to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers, and every daughter who possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the people of Israel shall be wife to one of the family of the tribe of her father, so that every one of the people of Israel may possess the inheritance of their fathers. So no inheritance shall be transferred from one tribe to another, for each of the tribes of the people of Israel shall cleave to its own inheritance. The daughters of Zebulun did as the Lord commanded Moses. For Mahlah, Tirzah, Hoglah, Micah, and Noah, the daughters of Zebulun were married to sons of their father's brothers. They were married into families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribes of the family of their father. These are the commandments and ordinances which the Lord commanded by Moses to the people of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. The fifth book of Moses, Deuteronomy. These are the words that Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan, in the wilderness, in the Arabah, over against Suph, and between Paran and Tavla, and Laban, and Hazarath, and Jezebel. It is 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. And in the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses spoke to the people of Israel according to all that the Lord had given him in commandments to them. After he had defeated Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who lived in Azeroth and in Edrei. Beyond the Jordan, in the land of Moab, Moses undertook to explain his law, saying, The Lord our God said to us in Horeb, You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Turn and take your journey and go to the hill country of the Amorites, and to all their neighbors in the Arabah and the hill country, and in the lowland, and in the Negev, and by the sea coast, in the land of the Canaanites, and the Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and take possession of the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, and to give them and to their descendants after them. At that time I said to you, I am not able alone to bear you. The Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. May the Lord, the God of your fathers, make you 1,000 times as many as you are, and bless you as he has promised you. How can I bear alone the weight and burden of you and your strife? Choose wise, understanding, and experienced men according to your tribes, and I will appoint them as your heads. And you answered me, The thing that you have spoken is good for us to do. So I took the heads of your tribes, wise and experienced men, and set them as heads over you, commanders of 1,000 commanders, and of hundreds, commanders of 50s, commanders of 10s, and officers throughout your tribes. And I charged your judges at that time. Hear the cases between your brethren, and judge righteously between a man and his brother, or the alien that is with him. You shall not be partial in judgment, and you shall hear the small and the great alike. You shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's, and the case that is too hard for you, you shall bring to me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things that you should do. And we set out from Horeb, and went through all the great and terrible wilderness which you saw on the way to the hill country of the Amorites, as the Lord our God commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea, and I said to you, You have come to the hill country of the Amorites, which the Lord our God gives. Behold, the Lord your God has set the land before you. Go up, take possession as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has told you. Do not fear or be dismayed. Then all of you came near me and said, Let us send men before us, that we may explore the land for us and bring us word again of the way by which we must go up and the cities into which we shall come. The thing seemed good to me, and I took 12 men of you, one for each tribe. And they turned and went up into the hill country and came to the valley of Eshcol and spied it out. And they took it in their hands, some of the fruit of the land, and brought it down to us, and brought us word again, and said, It is a good land which the Lord our God gives us. Yet you should not go up, but rebelled against the command of the Lord your God, and you murdered in your tents, and said, Behold, because the Lord hated us, he has brought us forth out of the land of Egypt, to give us into the land of the Amorites to destroy us. Whither are we going up? Our brethren have made our hearts melt, saying, The people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and fortified up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said to you, Do not be in dread or afraid of them. The Lord your God, who goes before you, will fight for you, just as he did for you in Egypt, before your eyes, and in the wilderness, where you have seen how the Lord your God bore you, as a man bears his son, in all the way that you went until you came to this place. Yet in spite of this word, you did not believe the Lord your God, who went before you in the way to seek you out a place to pitch your tents, in fire in night, and show you by that way you should go, and in the cloud of day. And the Lord heard your words, and he was angered, and he swore, Not one of these men of the evil generation shall see the good land which I swore to give to your fathers, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him and to his children I will give the land upon which he has trodden, because he has wholly followed the Lord. The Lord was angry with me also on your account, and said, You also shall not go in there. Joshua the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall enter. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones who you said would become a prey, and your children, who this day have no knowledge of good or evil, shall go in there, and to them I will give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn and journey into the wilderness in the direction of the Red Sea. Then you asked me, We have sinned against the Lord. We will go up and fight just as the Lord our God commanded us. And every man of you girded on his weapons of war, and thought it was easy to go up into the hill country. And the Lord said to me, Say to them, Do not go up or fight, for I am not in the midst of you, lest you be defeated before your enemies. So I spoke to you, and you would not hearken, but you rebelled against the command of the Lord, and you were presumptuous and went up into the hill country. Then the Amorites who lived in the hill country came out against you and chased you as bees do, and beat you down in Seir as far as Hormah. And you returned and wept before the Lord, but the Lord did not hearken to your voice or give ear to you. So you remained in Kadesh many days, the days that you remained there. Then you turned and journeyed into the wilderness, into the direction of the Red Sea, as the Lord told me, and for many days we went about Mount Seir. Then the Lord said to me, You have been going about this mountain country long enough. Turn northward and command the people you are about to pass through the territory of your brethren, the sons of Esau, who live in Seir, and they will be afraid of you. So take good heed. Do not contend with them, for I will not give you any of their land. No, not so much as for the sole of the foot to tread on, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau as a possession. You shall purchase food from them for money, that you may eat, and you shall also buy water of them for money, that you may drink. For the Lord your God has blessed you in all the work of your hands. He knows you're going through this great wilderness. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you. You have lacked nothing. So we went on, away from our brethren, the sons of Esau who live in Seir, away from the Abarath road, from Elath and Ezon Geber. And we turned and went into the direction of the wilderness of Moab. And the Lord said to me, Do not harass Moab or contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar to the sons of Lot for a possession. The Eman formerly lived there, a people great and many, and tall as the Anakim. Like the Anakim, they were also known as Rephaim, but the Moabites called them Emim. The Horites also lived in Seir formerly, but the sons of Esau depossessed them and destroyed them from before them and settled in their stead, as Israel did to the land of their possession which the Lord gave them. Now rise up and go over to the brook Zered. So we went over to the brook Zered, and by the time from leaving Kadesh Barnea until we crossed the brook Zered was 38 years, until the entire generation, that is, the men of war, had perished from the camp, as the Lord had sworn to them. For indeed the land of the Lord was against them, to destroy them from the camp until they had all perished. So when all the men of war had perished, and they were dead from among the people, the Lord said to me, This day you are to pass over the boundary of Moab at Ar. And when you approach the frontier of the sons of Ammon, do not harass them or contend with them, for I will not give you any of the land of the sons of Ammon as a possession, because I have given it to your sons of Lot for a possession. That is also known as the land of Rephaim. Rephaim formerly lived there, but the Amorites called them Zamuzumim, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim. But the Lord destroyed them before them, and they dispossessed them and settled in their stead, as they did for the sons of Esau who live in Seir, when they destroyed the Horites before them, and they dispossessed them and settled in their stead, even to this day. As for the Avium who lived in the villages as far as Gaza, the Captorium who came from Capthor destroyed them and settled in their stead. Rise up, take your journey, and go over to the valley of the Arnon. Behold, I have given into your hand Sihon, the Amorite king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to take possession and contend with him in the battle. This day I will begin to put the dread and fear of you upon the peoples that are under the whole heaven, who shall hear the report of you and shall tremble and be in anguish because of you. So I sent messengers from the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, the king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through your land. I will go only by the road. I will turn aside neither to the right nor to the left. You shall sell me food for money, and that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Only let me pass through on foot. As the sons of Esau who live in Seir and the Moabites who live in Ar did for me, until I go over to Jordan, into the land that the Lord our God gives to me. But Sihon, the king of Heshbon, would not let them pass by, for the Lord your God hardened his spirit and made his heart obstinate, that he might give him into the hand as at this day. And the Lord said to me, Behold, I have begun to give Sihon and his land over to you. Begin to take possession, that you may occupy his land. Then Sihon came out against us, he and all the people who battle at Jahaz, and the Lord our God gave him over to us, and we defeated him and his sons and all his people. And we captured all the cities at that time and utterly destroyed every city, men, women, and children. We left none remaining, only the cattle, who took a spoil for ourselves with the booty of the cities that we captured, from Arar, which is on the edge of the valley of Arnon, and from the city that is in the valley as far as Gilead. There was not a city too high for us. The Lord our God gave all into our hands. Only to the land of the sons of Ammon you did not draw near, that is to all the banks of the river, Jabbeth and the cities of the hill country, and whatever the Lord our God forbade us. Then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. But the Lord said to me, do not fear him, for I have given him and all his people and his land into your hand, and you shall do to him as you did to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon. So the Lord our God gave into our hand Og, also the king of Bashan, and all his people, and we smote him until no survivor was left to him. And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we did not take from him. 60 cities, the whole region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All these were cities fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, besides very many unwalled villages. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did in Sihon, the king of Heshbon, destroying every city, men, women, and children. But all the cattle and spoil of the cities we took as our booty. So we took the land at the time out of the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon. The Sidonians called Hermon Sirion, while the Amorites called it Senir. All the cities of the tableland, and all Gilead, and all Bashan, as far as Seklah and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, the king of Bashan, was left to the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. It was not in Rabbath of the Amorites. 9 cubits was its length, and 4 cubits its breadth, according to the common cubit. When we took possession of the land at the time, I gave to the Reubenites and the Gadites the territory beginning at Aher, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and half the hill country of the Gilead and its cities, the rest of Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, that is, all the region of Argob, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh. The whole of that Bashan is called the land of Rephaim. Jar, the Manasseh, took all the region of Argob, that is Bashan, as far as the border to the Geshurites and the Machites, and called the villages after his own name, Havoth Jar, as it is to this day. To Mashar I give Gilead, and to the Reubenites and the Gadites I gave the territory from Gilead as far as the valley of the Arnon, with the middle of the valley as a boundary, as far over as the river Jabbok, the boundary of the Amorites, the Abereth also, and the Jordan as the boundary from Chinnereth as far as the sea of Apereth, the salt sea, under the slopes of Pisgah on the east. And I commanded you at the time, saying, the Lord your God has given you this land to possess. All your men of valor shall pass over armed before your brethren, the people of Israel. But your wives, your little ones, and your cattle, I know that you have many cattle, shall remain in the cities which I have given you, until the Lord gives rest to your brethren, as to you, and they also occupy the land which the Lord your God gives them beyond the Jordan. Then you shall return every man to his possession which I have given you. And I will command Joshua at that time, your eyes have seen all that the Lord your God has done. These 2 kings will also give the Lord. So will the Lord do to all the kingdoms into which you are going over. You shall not fear them, for it is the Lord your God who fights for you. And I besought the Lord at that time, saying, O Lord God, you hast only begun to show your servant thy greatness and thy mighty hand, for what God is there in heaven or on earth who can do such works and mighty acts as thine? Let me go over, I pray, and see that the good land beyond the Jordan, that godly hill land and Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me on your account, and would not hearken to me. And the Lord said to me, Let it suffice you. Speak no more of me of this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah, and lift up your eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and behold it with your eyes, for you shall not go over this Jordan. But charge Joshua and encourage and strengthen him, for he shall go over the head of his people, and he shall put them in possession of the land which you see. So we remained in the valley opposite Bethpeor. And now, O Israel, give heed to the statutes and the ordinances which I teach you, and do them, that you may live and go in and take possession of the land which the Lord your God of your fathers gives you. You shall not add to the word which I command you, nor take from it, that you may keep your commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did at Baal-peor, for the Lord your God destroyed from among you all the men who followed the Baal-peor. But you who held fast to the Lord your God are all alive this day. Behold, I have taught you statutes and ordinances the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do them in the land which you are entering to take possession of it. Keep them and do them, for that will be your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the Lord of the peoples, who when they hear all that statutes will say, Surely this is great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what great nation is there that has a God so near to it as the Lord our God is to us, whenever we call upon him? And what great nation is there that has statutes and ordinances so righteous as all this law which I set before you this day? Only take heed and keep your soul diligently, lest you forget the things which your eyes have seen, and lest they depart from your heart, all the days of your life. Make them known to your children and your children's children. How on the day that you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, the Lord said to me, Gather the people to me, that I may let them hear my words, so that they may learn to fear me all the days that they live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children so. And you come near and stood at the foot of the mountain, while the mountain burned with fire to the heart of the heaven, wrapped in darkness, cloud, and gloom. Then the Lord spoke to you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of words, but saw no form. There was only a voice. And he declared to you that his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, that is the 10 Commandments, and he wrote them upon two tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me at the time to teach you statutes and ordinances, that you might do them in the land which you are going to possess. Therefore take good heed to yourselves, since you shall know form on that day that the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the middle of the fire. Beware lest you act corruptly by making a graven image for yourselves in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth. And beware lest you lift up your eyes to heaven, and when you see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the host of heaven, you be drawn away and worship them and serve them, things which the Lord your God has allotted to all the peoples under the whole heaven. But the Lord has taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be a people of his own possession at this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me on your account, and he swore that I should not cross the Jordan, that I should not enter the good land when the Lord your God gives to you an inheritance. We're on 4:22.
22.
Yeah.
Okay.
I must die in this land. I must not go over the Jordan, but you shall go over and take possession of that good land. Take heed to yourselves, lest you forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make a graven image in the form of anything which the Lord your God has forbidden you. For the Lord your God is a devouring fire, a jealous God. When you beget children and children's children, and have grown old in the land, if you act corruptly by making a graven image in the form of anything, and by doing what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God, so as to provoke him to anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that you will soon utterly perish from the land which you are going over the Jordan to possess. You will not live long upon it, but will be utterly destroyed. And the Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations where the Lord will drive you. And there you will serve gods of wood and stone, the work of men's hands, that neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. But from there you will seek the Lord your God, and you will find him, if you search after him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in tribulation, and all these things come upon you in the latter days, you will return to the Lord your God and obey his voice. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not fail you or destroy you or forget the covenant with your fathers, which he swore to them. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from one end of the earth to the other, whether such a great thing as this has ever happened or was ever heard of. Did any people ever hear the voice of a God speaking out of the midst of the fire, or as you have heard and still live? Or has any God ever attempted to go and take a nation for himself from the midst of another nation by trials, by signs, by wonders, and by war, by a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? To you it was shown that you might know that the Lord is God. There is no other besides him. Out of heaven he let you hear his voice, that he might discipline you, and on earth he let you see his great fire, and you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers and chose their descendants after them, and brought you out of Egypt with his own presence, by his great power, driving out before you nations greater and mightier than yourselves, to bring you in, to give you their land for an inheritance, as at this day. Now therefore this day, know this therefore this day, and lay it to your heart, that the Lord is God in heaven above, and on the earth beneath. There is no other. Therefore you shall keep his statutes and his commandments, which I command you this day, that it may go well with you and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which the Lord your God gives you forever. Then Moses set apart 3 cities in the east beyond the Jordan, that the manslayer might flee there who kills his neighbor unintentionally without being at enmity with him in time past, and that by fleeing to one of these cities he might save his life. Bezer in the wilderness on the tableland for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Manassites. This is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies, the statutes, and the ordinances, which Moses spoke to the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt, beyond the Jordan in the valley opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon the king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel defeated when they came out of Egypt. And they took possession of his land in the land of Og, the king of Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites who lived to the east beyond the Jordan, from Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, as far as Mount Sirion, that is, Hermon, together with all the Arabah on the east side of the Jordan, as far as the sea of the Arabah, under the slopes of Pisgah. And Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and the ordinances which I speak in your hearing this day, and you shall learn them and be careful to do them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. Not with our fathers did the Lord make this covenant, but with us, who are all of us here alive this day. The Lord spoke with you face to face at the mountain, out of the midst of the fire, while I stood between the Lord and you at that time, to declare to you the word of the Lord. For you were afraid because of the fire, and you did not go up into the mountain. He said, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who hate me, but showing steadfast love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Observe the Sabbath day to keep it holy, as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter, or your manservant or your maidservant, or your ox or your ass, or any of your cattle, or the sojourner who is within your gates, that your manservant and your maidservant may rest as well as you. You shall remember that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out thence with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother, as the Lord your God commanded you, that your days may be prolonged, and that it may go well with you in the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall not kill, neither shall you commit adultery, neither shall you steal, neither shall you bear false witness against your neighbor, neither shall you covet your neighbor's wife, and you shall not desire your neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is your neighbor's. These words the Lord spoke to all your assembly at the mountain, out of the midst of the fire, the cloud, and the thick darkness, with a loud voice, and he added no more. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone and gave them to me. And when you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders, and you said, Behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have this day seen God speak with man, and man still live. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more. We shall die. For who is there of all flesh that has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of fire, as we have, and has still lived? Go near and hear all that the Lord our God will say, and speak to us all that the Lord our God will speak to you, and we will hear and do it. And the Lord heard your words when you spoke to me, and the Lord said to me, I have heard the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They have rightly said all they have spoken. Oh, that they had such a mind as this always, to fear me and to keep all my commandments, that it might go well with them and with their children forever. Go and say to them, return to your tents, but you stand here by me, and I will tell all the commandment and the statutes and the ordinances which you shall teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess. You shall be careful to do, therefore, as the Lord your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the way which the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live, and that it may go well with you, and that you may live long in the land which you shall possess. Now this is the commandment, the statutes, and the ordinances which the Lord your God commanded me to teach you, that you may do them in the land to which you are going over, to possess it, that you may fear the Lord your God, you and your son and your son's son, by keeping all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and be careful to do them, that it may go well with you, and that you may multiply greatly, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has promised you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. And these words which I command you this day shall be upon your heart, and you shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. And you shall bind them as a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. And when the Lord your God brings you into the land which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you with great and goodly cities which you did not build, and houses full of all good things which you did not fill, and cisterns hewn out which you did not hew, and vineyards and olive trees which you did not plant. And when you eat and are full, then take heed lest you forget the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall fear the Lord your God, and you shall serve him and swear by his name. You shall not go after other gods of the peoples who are around about you. For the Lord your God in the midst of you is a jealous God, lest the anger of the Lord your God be kindled against you, and he destroy you from off the face of the earth. You shall not put the Lord your God to the test, as you tested him at Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and his testimonies and his statutes, which he has commanded you. And you shall do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may go well with you, and that you may go in and take possession of the good land which the Lord swore to give to your fathers, by thrusting out all your enemies from before you, as the Lord has promised. When your son asks you in time to come, what is the meaning of the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinances which the Lord our God has commanded you, then you shall say to your son, we were Pharaoh's slaves in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed signs and wonders, great and grievous, against Egypt and against Pharaoh and all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in and give us land which he swore to give to our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as at this day. And it will be righteousness for us, if we are careful to do all this commandment before the Lord our God, as he has commanded us. When the Lord your God brings you into the land which you are entering to take possession of it, and clears away many nations before you, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than yourselves. And when the Lord your God gives them over to you, and you defeat them, then you must utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them, and show no mercy to them. You shall not make marriages with them, giving your daughters to their sons, or taking their daughters for your sons, for they would turn away your sons from following me to serve other gods. Then the anger of the Lord would be kindled against you, and he would destroy you quickly. But thus shall you deal with them. You shall break down their altars and dash in pieces their pillars, and hew down their Asherim, and burn their graven images with fire. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his own possession, out of all the peoples that are on the face of the earth. It was not because you were more in number than any other people that the Lord set his love upon you and chose you, for you were the fewest of all peoples. But it is because the Lord loves you and is keeping the oath which he swore to your fathers, that the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of bondage, from the hand of the Pharaoh king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord your God is God, the faithful God who keeps covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and requites to their face those who hate him by destroying them. He will not be slack with him who hates him. He will requite him to his face. You shall therefore be careful to do the commandment and the statutes and the ordinances which I command you this day. And because you hearken to these ordinances and keep and do them, the Lord your God will keep with you the covenant and the steadfast love which he swore to your fathers to keep. He will love you, bless you, and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your body and the fruit of your ground, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle and the young of your flock in the land which he swore to your fathers to give you. You shall be blessed above all peoples. There shall not be male or female barren among you or among your cattle. And the Lord will take away from you all sickness and none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which you knew, will he inflict upon you. But he will lay them upon all who hate you, and you shall destroy all the peoples that the Lord your God will give over to you. Your eyes shall not pity them, neither shall you serve their gods, for that would be a snare to you. If you say in your heart, these nations are greater than I, how can I dispossess them? You shall not be afraid of them, but you shall remember what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the great trials which your eyes saw, the signs, the wonders, the mighty hand, and the outstretched arm by which the Lord your God brought you out. So will the Lord your God do to all the peoples of whom you are afraid. Moreover, the Lord your God will send hornets among them until those who are left and hide themselves from you are destroyed. You shall not be in dread of them, for the Lord your God is in the midst of you, a great and terrible God. The Lord your God will clear away these nations before you, little by little. You may not make an end of them at once, lest the wild beasts grow too numerous for you. But the Lord your God will give them over to you and throw them into great confusion until they are destroyed. And he will give their kings into your hand, and you shall make their name perish from under heaven. Not a man shall be able to stand against you until you have destroyed them. The graven images of their gods you shall burn with fire. You shall not covet the silver or the gold that is on them, or take it for yourselves, lest you be ensnared by it, for it is an abomination to the Lord your God. And you shall not bring an abominable thing into your house and become accursed like it. You shall utterly detest and abhor it, for it is an accursed thing. All the commandment which I command you this day you shall be careful to do, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which the Lord swore to give to your fathers. And you shall remember all the way which the Lord your God has led you these 40 years in the wilderness, that he might humble you, testing you to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. And he humbled you and let you hunger and fed you with manna, which you did not know, nor did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man does not live by bread alone, but that man lives by everything that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord. Your clothing did not wear out upon you, and your foot did not swell these 40 years. Know then in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, the Lord your God disciplines you. So you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God by walking in his ways and by fearing him. For the Lord your God is bringing you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and springs, flowing forth in valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, of vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive trees and honey, a land in which you will eat bread without scarcity, in which you will lack nothing, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you can dig copper. And you shall eat and be full, and you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land he has given you. Take heed lest you forget the Lord your God by not keeping his commandments and his ordinances and his statutes, which I command you this day, lest when you have eaten and are full and have built goodly houses and live in them, and when your herds and flocks multiply, and your silver and gold is multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied, then your heart be lifted up, and you forget the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and out of the house of bondage, who led you through the great and terrible wilderness, with its fiery serpents and scorpions and thirsty ground, where there was no water, who brought you water out of the flinty rock, who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers did not know, that he might humble you and test you to do you good in the end. Beware lest you say in your heart, my power and the might of my hand have gotten me this wealth. You shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you power to get wealth, that he may confirm his covenant, which he swore to your fathers, as at this day. And if you forget the Lord your God and go after other gods and serve them and worship them, I solemnly warn you this day that you shall surely perish, like the nations that the Lord makes to perish before you. So shall you perish, because you would not obey the voice of the Lord your God.
Chapter 9. Hear, O Israel, you are to pass over the Jordan this day to go in to disposes nations greater and mightier than yourselves, cities great and fortified up to heaven. A people great and tall, the sons of Anakim, whom you know, and of whom you have heard it said, who can stand before the sons of Anak? Now therefore this day, that he who goes over before you as a devouring fire is the Lord your God. He will destroy them and subdue them before you. So you shall drive them out and make them perish quickly, as the Lord has promised you. Do not say in your heart, after the Lord your God has thrust them out before you, it is because of my righteousness that the Lord has brought me in to possess this land, whereas it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is driving them out before you. Not because of your righteousness or the uprightness of your heart are you going in to possess their land, but because of the wickedness of these nations, the Lord your God is driving them out from before you, and that he may confirm the word which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Know therefore that the Lord your God is not giving you this good land to possess because of your righteousness, for you are a stubborn people. Remember and do not forget how you provoked the Lord your God to wrath in the wilderness from the day you came out of the land of Egypt until you came to this place. You have been rebellious against the Lord. Even at Horeb you provoked the Lord to wrath, and the Lord was so angry with you that he was ready to destroy you. When I went up the mountain to receive the tables of stone, the tables of the covenant which the Lord made with you, I remained on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water. And the Lord gave me the two tablets of stone written with the finger of God, and on them were all the words which the Lord had spoken with you on the mountain, out of the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. And at the end of 40 days and 40 nights, the Lord gave me the two tables of stone, the tablets of the covenant. Then the Lord said to me, Arise, go down quickly from here, for your people whom you have brought from Egypt have acted corruptly. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made themselves a molten image. Furthermore, the Lord said to me, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stubborn people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them and blot out their name from under heaven. And I will make of you a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire, and the two tablets of the covenant were in my two hands. And I looked, and behold, you had sinned against the Lord your God. You had made yourselves a molten calf. You had turned aside quickly from the way which the Lord had commanded you. So I took hold of the two tablets and cast them out of my two hands and broke them before your eyes. Then I lay prostrate before the Lord as before, 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water because of all of the sin which you had committed in doing what was evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure which the Lord bore against you, so that he was ready to destroy you. But the Lord hearkened to me that time also. And the Lord was so angry with Aaron that he was ready to destroy him. And I prayed for Aaron also at the same time. Then I took the sinful thing, the calf which you had made, and burned it with fire and crushed it, grinding it very small, until it was as fine as dust, and I threw the dust of it into the brook that descended out of the mountain. At Taberah also, and at Masha, and at Kimbro, you provoked the Lord to wrath. And when the Lord sent you from Kadesh, saying, Get up and take possession of the land which I have given you, then you rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God, and did not believe him or obey his voice. You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you. So I lay prostrate before the Lord for these 40 days and 40 nights, because the Lord had said he would destroy you. And I prayed to the Lord, O Lord God, destroy not thy people and thy heritage, whom thou hast redeemed through thy greatness, whom thou hast brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember thy servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Do not regard the stubbornness of these people, or their wickedness, or their sin, lest the land from which thou didst bring us say, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land which he had promised them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. For they are thy people and thy heritage, whom thou didst bring out by the great power and by thy outstretched arm. Chapter 10. At that time the Lord said to me, Hew 2 tables of stone like the first, and come up to me on the mountain, and make an ark of wood. And I will write on the tablets the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. So I made an ark of acacia wood, and hewed 2 tables of stone like the first, and went up the mountain with the 2 tables in my hand. And he wrote on the tablets, as at the first writing, the 10 commandments which the Lord had spoken to you on the mountain out of the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. And the Lord gave them to me. Then I turned and came down from the mountain, and put the tablets in the ark which I had made, and there they are, as the Lord commanded me. The people of Israel journeyed from Beeroth to Mershur. Then Aaron died, and there he was buried, and his son Eleazar ministered as priest in his stead. From there they journeyed to Gadga, and from Gadga to Jobatha, a land with brooks of water. At that time the Lord set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord, to minister to him, and to bless in his name to this day. Therefore Levi has no portion or inheritance with his brothers. The Lord is his inheritance, as the Lord your God said to him. I stayed on the mountain as at the first time, 40 days and 40 nights, and the Lord hearkened to me that time also. The Lord was unwilling to destroy you. And the Lord said to me, Arise, go on your journey at the head of the people, that they may go and possess the land which I swore to their fathers to give them. And now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require of you, but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and to keep the commandments and the statutes of the Lord, which I command you this day for your good. Behold, to the Lord your God belong heaven and the heaven of heavens, the earth with all that is in it. Yet the Lord set his heart in love upon your fathers, and chose their descendants after them, you above all peoples, as at this day. Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart, and be no longer stubborn. For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great, the mighty, and the terrible God, who is not partial and takes no bribe. He executes justice for the fatherless and the widow, and loves the sojourner, giving him food and clothing. Love the sojourner, therefore, for you were sojourners in the land of Egypt. You shall fear the Lord your God. You shall serve him and cleave to him, and by his name you shall swear. He is your praise. He is your God, who has done for you these great and terrible things which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down to Egypt 70 persons, and now the Lord your God has made you as the stars of heaven for multitude. Chapter 11. You shall therefore love the Lord your God and keep his charge, his statutes, his ordinances, and his commandments always. And consider this day, since I am not speaking to your children who have not known or seen it, consider the discipline of the Lord your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his outstretched arm, his signs and his deeds which he did in Egypt to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and to all his land, and what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea overflow them as they pursued after you, and how the Lord has destroyed them to this day, and what he did to you in the wilderness until you came to this place, and what he did to Dathan and Abram and the sons of Elab, son of Reuben, how the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up with their households, their tents, and every living thing that followed them in the midst of all Israel. For your eyes have seen all the great work of the Lord which he did. You shall therefore keep all the commandment which I command you this day, that you may be strong, and go in and take possession of the land which you are going over to possess, and that you may live long in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give to them and to their descendants, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land which you are entering to take possession of it is not like the land of Egypt, from which you have come, where you sowed your seed and watered it with your feet, like a garden of vegetables. But the land which you are going over to possess is a land of hills and valleys, which drinks water by the rain from heaven, a land which the Lord your God cares for. The eyes of the Lord your God are always upon it, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And if you will obey my commandments, which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, he will give the rain for your land in its season, the early rain and the later rain, that you may gather in your grain and your wine and your oil. And he will give grass in your fields for your cattle, and you shall eat and be full. Take heed lest your heart be deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them, and the anger of the Lord be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens, so that there be no rain, and the land yield no fruit, and you perish quickly off the good land which the Lord gives you. You shall therefore lay up these words of mine in your heart and in your soul, and you shall bind them as a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall teach them to your children, talking of them when you are sitting in your house, and when you are walking by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. And you shall write them upon the doorposts of your house and upon your gates, that your days and the days of your children may be multiplied in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give them, as long as the heavens are above the earth. For if you will be careful to do all this commandment which I command you to do, loving the Lord your God, walking in all his ways, and cleaving to him, then the Lord will drive out all these nations before you, and you will dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourselves. Every place on which the sole of your foot treads shall be yours. Your territory shall be from the wilderness and Lebanon, and from the river Euphrates, to the western sea. No man shall be able to stand against you. The Lord your God will lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the land that you shall tread, as he promised you. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. The blessing, if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you this day, and the curse, if you do not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside from the way which I command you this day, to go after other gods which you have not known, and when the Lord your God brings you into the land which you are entering to take possession of it, you shall see the blessing on Mount Gerizim and the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not beyond the Jordan, west of the road, toward the going down of the sun, in the land of the Canaanites, who live in the Arbath over against Gilgal, because beside the oak of Moreh? For you are to pass over the Jordan to go in to take possession of the land which the Lord your God gives you. And when you possess it and live in it, you shall be careful to do all the statutes and the ordinances which I set before you this day. Chapter 12. These are the statutes and ordinances which you shall be careful to do in the land which the Lord your God of your fathers has given you to possess all the days that you live upon the earth. You shall surely destroy all the places where the nations whom you shall dispossess serve their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and under every green tree. You shall tear down their altars and dash in pieces their pillars and burn their Asherim with fire. And you shall hew down the graven images of their gods and destroy their name out of that place. You shall not do so to the Lord your God, but you shall seek the place which the Lord your God will choose out of all your tribes to put his name and make his habitation there. Thither you shall go, and thither you shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the offering that you present, your votive offerings, your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herd and of your flock. And there you shall eat before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your households, in all that you undertake, in which the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall not do according to all that we are doing here this day, every man doing whatever is right in his own eyes. For you have not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which the Lord your God gives you. But when you go over the Jordan and live in the land which the Lord your God gives you to inherit, and when he gives you rest from all your enemies round about, so that you live in safety, then to the place which the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell there, thither you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the offering that you present, and all your votive offerings which you vow to the Lord. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters, your men servants and your maid servants, and the Levi that is within your towns, since he has no portion or inheritance with you. Take heed that you do not offer your burnt offerings at every place that you see, but at the place which the Lord will choose in one of your tribes. There you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I am commanding you. However, you may slaughter and eat flesh within any of your towns, as much as you desire, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat of it, as of the gazelle and as of the hart. Only you shall not eat the blood. You shall pour it upon the earth like water. You may not eat within your towns the tithe of your grain, or of your wine, or of your oil, or the firstlings of your herd, or of your flock, or any of your votive offerings which you vow, or your free will offerings, or the offering that you present. But you shall eat them before the Lord your God in the place which the Lord your God will choose, you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your maidservant, and the Levite who is within your towns. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God in all that you undertake. Take heed that you do not forsake the Levite as long as you live in your land. When the Lord your God enlarges your territory as he has promised you, and you say, I will eat flesh, because you crave flesh, you may eat as much flesh as you desire. If the place which the Lord your God will choose to put his name there is too far from you, then you may kill any of your herd or your flock which the Lord has given you, as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your towns as much as you desire. Just as the gazelle or the hart is eaten, so you may eat of it. The unclean and the clean alike may eat of it. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life, and you shall not eat the life with the flesh. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it upon the earth like water. You shall not eat it, that all may go well with you and with your children after you, when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord. But the holy things which are due from you and your votive offerings you shall take, and you shall go to the place which the Lord will choose, and offer your burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, on the altar of the Lord your God. The blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out on the altar of the Lord your God, but the flesh you may eat. Be careful to heed all these words which I command you, that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, when you do what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. When the Lord your God cuts off before you the nations whom you go in to dispossess, and you dispossess them and dwell in their land, take heed that you be not ensnared to follow them after they have been destroyed before you, and that you do not inquire about their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods, that I also may do likewise? You shall not do so to the Lord your God, for every abominable thing which the Lord hates they have done for their gods, for they even burn their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods. Everything that I command you, you shall be careful to do. You shall not add to it or take from it. Chapter 13. If a prophet arises among you, or a dreamer of dreams, and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or wonder which he tells you comes to pass, and if he says, let us go after other gods which you have not known, and let us serve them, you shall not listen to the words of that prophet or to that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul. You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him, and keep his commandments and obey his voice, and you shall serve him and cleave to him. But that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has taught rebellion against the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to make you leave the way in which the Lord your God commanded you to walk. So you shall purge the evil from the midst of you. If your brother, the son of your mother, or your son or your daughter, or the wife of your bosom, or your friend who is your own soul, entices you secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which neither you nor your fathers have known, some of the gods of the peoples that are round about you, whether near you or far off from you, from the one end of the earth to the other, you shall not yield to him or listen to him, nor shall your eye pity him, nor shall you spare him, nor shall you conceal him, but you shall kill him. Your hand shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. You shall stone him to death with stones, because he sought to draw you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and never again do any such wickedness as this among you. If you hear in one of your cities, which the Lord your God gives you to dwell there, that certain base fellows have gone out among you and have drawn away the inhabitants of the city, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known, then you shall inquire and make search and ask diligently. And behold, if it be true and certain that such an abominable thing has been done among you, you shall surely put the inhabitants of that city to the sword, destroying it utterly, all who are in it and its cattle, with the edge of the sword. You shall gather all its spoil into the midst of its open square, and burn the city and all its spoil with fire, as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. It shall be a heap forever, it shall not be built again. None of the devoted things shall cleave to your hand, that the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger and show you mercy, and have compassion on you, and multiply you, as he swore to your fathers, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God, keeping all his commandments which I command you this day, and doing what is right in the sight of the Lord your God. Chapter 14. You are the sons of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves or make any baldness on your foreheads for the dead, for you are a people holy to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be a people for his own possession out of all the peoples that are on the face of the earth. You shall not eat any abominable thing. These are the animals you may eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the hart, the gazelle, the roebuck, the wild goat, the ibex, the antelope, and the mountain sheep. Every animal that parts the hoof and has the hoof cloven in two, and chews the cud among the animals you may eat. Yet of those that chew the cud or have the hoof cloven, you shall not eat these: the camel, the hare, and the rock badger, because they chew the cud but do not part the hoof, are unclean for you. And the swine, because it parts the hoof but does not chew the cud, is unclean for you. Their flesh you shall not eat, and their carcasses you shall not touch. Of all that are in the waters you may eat these: whatever has fins and scales you may eat, and whatever does not have fins and scales you shall not eat. It is unclean for you. You may eat all clean birds, but these are the ones which you shall not eat: the eagle, the vulture, the osprey, the buzzard, the kite after their kinds, every raven after its kind, the ostrich, the nighthawk, the seagull, the hawk after their kinds, the little owl and the great owl, the water hen and the pelican, the carrigan vulture and the cormorant, the stork, the heron after their kinds, the hoopoe and the bat, and all winged insects are unclean for you. They shall not be eaten. All clean winged things you may eat. You shall not eat anything that dies of itself. You may give it to the alien who is within your towns, that he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner, for you are a people holy to the Lord your God. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. You shall tithe all the yield of your seed, which comes forth from the field year by year, and before the Lord your God in the place which he will choose to make his name dwell there, you shall eat the tithe of your grain. of your wine and of your oil, and the firstlings of your herd and flock, that you may learn to fear the Lord your God always. And if the way is too long for you, so that you are not able to bring the tithe when the Lord your God blesses you, because the place is too far from you, which the Lord your God chooses to set his name there, then you shall turn it into money, and bind up the money in your hand, and go to the place which the Lord your God chooses, and spend the money for whatever you desire, oxen or sheep, or wine or strong drink, whatever your appetite craves. And you shall eat there before the Lord your God, and rejoice, you and your household. And you shall not forsake the Levite who is within your towns, for he has no portion or inheritance with you. At the end of every 3 years you shall bring forth all the tithe of your produce in the same year, and lay it up within your towns. And the Levite, because he has no portion or inheritance with you, and the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow who are within your towns, shall come and eat and be filled, that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands that you do.
15?
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, that chair's probably better.
Yeah.
It's higher.
Much.
Thank you. At the end of every 7 years, you shall grant a release, and this is the manner of the release. Every creditor shall release what he has lent to his neighbor. He shall not exact it of his neighbor, his brother, because the Lord's release has been proclaimed. Of a foreigner you may exact it, but whatever of yours is with you, brother, your hand shall release. But there will be no poor among you, for the Lord will bless you in the land which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance to possess. If only you will obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all this commandment which I commend you this day. For the Lord your God will bless you as he promised you, and you shall lend to many nations. But you shall not borrow, and you shall rule over many nations, but they shall not rule over you. If there is among you a poor man, one of your brethren, in any of your towns within your land, which the Lord your God gives you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hand against your poor brother, but you shall open your hand to him and lend him significant for his need, whatever it may be. Take heed lest there be a base thought in your heart, and you say, the 7th year, the year of release is near, and your eye be hostile to your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cry to the Lord against you, and it be sin in you. You shall give to him freely, and your heart shall not be grudging when you give to him, because for this the Lord your God will bless you in all your work and in all your undertake. For the poor will never cease out of the land. Therefore I commend you. You shall open wide your hand to your brother, to the needy and to the poor in the land. If your brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, is sold to you, he shall serve you 6 years, and in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you. And when you let him go free from you, You shall not let him go empty-handed. You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, out of your threshing floor, and out of your winepress. As the Lord your God has blessed you, you shall give to him. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this day. But if he says to you, I will not go out from you, because he loves you and your household, since he fares well with you, you then shall take an awl and thrust it through his ear into the door, and he shall be your bondman forever. And to your bondwoman you shall do likewise. It shall not seem hard to you when you let him go free from you, for at half the cost of a hired servant he was served you 6 years. So the Lord your God will bless you in all that you do. All the firstling males that are born of your herd and flock you shall consecrate to the Lord your God. You shall do no work with the firstling of your herd, nor shear the firstling of your flock. You shall eat it, you and your household, before the Lord your God, year by year at the place which the Lord will choose. But if it has any blemish, if it is lame or blind or has any serious blemish whatever, you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. You shall eat it within your towns. The unclean and the clean alike may eat it, as though it were a gazelle or a hart. Only you shall not eat its blood. You shall pour it out on the ground like water. Reserve the mouth of Ab and keep the Passover to the Lord your God. For in the mouth of Ab the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt by night, and you shall offer the Passover sacrifice to the Lord your God from the flock or the herd, at which the place which the Lord will choose to make his name dwell there. You shall eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat it with unleavened bread, the bread of affliction, for you came out of the land of Egypt in a hurried flight, that all the days of your life you may remember the day when you came out of the land of Egypt. No leaven shall be seen with you in all your territory for 7 days, nor shall any of the flesh which you sacrifice on the evening of the first day remain all night until morning. You may not offer the Passover sacrifice with any of your towns which the Lord your God gives you, but at the place which the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell in it, there you shall offer the Passover sacrifice in the evening at the going down of the sun, and at the time you came out of Egypt. And you shall boil it and eat it at the place which the Lord your God will choose. And in the morning you shall turn and go to your tents. For 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God. You shall do no work on it. You shall count 7 weeks. Begin to count the 7 weeks from the time you first put the sickle to the standing grain. Then you shall keep the feast of weeks to the Lord your God with the tribute of a freewill offering from your hand, which you shall give as the Lord your God blesses you. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your maidservant, the Levite who is within your towns, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow who are among you at the place which the Lord your God will choose, to make his name dwell there. You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and that you shall be careful to observe these statutes. You shall keep the feast of the booths 7 days, when you make your ingathering from your threshing floor and your winepress, and you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your maidservant, the Levite, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow who are within your town. For 7 days you shall keep the feast to the Lord your God at the place which the Lord shall choose, because the Lord your God will bless you in all your produce and all the works of your hands, so that you will be altogether joyful. 3 times a year all your males shall appear before the Lord your God at the place which he will choose, and at the feast of unleavened bread, at the feast of weeks, and at the feast of booths. They shall not appear before the Lord empty-handed. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given you. You shall appoint judges and officers in your towns, which the Lord your God gives you, according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. You shall not pervert justice, you shall not show partiality, and you shall not take a bride, for a bride blinds the eyes of the wise and servants the cause of the righteous. Justice and only justice you shall follow, that you may live and inherit the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall not plant any trees as Asherim beside the altar of the Lord your God, which you shall make. And you shall not set up a pillar which the Lord your God hates. You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God an ox or a sheep in which is a blemish, any defect whatsoever, for that is an abomination to the Lord your God. If there is found among you with any of your towns, which the Lord your God gives you, a man or woman who does what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God, in transgressing his covenant, and has gone and served other gods and worshiped them, or the sun or the moon or any of the host of heaven, which I have forbidden, and it is told you, and you hear of it, then you shall acquire diligently, and if it is true and certain that such an abominable thing has been done in Israel, then you shall bring forth to your gates that man or woman who has done this evil thing, and you shall stone that man or woman and to death with stones, and on evidence of 2 witnesses or of 3 witnesses, he that is to die shall be put to death. A person shall not be put to death on the evidence of 1 witness. The hand of the witnesses shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. So you shall purge the evil from the midst of you. If any case arises requiring decisions between one kind of a homicide and another, one kind of legal right and another, or one kind of assault and another, any case within your towns which is too difficult for you, then you shall rise and go up to the place which the Lord your God will choose, and coming to the Levitical priest, and to the judge who is in office. In these days you shall consult them, and they shall declare to you the decision. Then you shall do according to what they declare to you from the place which the Lord will choose, and you shall be careful to do according to all they direct you, according to the instructions which they give you, and according to the decision which they pronounce to you. You shall do, you shall not turn aside from the verdict which they declare to you, either to the right hand or to the left. The man who acts presumptuously by not obeying the priest who stands to minister there before the Lord your God, or the judge, that man shall die. So you shall purge the evil from Israel, and all the people shall hear and fear and not act presumptuously again. When you come to the land which the Lord your God gives you, and you possess it and dwell in it, and they say, I will set a king over me, like all the nations that are round about me. You may indeed set a king over him whom the Lord your God will choose. One from among your brethren you shall set a king over you. You may not put a foreigner over you who is not your brother. Only he must not multiply horses for himself, or cause the people to return to Egypt in order to multiply horses, since the Lord has said to you, you shall never return that way again. And he shall not multiply wives for himself, lest his heart turn away, nor shall he greatly multiply for himself silver or gold. And when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, he shall write for himself in a book a copy of this law. From that which is in charge of the Levitical priest, and it shall be with him, and he shall read it in all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God by keeping all the words of this law and these statutes, and doing them, that his heart may not be lifted up above his brethren, and that he may not turn aside from the commandment, either to the right hand or to the left, so that he may continue long in his kingdom, he and his children in Israel. The Levitical priests, that is, all the tribe of Levi, shall have no portion or inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings by the fire to the Lord and his rightful dues. They shall have no inheritance among their brethren, and the Lord is their inheritance, as he promised them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from those offering the sacrifice. Whether it be ox or sheep, they shall give to the priest the shoulder and the 2 cheeks and the stomach, the first fruits of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the first of the fleece of your sheep you shall give him. For the Lord your God has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand and minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. And if a Levite come from any of your towns out of all Israel where he lives, and he may come when he desires to the place which the Lord will choose, then he may minister in the name of the Lord his God, like all his fellow Levites who stand to minister there before the Lord. They shall have equal portions to eat, besides what he receives from the sale of his property. When you come into the land which the Lord your God gives you, you shall not learn to follow the abominable practice of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone who burns his son or his daughter as an offering. Anyone who practices deviation, a soothsayer, or an augur, or a sorcerer, or a charmer, or a medium, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord. And because of these abominable practices, the Lord your God is driving them out before you. You shall be blameless before the Lord your God. For these nations which you are about to dispose, give heed to the soothsayers and to the diviners. But as for you, the Lord your God has not allowed you so to do. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among you, from your brethren. Him you shall heed, just as you desire of the Lord your God at Hebron. And on the day of the assembly, when you said, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, or to see this great fire anymore, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, they have rightly said all that they have spoken. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brethren, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I command him. And whoever will not give heed to my words, which he shall seek in my name, I myself will require it of him. But the prophet who presumes to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that same prophet shall die. And if you say in your heart, how may we know the word which the Lord has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the word does not come to pass or comes true, that is a word which the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it, and presumptuously you need not be afraid of him. When the Lord your God cuts off the nation whose land the Lord your God gives you, and you dispose them and dwell in their cities and in their houses, you shall set apart 3 cities for you in the land which the Lord your God gives you to possess. You shall prepare the roads and divide into 3 parts the area of the land which the Lord your God gives you as a possession, so that any manslayer can flee to them. This is the provision for the manslayer, who by fleeing there may save his life. If anyone kills his neighbor unintentionally, without having been enmity with him in time past, as when a man goes into the forest with his neighbor to cut wood, and his hand swings the axe to cut down a tree, and the head tips from the tree and slips from the handle and strikes his neighbor so that he dies, he may flee to one of these cities and save his life. Lest the avenger of blood, his hot anger, pursues him, and the manslayer, and overtake him, because the way is long, and wound him mortally, though the man did not deserve to die, since he was not at enmity with his neighbor in time past. Therefore I command you, you shall set apart these 3 cities, and if the Lord your God enlarges your border, as he has sworn to your fathers, and gives you all the land which he promised to give to your fathers, provide you are careful to keep all this commandment which I command you this day. by loving the Lord your God and by walking ever in his ways. Then you shall add 3 other cities to these 3, lest innocent blood be shed in your land, which the Lord your God gives you for inheritance. And so the guilt of blood shed be before you. But if any man hates his neighbor and lies in wait for him and attacks him and wounds him mortally so that he dies, and the man flees into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him from there and hand him over to the avenger of blood so that he may die. Your eyes shall not pity him, but you shall purge the guilt of innocent blood from Israel so that it may be well with you. In the inheritance which you will hold in the land that the Lord your God gives you to possess, you shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which the men of old have set. As a single witness shall not prevail against a man for any crime or for any wrong in connection with any offense that he has committed. Only on the evidence of 2 witnesses or of 3 witnesses shall a charge be sustained. If a malicious witness rises against any man to accuse him of wrongdoing, then both parties to the dispute shall appear before the Lord, before the priest and the judges who are office in those days. The judges shall inquire diligently, and if the witness is a false witness and has accused his brother falsely, then you shall do to him as he has meant to do to his brother. So you shall purge the evil from the midst of you, and the rest shall hear and fear and shall never again commit any evil among you. Your eyes shall not pity, it shall be life for life, eye for eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a hand for a hand, a foot for a foot. When you go forth to war against your enemies and see horses and chariots and an army larger than your own, you shall not be afraid of them, for the Lord your God is with you, who brought you up. Out of the land of Egypt, and when you draw near to the battle, the priest shall come forward and speak to the people, and shall say to them, Hear, O Israel, you draw near this day to the battle against your enemies. Let not your heart faint. Do not fear or tremble or be in dread of them. For the Lord your God is he that goes with you to fight for you against your enemies, to give you the victory. Then the officers shall speak to the people, saying, What man is there that has built a new house and has not dedicated it? Let him go back to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. And what man is there that has planted a vineyard and has not enjoyed its fruit? Let him go back to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man enjoy his fruit. And what man is there that has betrothed a wife and has not taken her? Let him go back to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. And the officers shall speak further to the people and say, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go back to his house, lest the heart of this fellow melt in his heart. And when the officers have made an end of speaking to the people, the commanders shall be appointed at the head of the people. When you draw near to a city to fight against it, Offer terms of peace to it, and if its answer to you is peace, and it opens to you, then then all the people who are found in it shall do forced labor for you and shall serve you. But if it makes no peace with you, but makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all its males to the sword. But the women and the little ones, the cattle and everything else in the city, all is spoil, you shall take as bounty for yourselves, and you shall enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall do to all the cities which are very far from you, which are not cities of the nations here, but in the cities of these peoples that the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance, you shall save alive nothing that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them, the Hittites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded, that they may not teach you to do according to all their abominable practices, which they have done in the service of their gods, and so to sin against the Lord your God. When you besiege a city for a long time, making war against it, in order to take it, you shall not destroy its trees by wielding an axe against them, for you may eat of them, but you shall not cut them down. Are the trees in the field men that they should be besieged by you? Only the trees which you know are not trees for food you may destroy and cut down, that you may build siege works against the city that makes war with you until it falls. If in the land which, I'll just read for one little bit more. If in the land which the Lord your God gives you to possess, anyone is found slain, lying in the open country, and it is not known who killed him, then your elders and your judges shall come forth, and they shall measure the distance to the cities which are around him that is slain. And the elders of the city which is nearest to the slain man shall take a heifer which has never been worked and which is not pulled to the yoke. And the elders of the city shall bring the heifer down to the valley with running water, which is neither plowed nor sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. And the priests, the sons of the Levi, shall come forward, for the Lord your God has chosen them to minister to him and to bless in the name of the Lord. And by their word every dispute and every assault shall be settled. And all the elders of that city nearest to the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley, and they shall testify, our hands did not shed this blood, neither did our eyes see it shed. Forgive, O Lord, these people, Israel, who thou hast redeemed, and set not the guilt of innocent blood in the midst of thy people Israel, but let the guilt of blood be forgiven them. So you shall purge the guilt of innocent blood from your midst when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord. Okay, so we have Deuteronomy 21, verse 10. Okay. Is where it starts. Thank you.
When you go forth to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God gives them into your hands, and you take them captive, and see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you have desire for her, and would take her for yourself as wife, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails. And she shall put off her captive garb, and shall remain in your house, and bewail your father and her mother a full month. After that you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. Then if you have no delight in her, you shall let her go where she will. But you shall not sell her for money, you shall not treat her as a slave, since you have humiliated her. If a man has 2 wives, the one loved and the other disliked, and they have borne him children, both the loved and the disliked, and if the firstborn son is hers that is disliked, then on the day when he assigns his possessions as an inheritance to his sons, he may not treat the son of the loved as the firstborn in preference to the son of the disliked, who is the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the disliked, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the first issue of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and though they chastise him, will not give heed to them, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of the city at the gate of the place where he lives. And they shall say to the elders of his city, "This our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard." Then all the men of the city shall stone him to death with stones. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel shall hear and fear. And if a man has committed a crime punishable by death, and he is put to death, and you hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but you shall bury him the same day. For a hanged man is accursed by God. You shall not defile your land which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance. You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and withhold your help from them. You shall take them back to your brother. And if he is not near you, or if you do not know him, you shall bring it home to your house, and it shall be with you until your brother seeks it. Then you shall restore it to him. And so you shall do this with his ass. You shall do this with his garment. So shall you do this with any lost thing of your brother's, which he loses and you find. You may not withhold your help. You shall not see your brother's ass or his ox fallen down by the way, and withhold your help from them. You shall help him to lift them up again. A woman shall not wear anything that pertains to a man, nor shall a man put on a woman's garment, for whoever does these things is an admonition to the Lord your God. If you chance to come upon a bird's nest in any tree or on the ground, with young ones or eggs, and the mother sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, you shall not take the mother with the young. You shall let the mother go, but the young you may take to yourself, that it may go well with you, and that you may live long. When you build a new house, you shall make a parapet for your roof, that you should not bring the guilt of blood upon your house if anyone falls from it. You shall not sow your vineyard with 2 kinds of seed, lest the whole yield be forfeited to the sanctuary, the crop which you have sown, and the yield of the vineyard. You shall not plow with an ox and an ass together. You shall not wear a mingled stuff, wool, and linen together. You shall make yourself tassels on the 4 corners of your cloak, with which you cover yourself. If any man takes a wife and goes into her, and then spurns her, and charges her with shameful conduct, and brings an evil name upon her, saying, "I took this woman, and when I came near her, I did not find in her the tokens of virginity," then the father of the young woman and her mother shall take and bring out the tokens of her virginity to the elders of the city in the gate. And the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, "I gave my daughter to this man to wife, and he spurns her. And lo, he has made shameful charges against her, saying, I did not find in your daughter the tokens of virginity. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity." And they shall spread the garment before the elders of the city. Then the elders of that city shall take the man and whip him, and they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and give them to the father of the young woman, because he has brought an evil upon a virgin of Israel. And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. But if the thing is true, that the tokens of virginity were not found in the young woman, then they shall bring out the young woman to the door of her father's house, and the men of the city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has wrought folly in Israel by playing the harlot in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from the midst of you. If a man is found lying with the wife of another man, both of them shall die, the man who lay with the woman and the woman, so you shall purge the evil from Israel. If there is a betrothed virgin and a man meets her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of the city, and you shall stone them to death with stones, the young woman because she did not cry for help, though she was in the city, and the man because he violated his neighbor's wife. So you shall purge the evil from the midst of you. But if in an open country a man meets a young woman who is betrothed, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lie with her shall die. But to the young woman you shall do nothing. In the young woman there is no offense punishable by death, for this case is like that of a man attacking and murdering his neighbor, because he came upon her in the open country. And though the betrothed young woman cried for help, there was no one to rescue her. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he has violated her. He may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's wife, nor shall he uncover her who is his father's. He whose testicles are crushed or whose male member is cut off shall not enter the assembly of the Lord. No bastard shall enter the assembly of the Lord. Even to the 10th generation, none of his descendants shall enter the assembly of the Lord. No Ammonite or Moabite shall enter the assembly of the Lord. Even to the 10th generation, none belonging to them shall enter the assembly of the Lord forever, because they did not meet you with bread and with water on the way when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against you Balaam the son of Beor from Pethor or Mesopotamia to curse you. Nevertheless, the Lord your God would not heartbreak to Balaam, but the Lord your God turned the curse into a blessing for you, because the Lord your God loved you. You shall not seek their peace or their prosperity all your days forever. You shall not abhor an Ammonite, for he is your brother. You shall not abhor an Egyptian, because you were a sojourner in his land. The children of the 3rd generation that are born to them may enter the assembly of the Lord. When you go forth against your enemies and are encamped, then you shall keep yourself from every evil thing. If there is among you any man who is not clean by reason of what chances to him by night, then he shall go outside the camp. He shall not come into the camp. But when evening comes on, he shall bathe himself in water, and when the sun is down, he may come within the camp. You shall have a place outside the camp, and you shall go out to it, and you shall have a stick with your weapons. And when you sit down outside, you shall dig a hole with it, and turn back and cover up your excrement, because the Lord your God walks in the midst of your camp to save you and to give your enemies before you. Therefore your camp must be holy, that he may not see anything indecent among you and turn away from you. You shall not give up to him, his master, a slave who has escaped from his master to you. He shall dwell with you in your midst, in the place which he shall choose within one of your towns, where it pleases him best. You shall not oppress him. There shall be no cult prostitute of the daughters of Israel, neither shall there be a cult prostitute of the sons of Israel. You shall not bring the hire of a harlot or the wages of a dog into the house of the Lord your God in payment for any vow, for both of these are an admonition to the Lord your God. You shall not lend upon interest to your brother, interest on money, interest on victuals, interest on anything that is lent for interest. To a foreigner you may lend upon interest, but to your brother you shall not lend upon interest, that the Lord your God may bless you in all that you undertake in the land which you are entering to take possession of it. When you make a vow to the Lord your God, you shall not be slack to pay for it, for the Lord your God will surely require it of you, and it would be a sin in you. But if you refrain from vowing, it shall be no sin in you. You shall be careful to perform what has passed your lips, for you have voluntarily vowed to the Lord your God what you have promised with your mouth. When you go into your neighbor's vineyard, you may eat your fill of grapes, as many as you wish, but you shall not put any in your vessel. When you go into your neighbor's standing grain, you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not put a sickle to your neighbor's standing grain. When a man takes a wife and marries her, if then she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some indecency in her, and he writes her a bill of divorce and puts in her hand and sends her out of his house, and she departs out of his house, and if she goes and becomes another man's wife, and the latter husband dislikes her and writes her a bill of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out of his house, or if the latter husband dies who took her to be his wife, then the former husband who sent her away may not take her again to be his wife after she has been defiled, for that is an admonition before the Lord, and you shall not bring guilt upon the land which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance. When a man is newly married, he shall not go out with the army or be charged with any business. He shall be free at home 1 year to be happy with his wife whom he has taken. No man shall take a mill or an upper millstone in pledge, for he would be taking a life in pledge. If a man is found stealing one of his brethren, the people of Israel, and if he treats him as a slave or sells him, then that thief shall die, so you shall purge the evil from the midst of you. Take heed, in an attack of leprosy, to be careful to do according to all that the Levitical priests shall direct you. As I commanded them, so you shall be careful to do. Remember that the Lord your God did to Miriam on the way as you came forth out of Egypt. When you make your neighbor alone of any act of any sort, you shall not go into the house to fetch his pledge. You shall stand outside, and the man whom you make the loan shall bring the pledge to you. And if he is a poor man, you shall not sleep in his pledge. When the sun goes down, you shall restore to him the pledge that he may sleep in his cloak, and bless you, and it shall be righteousness to you before the Lord your God. You shall not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether he is one of your brothers or one of the sojourners who are in your land within your towns. You shall give him his hire on the day he earns it, before the sun goes down, for he is poor and sets his heart upon it, lest he cry against you and the Lord, and it be sin in you. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, nor shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. You shall not pervert this justice due to the sojourner, or to the fatherless, or take a widow's garment in pledge. You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you from there. Therefore I command you to do this. When you reap your harvest in your field, and you have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go back into it. It shall be for the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow, that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive trees, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not glean it afterward. It shall be for the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command you to do this. If there is a dispute between men and they come into the court, and the judges decide between them, acquitting the innocent and condemning the guilty, then if the guilty man deserves to be beaten, the judge shall cause him to lie down and be beaten in his presence with a number of stripes in proportion to his offense. 40 stripes may be given him, but not more, lest if one should go on to beat him with more stripes than you, your brother be degraded in your sight. You shall not muzzle an ox when it treads out the grain. If brothers dwell together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the dead shall not be married outside the father to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in to her and take her as his wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. And the first son whom she bears shall succeed to the name of the brother who is dead. That is, that his name may not be blotted out of Israel. And if the man does not wish to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate to the elders and say, My husband's brother refuses to perpetuate his brother's name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak to him, and if he persists, saying, I do not wish to take her, then his brother's wife shall go up to him in the presence of the elders, and pull his sandal off his foot, and spit in his face, and she shall answer and say, So shall it be done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. And the name of his house shall be called in Israel, the house of him that had his sandal pulled off. When men fight with one another, and the wife of the one draws near to rescue her husband from the hand of him who is beating him, and puts out her hand and seizes him by the private parts, then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall have no pity. You shall not have in your bag 2 kinds of weights, a large and a small. You shall not have in your house 2 kinds of measures, a large and a small. A full and just weight shall have a full and just measure. You shall have, that your days may be prolonged in the land which the Lord your God gives you. For all who do such things, all who act dishonestly, are an admonition in the Lord your God. Remember what Amalek did to you on the way as you came out of Egypt, how he attacked you on the way when you were faint and weary, and cut off your ear, all who lagged behind you, and you did not fear God. Therefore, when the Lord your God has given you rest from all your enemies around you in the land which the Lord your God gives you for the inheritance to possess, you shall blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. You shall not forget. When you come into the land which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance, and have taken possession of it, and live in it, you shall take some of the first of all the fruit of the ground which you harvest from your land, that the Lord your God gives you, and you shall put it in a basket, and you shall go to the place where the Lord your God will choose to make his name to dwell there. And you shall go to the priest who is in his office at the time, and say to him, I declare this day to the Lord your God that I have come into the land which the Lord swore to our fathers to give us. Then the priest shall take the basket from your hand and set it down before the altar of the Lord your God. And you shall response before the Lord your God. A wandering Amorite was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there, few in number, and there he became a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians treated us harshly and afflicted us and laid upon us hard bondage. Then we cried to the Lord, the God of our fathers, and the Lord heard our voice and saw our afflictions, our toil, and our oppression. And the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, with great terror, with signs and wonders. And he brought us into this place and gave us the land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And behold, now I bring the first fruit of the ground, which thou, O Lord, hast given me. And you shall set it down before the Lord your God, and worship before the Lord your God. And you shall rejoice in all the good which the Lord your God has given you to your house, you and the Levite, and the sojourner who is amongst you. When you have finished paying all the tithe of your produce in the 3rd year, which is the year of tithing, giving it to the Levite, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within your towns and be filled, then you shall say before the Lord your God, I have removed the sacred portion out of my house, and moreover I have given it to the Levite, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow, according to all the commandment which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed any of thy commandments, neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten of the tithe while I was mourning, or removed any of it while I was unclean, or offered any of it to the dead. I have obeyed the voice of the Lord my God. I have done according to all that has commanded me. Look down from thy holy habitation, from heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the ground which thou hast given us, as thou didst swear to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. This day the Lord your God commands you to do these statutes and ordinances. You shall therefore be careful to do them with all your heart and all your soul. You have declared this day concerning the Lord that he is your God, and that you will walk in his ways and keep his statutes and his commandments and his ordinances, and will obey his voice. And the Lord has declared this day concerning you that you are people for his possession, as he has promised you, and that you are to keep all his commandments, that he will set you high above all nations, that he has made in praise and in fame and in honor, and that you shall be a holy people, holy to the Lord your God, who has spoken. Now Moses and the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, Keep all the commandments which I command to you this day. On this day you pass over the Jordan to the land which the Lord your God gives you. You shall set up larger stones and plaster them with plaster, and you shall write upon them all the words of the law when you pass over to enter the land which the Lord your God gives you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as the Lord your God, the God of your fathers, has promised you. And when you have passed over the Jordan, you shall set up these stones concerning which I command you to the day on Mount Ebal, and you shall plaster them with plaster. And there you shall build an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stone. You shall lift up no iron wrought tool upon them. You shall build an altar to the Lord your God of unhewn stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings on it to the Lord your God. And you shall sacrifice peace offerings, and you shall eat there, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God. And you shall write upon the stones all the words of the law very plainly. And Moses and the Levitical priests said to all Israel, Keep silence and hear, O Israel, this day you have become the people of the Lord your God. You shall therefore obey the voice of the Lord your God, keeping his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, When you have passed over the Jordan, these shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. And these shall stand upon Mount Ebal for the curse, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall declare to all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man who makes a graven or molten image, an admonition to the Lord, a thing made by the hands of a craftsman, and sets it up in secret. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be the man, he who dishonors his father and his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who removes his neighbor's landmark. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who misleads a blind man on a road. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed shall be he who perverts the justice due to the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who lies with his father's wife, because he has uncovered her who is his father's. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who lies with any kind of beast, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who lies with his sister, whether the daughters of his father or daughters of his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who lies with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who slays his neighbors in secret, all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who takes a bribe to slay an innocent person, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he who does not confirm the words of this law by doing them, and all the people shall say, Amen. And if you obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments which I command you this day, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth, and all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you. If you obey the voice of the Lord your God, blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your beasts, the increase of your cattle, and the young of your flock. Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading trough. Blessed you shall be when you come in, and blessed shall be you when you go out. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessing upon you in your barns and in all that you undertake, and he will bless you in the land which the Lord your God gives you. The Lord will establish you as a people holy to himself, as he has sworn to you, if you keep the commandments of the Lord your God and walk in his ways. And all the peoples of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of you. And the Lord will make you abound in prosperity, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your ground, within the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give you. The Lord will open to you his good treasury, the heavens, to give the rain to your land in its season, and to bless all the work of your hands. And you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. And the Lord will make you the head and not the tail, and you shall tend upon only and not downward. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you on this day, being careful to do them, and if you do not turn aside from any of the words which I command you this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. But if you will not obey the voice of the Lord your God, or be careful to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command you this day, then all these curses shall be upon you and overtake you. Cursed you will be in the city, and cursed shall you be in the field. Cursed shall your basket and your kneading trough. Cursed shall be the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your ground, and the increase of your cattle, and the young of your flock. Cursed shall be you when you come in, and cursed you be when you go out. The Lord will send upon you curses, confusion, and frustration in all that you undertake to do, until you are destroyed and perish quickly on account of the evil of your doings, because you have forsaken me. The Lord will make the pestilence cleave to you until he has consumed you off the land, and you are entering to take possession of it. The Lord will smite you with consumption, and with fever, inflammation, and fury, heat, with drought, and with blasting, and with mildew. They shall pursue you until you perish, and the heavens over your head shall be brass, and the earth under you be iron. The Lord will make the rain on your land powder, and dust from heaven shall come down upon you until you are destroyed. verse 25.
I'm beginning at verse 25, Deuteronomy chapter 28. The Lord will cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You shall go out one way against them and flee 7 ways before them, and you shall be a horror to all the kingdoms of the earth. And your dead bodies shall be food for all birds of the air and for the beasts of the earth, and there shall be no one to frighten them away. The Lord will smite you with the boils of Egypt, and with ulcers and the scurvy and the itch of which you cannot be healed. The Lord will smite you with madness and blindness and confusion of mind, and you shall grope at noonday, as the blind grope in the darkness, and you shall not prosper in your ways. And you shall be only oppressed and robbed continually, and there shall be no one to help you. You shall betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, and you shall not dwell in it. You shall plant a vineyard, and you shall not use the fruit of it. Your ox shall be slain before your eyes, and you shall not eat of it. Your ass shall be violently taken away before your face, and shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given to your enemies, and there shall be no one to help you. Your sons and your daughters shall be given to another people, while your eyes look on and fail with longing for them all the day. And it shall not be in the power of your hand to prevent it. A nation which you have not known shall eat up the fruit of your ground and of your labors, and you shall be only oppressed and crushed continually, so that you shall be driven mad by the sight which your eyes shall see. The Lord will smite you on the knees and on the legs with grievous boils of which you cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot to the crown of your head. The Lord will bring you and your king, whom you have set over you, to a nation that neither you nor your fathers have known, and there you shall serve other gods of wood and stone. And you shall become a horror, a proverb, a byword among all the peoples where the Lord will lead you away. You shall carry much seed into the field, and shall gather little in, for the locust shall consume it. You shall plant vineyards and dress them, but you shall neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. You shall have olive trees throughout your territory, but you shall not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olives shall drop off. You shall beget sons and daughters, but they shall not be yours, for they shall go into captivity. All your trees and the fruit of your ground the locust shall possess. The sojourner who is among you shall mount above you higher and higher, and you shall come down lower and lower. He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. All these curses shall come upon you and persecute you and overtake you, until you are destroyed, because you did not obey the voice of the Lord your God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded you. They shall be upon you as a sign and a wonder upon your descendants forever. Because you did not serve the Lord your God with joyfulness and gladness of heart, by reason of the abundance of all things, therefore you shall serve your enemies whom the Lord shall send against you, in hunger and thirst, in nakedness and in want of all things, and he will put a yoke of iron upon your neck until he has destroyed you. The Lord will bring a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose language you do not understand, a nation of stern countenance, who shall not regard the person of the old or show favor to the young, and shall eat the offspring of your cattle and the fruit of your ground, until you are destroyed. Who also shall not leave you grain, wine, or oil, the increase of your cattle or the young of your flock, until they have caused you to perish. They shall besiege you in all your towns until your high and fortified walls, in which you trusted, come down throughout your land. And they shall besiege you in all your towns throughout all your land, which the Lord your God has given you. And you shall eat the offspring of your own body, the flesh of your sons and daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you, in the siege and in the distress with which your enemy shall distress you. The man who is the most tender and delicately bred among you will grudge food to his brother, to the wife of his bosom, and to the last of the children who remain to him, so that he will not give to any of them any of the flesh of his children whom he is eating, because he has nothing left him in the siege and in the distress in which your enemy shall distress you and all your towns. The most tender and delicately bred woman among you, whom would not venture to set the sole of her foot upon the ground, because she is so delicate and tender, shall grudge to the husband of her bosom, to her son and her daughter, her afterbirth that comes out from between her feet and her children whom she bears, because she will eat them secretly, for want of all things, in the siege and in the distress with which your enemy shall distress you in your towns. If you are not careful to do all the words of this law, which are written in this book, that you may fear this glorious and awful name, the Lord your God, then the Lord will bring on you and your offspring extraordinary afflictions, afflictions severe and lasting, and sickness grievous and lasting. And he will bring upon you again all the diseases of Egypt, which you were afraid of, and they shall cleave to you. Every sickness also and every affliction which is not recorded in the book of this law, the Lord will bring upon you until you are destroyed. Whereas you were as the stars of heaven for multitude, you shall be left few in number, because you did not obey the voice of the Lord your God. And as the Lord took delight in doing you good and multiplying you, so the Lord will take delight in bringing ruin upon you and destroying you, and you shall be plucked off the land which you are entering to take possession of it. And the Lord will scatter you among all the peoples, from one end of the earth to the other. And there you shall serve other gods of wood and stone, which neither you nor your fathers have known. And among these nations you shall find no ease, and there shall be no rest for the sole of your foot. But the Lord will give you there a trembling heart and failing eyes and a languishing soul. Your life shall hang in doubt before you. Night and day you shall be in dread and have no assurance of your life. In the morning you shall say, would it were evening? And in the evening you shall say, would it were for morning? Because of the dread which your heart shall fear, and the sights which your eyes shall see. And the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt, a journey which I promised that you should never make again, and there you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no man will buy you. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the people of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant which he had made with them at Horeb. And Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, you have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants and to all his land, the great trials which your eyes saw, the signs and those great wonders. But to this day the Lord has not given you a mind to understand, or eyes to see, or ears to hear. I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not worn out upon you, and your sandals have not worn off your feet. and you have not eaten bread, and you have not drunk wine or strong drink, that you may know that I am the Lord your God. And when you came to this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us to battle, but we defeated them. We took their land and gave it for an inheritance to the Reubenites and Gadites and half-tribe of the Manassites. Therefore be careful to do the words of this covenant, that you may prosper in all that you do. You stand this day, all of you, before the Lord your God, the heads of your tribes, your elders and your officers, all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and the sojourner who is in your camp, both he who hews your wood and he who draws your water, that you may enter into this sworn covenant of the Lord your God, which the Lord your God makes with you this day, that he may establish you this day as his people, and that he may be your God, as he promised you, and as he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Nor is it with you only that I make this sworn covenant, but with him who is not here with us this day, as well as with him who stands here with us this day before the Lord your God. You know how we dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the midst of the nations through which you passed, and you have seen their detestable things, their idols of wood and stone, of silver and gold, which are among them. Beware lest there be among you a man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turns away this day from the Lord your God to go and serve the gods of those nations. Lest there be among you a root bearing poisonous and bitter fruit, one who, when he hears the words of his sworn covenant, blesses himself in his heart, saying, I shall be safe, though I walk in the stubbornness of my heart. This would lead to the sweeping away of moist and dry alike. The Lord would not pardon him, but rather the anger of the Lord and his jealousy would smoke against that man, and the curses written in this book would settle upon him, and the Lord would blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord would single him out from all the tribes of Israel for calamity, in accordance with all the curses of the covenant written in this book of the law. And the generation to come, your children who rise up after you, and the foreigner who comes from far land would say, when they see the afflictions of that land and the sickness with which the Lord has made it sick, the whole land brimstone and salt, and burnt out waste, unsown and growing nothing, where no grass can sprout, an overthrow like that of Sodom and Gomorrah, Adamath and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger and wrath. Yea, all the nations would say, why has the Lord done thus to this land? What means the heat of this great anger? Then men would say, it is because they forsook the covenant of the Lord, the God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt, and went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they had not known and whom he had not allotted to them. Therefore the anger of the Lord has kindled against this land, bringing upon it all the curses written in this book. And the Lord uprooted them from their land in anger and fury and great wrath, and cast them into another land, as at this day. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things that are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Chapter 30. And when all these things come upon you, the blessing and the curse which I have set before you, and you call them to mind among all the nations where the Lord your God has driven you, and return to the Lord your God, you and your children, and obey his voice, all that I command you this day, with all your heart and with all your soul. Then the Lord your God will restore your fortunes and have compassion upon you, and he will gather you again from all the peoples where the Lord your God has scattered you. If your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of heaven, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will fetch you. And the Lord your God will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, that you may possess it, and he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your fathers. And the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your offspring, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, that you may live. And the Lord your God will put all these curses upon your foes and enemies who persecuted you. And you shall again obey the voice of the Lord, and keep all his commandments which I command you this day. The Lord your God will make you abundantly prosperous in all the work of your hand, in the fruit of your body, and in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your ground. For the Lord will again take delight in prospering you, as he took delight in your fathers, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which are written in this book of the law, which you turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. For this commandment which I command you this day is not too hard for you, neither is it far off. It is not heaven that you should say, who will go up for us to heaven and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it. Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will go over the sea for us and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it. But the word is very near to you. It is in your mouth and in your heart, so that you can do it. See, I have set before you this day life and good, death and evil. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you this day, by loving the Lord your God, by walking in his ways, and by keeping his commandments and his statutes and his ordinances, then you shall live and multiply, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land which you are entering to take possession of it. But if your heart turns away, and you do not hear, but are drawn away to worship other gods and serve them, I declare to you this day that you shall perish. You shall not live long in the land which you are going over the Jordan to enter and possess. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life, that you and your descendants may live, loving the Lord your God, obeying his voice, and cleaving to him. For that means life to you and length of days, that you may dwell in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. So Moses continued to speak these words to all Israel, and he said to them, I am 120 years old this day. I am no longer able to go out and come in. The Lord has said to me, you shall not go over this Jordan. The Lord your God himself will go over before you. He will destroy these nations before you, so that you shall dispossess them. And Joshua will go over at your head, as the Lord has spoken. And the Lord will do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land when he destroyed them. And the Lord will give them over to you, and you shall do to them according to all the commandment which I have commanded you. Be strong and of good courage. Do not fear or be in dread of them, for it is the Lord your God who goes with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Then Moses summoned Joshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, be strong and of good courage, for you shall go with this people into the land which the Lord has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall put them in possession of it. It is the Lord who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Do not fear or be dismayed. And Moses wrote this law and gave it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the elders of Israel. And Moses commanded them, at the end of every 7 years, at the set time of the year of release, at the Feast of Booths, when all Israel comes to appear before the Lord your God at the place which he will choose, you shall read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Assemble the people, men and women, and the little ones, and the sojourner within your towns, that they may hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, and be careful to do all the words of this law, and that their children who have not known it may hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, as long as you live in the land which you are going over the Jordan to possess. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, the days approach when you must die. Call Joshua and present yourselves in the tent of meeting, that I may commission him. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tent of meeting. And the Lord appeared in the tent in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood by the door of the tent. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, you are about to sleep with your fathers. Then this people will rise and play the harlot after the strange gods of the land, where they go to be among you. And they will forsake me and break my covenant which I have made with them. Then my anger will be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them and hide my face from them, and they will be devoured. And many evils and troubles will come upon them, so that they will say that day, Have not these evils come upon us because our God is not among us? And I will surely hide my face in that day on the account of all the evil which they have done, because they have turned to other gods. Now, therefore, write this song and teach it to the people of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the people of Israel. For when I have brought them into the land flowing with milk and honey, which I swore to give to their fathers, and they have eaten and are full and grown fat, they will turn to other gods and serve them, and despise me and break my covenant. And when many evils and troubles have come upon them, this song shall confront them as a witness, for it will live unforgotten in the mouths of their descendants. For I know the purpose for which they are already forming, because I have brought them into the land that I swore to give. So Moses wrote this song the same day and taught it to the people of Israel. And the Lord commissioned Joshua, the son of Nun, and said, Be strong and of good courage, for you shall bring the children of Israel into the land which I swore to give them. I will be with you. When Moses had finished writing the words of this law in a book to the very end, Moses commanded the Levites who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, Take this book of the law and put it by the side of the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that it may be there for a witness against you. For I know how rebellious and stubborn you are. Behold, while I am yet alive with you, today you have been rebellious against the Lord. How much more after my death? Assemble to me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words to their ears and call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death you will surely act corruptly and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you. And in the days to come evil will befall you, because you will do what is evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger through the work of your hands. Then Moses spoke the words of this song until they were finished in the ears of all the assembly of Israel. Give ear, O heavens, and I will speak, and let the earth hear the words of my mouth. May my teachings drop as the rain, my speech distill as the dew, as the gentle rain upon the tender grass, and as the showers upon the herb. For I will proclaim the name of the Lord, ascribe greatness to our God. The rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity. Just and right is he. They have dealt corruptly within him. They are no longer his children because of their blemish. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus requite the Lord, you foolish and senseless people? Is not he your Father, who created you, who made you and established you? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you, your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of the men, he fixed the bounds of all the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. For the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob his allotted inheritance. He found him in a desert land, and in a howling waste of the wilderness he encircled him. He cared for him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest, that flutters over its young, spreading out its wings, catching them, bearing them on its pinions, the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no foreign god with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, and he ate the produce of the field, and he made him suck honey out of the rock and oil out of the flinty rock, curds from the herd and milk from the flock, with fat of lambs and rams, herds of Bashan and goats, with the finest of the wheat, and the blood of the grape you drank wine. But Jeshurun waxed the fat and kicked. You waxed fat, you grew thick, you became sleek. Then he forsook God who made him and scoffed at the rock of his salvation. They stirred him to jealousy with strange gods. With abominable practices they provoked him to anger. They sacrificed to demons which were no gods, to gods they had never known, to new gods that had come in from late, whom your fathers had never dreaded. You were unmindful of the rock that begot you, and forgot the God who gave you birth. The Lord saw it and spurned them because of the provocation of his sons and his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end will be, for they are a perverse generation, children in whom is no faithfulness. They have stirred me to jealousy for what is no God. They have provoked me with their idols, so I will stir them to jealousy with those who are no people. I will provoke them with a foolish nation, for a fire is kindled by my anger, and it burns to the depths of Sheol, devours the earth and its increase, and sets on fire the foundations of the mountains.
All right.
Yep, they can start at verse 23.
Is that your water?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And I will heap evils upon them. I will spend my arrows upon them. They shall be wasted with hunger and devoured with burning heat and poisonous pestilence. And I will send the teeth of beasts against them, with the venom of crawling things of the dust. In the open the sword shall be reaved, and in the chamber shall be terror, destroying both young man and virgin, the sucking child with the man of gray hairs. I would have said, I will scatter them afar. I will make the remembrance of them cease from among men. Had I not feared provocation by the enemy, lest their adversary should judge amiss, lest they should say, our hand is triumphant. The Lord has not wrought all this. For they are a nation void of counsel, and there is no understanding in them. If they were wise, they would understand this. They would discern their latter end. How should one chase 1,000 and put 10,000 to flight? unless their rock had sold them and the Lord had given them up. For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine comes from the vine of Sodom, and from the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of poison, their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of serpents and the cruel venom of asps. It is not this laid up in store with me, sealed up in my treasuries. Vengeance is mine and recompense for the time when their foot shall slip, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and their doom comes swiftly. For the Lord will vindicate his people and have compassion on his servants, and when he sees their power is gone, there is none remaining, bond or free. Then he will say, Where are their gods, the rock in which they took refuge, who ate the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offering? Let them rise up and help you. Let them be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God beside me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. There is none that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and swear, as I live forever, if I whet my glittering sword and my hand takes hold on judgment, I will take vengeance on my adversaries, and I will requite those who hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, with the blood of the slain and the captives from the long-haired heads of the enemy. Praise his people, O you nations, for he avenges the blood of his servants, and takes vengeance on his adversaries, and makes expiation for the land of his people. Moses came and recited all the words of this song in the hearing of the people, he and Joshua, the son of the Nun. And when Moses had finished speaking all these words to all Israel, he said to them, Lay to heart all the words which I enjoin upon you this day, that you may command them to be to your children, that they may be careful to do all the words of this law. For it is no trifle for you, but is your life, and thereby you shall live long in the land which you are going over the Jordan to possess. And the Lord said to Moses that very day, Ascend this mountain of the Abiram, Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, opposite Jericho, and view the land of Canaan, which I give to the people of Israel for a possession, and die on the mountain which you ascend, and be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother died on Mount Hor and was gathered to his people. Because you broke faith with me in the midst of the people of Israel at the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin, because you did not revere me as holy in the midst of the people of Israel. For you shall see the land before you, but you shall not go there into the land which I give to the people of Israel. This is the blessing which Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel before his death. He said, The Lord came from Sinai and dawned from Seir upon us. He shone forth from Mount Paran. He came from 10,000 of holy ones with flaming fire at his right hand. Yea, he loved his people. All those consecrated to him were in his hand, so they followed in thy steps, receiving direction from thee when Moses commanded us a law as a possession for the assembly of Jacob. Thus the Lord became king in Jeshurun when the heads of the people were gathered, all the tribes of Israel together. Let Reuben live and not die, nor let his men be few. And he said of Judah, Hear, O Lord, the voice of Judah, and bring him into his people. With thy hands contend for him, and be a help against his adversaries. And of Levi he said, Give to Levi thy Thummim and thy Urim to thy godly one, whom dost test at Massai, with whom he did strive at the waters of Meribah, who said of his father and his mother, I regard them not. He disowned his brothers and ignored his children. For they absorbed his word and kept their covenant. They shall teach Jacob thy ordinances, and Israel thy law. They shall put incense before thee, and the whole burnt offering upon thy altar. Bless, O Lord, his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Crush the loins of his adversaries, of those that hate him, that they not rise again. Of Benjamin he said, The beloved of the Lord, he dwells in safety by them. He encompasses him all the day long, and makes his dwelling between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, Blessed by the Lord be his land, with the choicest gifts of heaven above, and the deep that couches beneath, with the choicest fruits of the sun, and the rich yield of the months, which the finest produce of the ancient mountains, and the abundance of the everlasting hills, with the best gifts of the earth and the fullness, and the favor of him that dwell in the bush. Let these come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the crown of head of him, and his prince among his brothers. His firstling bull has majesty, and his horns are the horns of a wild ox. With them he shall push the peoples, all of them, to the ends of the earth. Such are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and such are the thousands of Manasseh. And at the end of Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar in your tents. They shall call peoples to their mountains. They shall offer right sacrifices, for they suck the affluence of the seas and the hidden treasures of the land. Sand. And of Gad he said, Blessed is he who enlarges Gad. Gad crouches like a lion. He tears the arm and the crown of the head. He chose the best of the land for himself, and for there a commander's portion was reserved. And he came to the heads of the people, and with Israel he executed the commands and just decrees of the Lord. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp that leaps forth from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, of Naphtali satisfied with favor and full of the blessing of the Lord, possess the lake in the south. And of Asher he said, Blessed above sons be Asher, let him be the favorite of his brothers, let him dip his foot in oil. Your bars shall be iron and bronze, and your days so your strength shall be. There is none like God, O Jeshurun, who rides to the heavens to your help, and to the majesty through the skies. The eternal God is your dwelling place, and underneath are everlasting arms. And he thrust out the enemy before you and said, Destroy. So Israel dwelt in safety, the fountain of Jacob alone, in a land of grain and wine. Yea, his heavens dropped down dew. Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people saved by the Lord, the shield of your help, and the sword of your triumph. Your enemy shall come fawning to you, and you shall tread upon your high places. And Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo to the top of Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land, Gilead as far as Dan, all of Naphtali, the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, all the land of Judah as far as the western sea, the Negev and the plain, that is the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees as far as Zor. And the Lord said to him, This is the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I will give it to your descendants. I have let you see it with your eyes, but ye shall not go over there. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord, and he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab, opposite Bethor. But no man knows the place of his burial to this day. Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his natural force abated. The people of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days, when the days of weeping and mourning of Moses were ended. And Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hand upon him. So the people of Israel obeyed him and did as the Lord commanded Moses. And there has not arisen a prophet since in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, none like him for all the signs and the wonders which the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants and to all his land, and for all the mighty power and all the great and terrible deeds which Moses wrought in the sight of all Israel. The book of Joshua. After the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord said to Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' minister, Moses, my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, you and all the people, into the land which I am giving to them, to the people of Israel. Every place that the sole of your foot will tread, I have given to you, I promised to Moses. From the wilderness and from this Lebanon as far as the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, to the great sea towards the going down of the sun shall be your territory. No man shall be able to stand before you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not fail you or forsake you. Be strong and of good courage, for you shall cause this people to inherit the land which I swore to their fathers to give them. Only be strong and very courteous, being careful to do according to all the law which Moses my servant commanded to you. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that you have good success wherever you go. This book of the law shall not depart out of your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, that you may be careful to do it according to all that is written in it. For then you shall make your way prosperous, and then you shall have good success. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and of good courage. Be not frightened, neither be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Then Joshua commanded the officers of the people, pass through the camp and command the people. Prepare the provisions, for within 3 days you are to pass over this Jordan to go in to take possession of the land which the Lord your God gives you to possess. And to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, Joshua said, remember the word which Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, saying, the Lord your God is providing you a place of rest, and will give you this land. Your wives, your little ones, your cattle shall remain in the land of which Moses gave you beyond the Jordan. But all the men of valor among you shall pass over armed before your brethren, and shall help them until the Lord gives the rest your brethren as well as to you, and they also shall take possession of the land which the Lord your God is giving them. Then you shall return to the land of your possession, and shall possess it, the land of which Moses, servant of the Lord, gave you beyond the Jordan towards the sunrise. And they answered Joshua, all that you have commanded us we will do, and wherever you send us we will go, just as we obeyed Moses in all the things, so we will obey you. Only may the Lord your God be with you as he was with Moses. Whoever rebels against your commandments and disobeys your words, whatever you command him shall be put to death. Only the strong of good courage. And Joshua the son of Nun sent 2 men secretly from the Shittim of spies, saying, go view the land, especially Jericho. And they went and came to the house of a harlot whose name was Rahab, and lodged there. And it was told the king of Jericho, behold, certain men of Israel have come here tonight to search out the land. And then the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, bring both the men that have come to you, who entered your house, for they have come to search out all the land. But the women had taken the 2 men and hidden them, and she said, True men came to me, but I did not know where they came from. And when the gate was to be closed at dark, the men went out. Where the men went, I do not know. Pursue them quickly, for you will overtake them. But she had brought them up to the roof and hid them with the stalks of flax which she had laid in order on the roof. So the men pursued after them on the way to the Jordan as far as the fords, and as soon as the pursuers had gone out, the gates was shut. Before they lay down, she came up to them on the roof and said to the men, I know that the Lord has given you the land, and that the fear of you has fallen upon us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt away before you. For we have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea before you when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites that were beyond the Jordan, so to Shihon and Og, whom you utterly destroyed. And as soon as we heard it, our hearts melted. There was no courage left in any man because of you. For the Lord your God is he who God in heaven above and on earth beneath. Now then, swear to me by the Lord that I have dealt kindly with you. You will also deal kindly with my father's house, and give me a sure sign. And save alive my father and my mother, my brothers and my sisters, and all who belong to them, and deliver the lives from death. And the men said to her, our life for yours. If you do not tell this business of ours, then we will deal kindly and faithfully with you when the Lord gives us the land. Then she led them down by a rope through the window, for her house was built into the city wall, so she dwelt in the wall. And she said to them, go into the hills, lest your pursuers meet you, and hide yourself there for 3 days until the pursuers are returned. Then afterwards you may go on your way. The men said to her, we will be guiltless with respect to this oath of yours which you have made us swear. Behold, when we come into this land, you shall bind this scarlet cord in the window through which you let us down, and you shall gather into your house your father and your mother, your brothers, and all your father's household. If anyone goes out of the doors of your house into the streets, his blood shall be upon his head, and we shall be guiltless. But if a hand is laid upon anyone who is with you in the house, his blood shall be on our head. But if you tell this business of ours, then we shall be guiltless with respect to your oath which you have made us swear. And she said, according to your words, so be it. So she sent them away, and they departed, and she bound the scarlet cord in the window. They departed and went into the hills and remained there for 3 days until the pursuers returned. For the pursuers had made search of all along the way and found nothing. Then the 2 men came down again from the hills and passed over and came to Joshua the son of Nun. And they told him that all had befallen them. And they said to Joshua, truly the Lord has given all the land into our lands, and moreover the inhabitants of the land are faint-hearted because of us. Early in the morning Joshua rose and set out from Shittim with the people of Israel, and they came to the Jordan and lodged there before they passed over. At the end of 3 days the officers went through the camp and commanded the people, when you see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God being carried by the Levitical priests, then you shall set out from your place and follow it, that you may know that the way you shall go, for you have not passed this way before. Yet there shall be a space between you and it, a distance of about 2,000 cubits. Do not come near it. And Joshua said to the people, sanctify yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you. And Joshua said to the priests, take up the ark of the covenant and pass it on before the people. And they took up the ark of the covenant and went before the people. And the Lord said to Joshua, this day I will begin to exalt you in the sight of all Israel, that they may know it, as I was with Moses, so that I will be with you. And you shall command the priests and who bear this ark of the covenant, when you come to the brink of the waters of the Jordan, you shall stand still in the Jordan. And Joshua said to the people of Israel, come hither and hear the words of the Lord your God. And Joshua said, hereby you shall know that the living God is among you, and that he will without fail drive out from before you the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Hivites, the Perizzites, the Gergarites, the Amorites, and the Jebusites. Behold, the ark of the covenant of the Lord be all to your earth to pass over before you into the Jordan. Now therefore take 12 men from the tribes of Israel, from each tribe a man. And when the soles of the feet of the priests who bear the ark of the Lord of all the earth, shall rest in the water of the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan shall be stopped from flowing, and the waters coming down from above shall stand in one heap. So that when the people set out from their tents to pass over the Jordan with the priests bearing the ark of the covenant before the people, and when those who bore the ark had come into the Jordan, the feet of the priests who were bearing the ark were dipped in the brink of the water. The Jordan overflows all its banks throughout the time of harvest. The waters coming down from above stood and rose up in a heap far off, and Adam, the city that is beside Zazaran, and those flowing down to the sea of Arabah in the salt sea were wholly cut off, and the people passed over opposite Jericho. While all Israel was passing over dry ground, the priests who bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood on dry ground in the midst of the Jordan until all the nation finished passing over the Jordan. When all the nation had finished passing over the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, take 12 men from the people, from each tribe a man, and command them, take 12 stones from here out of the midst of Jordan, from the very place where the priest's feet stood, carry them over with you and lay them down in a place where you lodge tonight. Then Joshua called the 12 men from the people of Israel, from whom he had appointed a man from each tribe, and Joshua said to them, pass on before the ark of the Lord your God into the midst of Jordan, and take up each of you a stone upon his shoulder according to the number of tribes of the people of Israel, that this may be a sign among you when your children ask in time to come, what do these stones mean to you? Then you should tell them that the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. When it passed over the Jordan, the waters of Jordan were cut off. So these stones shall be to the people of Israel a memorial forever. And the men of Israel did as Joshua commanded, and took up the 12 stones out of the midst of Jordan, according to the number of tribes of the people of Israel, as the Lord told Joshua. And they carried them over with them to the place where they lodged, and laid them down there. And Joshua set up 12 stones in the midst of Jordan, in the place where the feet of the priests bearing the ark of the covenant had stood, and they are there to this day. For the priests who bore the ark stood in the midst of the Jordan until everything was finished that the Lord commanded, and Joshua to tell the people according to all that Moses had commanded Joshua. The people passed over in haste, and when all the people had finished passing over the ark of the Lord, and the priests passed over before the people, the sons of Reuben and the sons of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh passed over the arm before the people of Israel, as Moses had hidden them. About 40,000 readily armed for war passed over before the Lord for battle to the plains of Jericho. On that day the Lord exalted Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they stood in awe of them, as they had stood in awe of Moses all the days of his life. And the Lord said to Joshua, command the priests who bear the ark of the testimony to come up out of the Jordan. Joshua therefore commanded the priests, come out of the Jordan. And when the priests bearing the ark of the covenant of the Lord came out of the midst of the Jordan, and the soles of the priests' feet were lifted up on dry ground, the waters of the Jordan returned to their places and overflowed all of its banks as before. The people came up out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and they encamped in Gilgal on the east border of Jericho. And those 12 stones which they took out of the Jordan, Joshua set up in Gilgal. And when he said to the people of Israel, when your children ask their fathers in time to come, what do these stones mean? Then you shall let your children know. Israel passed over this Jordan on dry ground. For the Lord your God dries up the waters of the Jordan for you until you passed over, as the Lord your God did to the Red Sea, which had dried up for us when we passed over, until we passed over, so that all the peoples of the earth may know that the hand of the Lord is mighty, that you may fear the Lord your God forever. When all the kings of Amorites that were beyond the Jordan to the west, and all the kings of the Canaanites that were by the sea heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan for the people of Israel until they crossed over, their heart melted, and there was no longer any spirit in them because of the people of Israel. At the time the Lord said to Joshua, make flint knives and circumcise the people of Israel again the second time. So Joshua made the flint knives and circumcised the people of Israel at Gabroth Herath. And this is the reason why Joshua circumcised them. All the males of the people who came out of Egypt, all the men of the war had died along the way in the wilderness after they had come out of Egypt. Though all the people who came out had been circumcised, yet all the people that were born on the way into the wilderness after they had come out had not been circumcised. For the people of Israel walked 40 years in the wilderness till all the nation, the men of war that came forth out of Egypt, perished because they did not hearken to the voice of the Lord. To them the Lord swore that he would not let them see the land which the Lord had sworn to their fathers to give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. So it was their children whom he raised up in their stead that Joshua circumcised, for they were uncircumcised because they had not been circumcised on the way. When the circumcising of all the nation was done, they remained in their places in camp until they were all healed. And the Lord said to Joshua, this day I have rolled away the approach of Egypt for you. To this name the place is called Gilgal to this day. Well, the people of Israel were encamped in Gilgal. They kept their Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. And on the morrow after the Passover of that very day, they ate of the produce of the land, unleavened cakes and parched grain. And the manna ceased on the morrow, and when they ate of the produce of the land, the people of Israel and manna no more, but ate the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. When Joshua was by Jericho, he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man stood before him with his drawn sword in his hand. And Joshua went to him and said to him, are you for us or for our adversaries? And he said, no, but as the commander of the army of the Lord I have now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and worshipped and said to him, "What does my Lord bid his servant?" And the commander of the Lord's army said to Joshua, "Put off your shoes from your feet, for the place where you stand is holy." And Joshua did so. Now Jericho was shut up from within and from without because of the people of Israel. None went out and none came in. And the Lord said to Joshua, "See, I have given to you into your hand Jericho, with its king and its mighty men of valor. You shall march around the city, all the men of war going around the city once. Thus you shall do for 6 days. And the 7 priests shall bear 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark. And on the 7th day you shall march around the city 7 times, the priests blowing the trumpets. And when they make the long blast with the ram's horn, as soon as you hear the sound of the trumpet, then all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city will fall down flat. And the people shall go up, every man straight before him." So Joshua the son of Nun called to the priests and said to them, "Take up the ark of the covenant, and let 7 priests bear 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark of the Lord." And he said to the people, "Go forward, march around the city, and let the armed men pass on before the ark of the Lord." And as Joshua had commanded the people, the 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets, ram's horns, before the Lord went forward, blowing all the trumpets, with the ark of the covenant of the Lord following them. And the armed men went before the priests who blew the trumpets, and the rear guard came in after the ark, while the trumpets blew continually. But Joshua commanded all the people, "You shall not shout or let your voice be heard, neither shall any word go out of your mouth until the day I bid you shout. Then you shall all shout." Then so he caused the ark of the Lord to compass the city, going about at once, and they came into the camp and spent the night in the camp. Then Joshua rose early in the morning, and the priests took up the ark of the Lord. And the 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets of the ram's horns before the ark of the Lord passed on, blowing the trumpets continually. And the armed men went before them, and the rear guard came after the ark of the Lord, while the trumpets blew continually. And the 2nd day they marched around the city once and returned into the camp, and so they did for 6 days. On the 7th day, they rose early in the dawn of the day and marched around the city in the same manner 7 times. It was only on that day that they marched around the city 7 times. And at the 7th time, when the priests had blown the trumpets, Joshua said to the people, "Shout, for the Lord has given you the city. And the city and all those within it shall be devoted to the Lord for destruction. Only Rahab the harlot and all that within her and when in her house shall live, because she hid the messengers that we sent. But you keep yourselves from the things devoted to destruction, lest when you have devoted them, you take any of the devoted things and make the camp of Israel a thing for the destruction, and bring trouble upon it. But all silver and gold and vessels of bronze and iron are sacred to the Lord. They shall go into the treasury of the Lord." So the people shouted, and the trumpets were blown. And as soon as the people heard the sound of the trumpets, the people raised a great shout, and the wall fell down flat, so that all the people went up into the city, and every man straight before him, and they took the city. Then they utterly destroyed all in the city, both men and women, young and old, oxen and sheep and asses, with the edge of the sword. And Joshua said to the 2 men who had spied the land, "Go into the harlot's house and bring out from it the woman and all who belong to her, as you swore to her." So the young men who had been spies went in and brought out Rahab and her father and her mother and her brothers and all who belonged to her, and they brought all her kindred, set them outside the camp of Israel. And then they burned the city with fire, and all within it, only the silver and gold and the vessels of bronze and iron they put into the treasury of the house of the Lord. But Rahab the harlot and her father's household and all who belonged to her, Joshua saved alive. And she dwelt in Israel to this day, because she hid the messengers from Joshua, sent out to spy Jericho. Joshua laid an oath upon them at that time, saying, "Cursed before the Lord be the man who raises up and rebuilds this city Jericho." Are you ready to be done? Well, is it, 131. Okay, I'll show you where to start. Well, let me finish this paragraph. "At the cost of the firstborn, he shall lay its foundation. At the cost of the youngest son, He shall set up the gates. So the Lord was with Joshua, and his fame was in all the land. Okay. Right there.
Start number 7.
Yep.
Okay. Is that your Coke?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Okay. Thank you. But the people of Israel broke faith in regard to the devoted things. For Achan, the son of Carmi, son of Jabdi, son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took some of the devoted things, and the anger of the Lord burned against the people of Israel. Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is near Beth Aven, east of Bethel, and said to them, "Go up and spy out the land." And the men went up and spied out Ai. And they returned to Joshua and said to him, "Let not all the people go up, but let about 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and attack Ai. Do not make the whole people toil up there, for they are but few." So about 3,000 went up there from the people, and they fled before the men of Ai. And the men of Ai killed about 36 men of them, and chased them before the gate as far as Shebarim, and slew them at the descent. And the hearts of the people melted and became as water. Then Joshua rent his clothes and fell to the earth upon his face before the ark of the Lord until the evening, he and the elders of Israel, and they put dust upon their heads. And Joshua said, "Alas, O Lord God, why hast thou brought this people over the Jordan at all, to give us into the hands of the Amorites, to destroy us? Would that we had been content to dwell beyond the Jordan. O Lord, what can I say when Israel has turned their backs before their enemies? For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land will hear of it, and will surround us, and cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do for thy great name?" The Lord said to Joshua, "Arise, why have you thus fallen upon your face? Israel has sinned. They have transgressed my covenant, which I commanded them. They have taken some of the devoted things. They have stolen and lied, and put them among their own stuff. Therefore the people of Israel cannot stand before their enemies. They turn their backs before their enemies, because they have become a thing for destruction. I will be with you no more, unless you destroy the devoted things from among you. Up, sanctify the people, and say, Sanctify yourselves for tomorrow, for thus says the Lord, God of Israel. There are devoted things in the midst of you, O Israel. You cannot stand before your enemies until you take away the devoted things from among them. In the morning, therefore, you shall be brought near by your tribes, and the tribe which the Lord takes shall come near by families, and the family which the Lord takes shall come near by households, and the household which the Lord takes shall come near man by man. And he who is taken with the devoted thing shall be burned with fire, he and all that he has, because he has transgressed the covenant of the Lord, and because he has done a shameful thing in Israel. So Joshua rose early in the morning and brought Israel near tribe by tribe, and the tribe of Judah was taken. And he brought near the families of Judah, and the family of the Zerahites was taken. And he brought near the family of the Zerahites man by man, and Zabdi was taken. And he brought near his household man by man, and Achan the son of Carmi, son of Zabdi, son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, was taken. Then Joshua said to Achan, My son, give glory to the Lord God of Israel, and render praise to him. And tell me now that what you have done. Do not hide it from me. And Achan answered Joshua, Of a truth I have sinned against the Lord God of Israel, and this is what I did. When I saw among the spoil a beautiful mantle from Shinar, and 200 shekels of silver, and a bar of gold weighing 50 shekels. Then I coveted them, and took them, and behold, they are hidden in the earth inside my tent, with the silver underneath. So Joshua sent messengers, and they ran to the tent, and behold, it was hidden in his tent with the silver underneath. And they took them out of the tent and brought them to Joshua and all the people of Israel, and they laid them down before the Lord. And Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan the son of Zerah, and the silver, and the mantle, and the bar of gold, and his sons and daughters, and his oxen, and asses, and sheep, and his tent, and all that he had, and they brought them up to the valley of Achor. And Joshua said, "Why did you bring trouble on us? The Lord brings trouble on you today." And all Israel stoned him with stones. They burned them with fire and stoned them with stones. And they raised over him a great heap of stones that remains to this day. Then the Lord turned from his burning anger. Therefore, to this day, the name of that place is called the Valley of Achor. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Do not fear or be dismayed. Take all the fighting men with you and arise. Go up to Ai. See, I have given into your hand the king of Ai, and his people, his city, and his land. And you shall do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho and its king. Only its spoil and its cattle you shall take as booty for yourselves. Lay an ambush against the city behind it." So Joshua arose and all the fighting men to go up to Ai. And Joshua chose 30,000 mighty men of valor and sent them forth by night. And he commanded them, "Behold, you shall lie in ambush against the city. Behind it, do not go very far from the city, but hold yourselves all in readiness. And I and all the people who are with me will approach the city. And when they come out against us as before, we shall flee from them. And they will come out after us till we have drawn them away from the city, for they will say, 'They are fleeing from us as before.' So we will flee from them. Then you shall rise up from the ambush and seize the city, for the Lord your God will give it unto your hand. And when you have taken the city, you shall set the city on fire, doing as the Lord has bidden. See, I have commanded you." So Joshua sent them forth, and they went to the place of ambush, and lay between Bethel and Ai, to the west of Ai. But Joshua spent that night among the people. And Joshua rose early in the morning and mustered the people, and went up with the elders of Israel before the people to Ai. And all the fighting men who were with them went up and drew near before the city, and encamped on the north side of Ai, with a ravine between them and Ai. And he took about 5,000 men and set them in ambush between Bethel and Ai, to the west of the city. So they stationed the forces, the main encampment which was north of the city, and its rear guard west of the city. But Joshua spent that night in the valley. And when the king of Ai saw this, he and all his people, the men of the city, made haste and went out early to the descent toward the Arabah to meet Israel in battle. But he did not know that there was an ambush against him behind the city. And Joshua and all Israel made a pretense of being beaten before them, and fled in the direction of the wilderness. So all the people who were in the city were called together to pursue them. And as they pursued Joshua, they were drawn away from the city. There was not a man left in Ai or Bethel who did not go out after Israel. They left the city open and pursued Israel. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Stretch out the javelin that is in your hand toward Ai, for I will give it into your hand." And Joshua stretched out the javelin that was in his hand toward the city. And the ambush rose quickly out of their place. And as soon as he had stretched out his hand, they ran and entered the city and took it. And they made haste to set the city on fire. So when the men of Ai looked back, behold, the smoke of the city went up to heaven, and they had no power to flee this way or that. For the people that fled to the wilderness turned back upon the pursuers. And when Joshua and all Israel saw that the ambush had taken the city, and that the smoke of the city went up, then they turned back and smote the men of Ai, and the others came forth from the city against them. So they were in the midst of Israel, some on this side and some on that side. And Israel smote them until there was left none that survived or escaped. But the king of Ai they took alive and brought him to Joshua. When Israel had finished slaughtering all the inhabitants of Ai in the open wilderness where they pursued them, and all of them to the very last had fallen by the edge of the sword, all Israel returned to Ai and smote it with the edge of the sword. And all who fell that day, both men and women, were 12,000, all the people of Ai. For Joshua did not draw back his hand, with which he stretched out the javelin, until he had utterly destroyed all the inhabitants of Ai. Only the cattle and the spoil of that city Israel took as their booty, according to the word of the Lord which he commanded Joshua. So Joshua burned Ai and made it forever a heap of ruins, as it is to this day. And he hanged the king of Ai on a tree until evening, and at the going down of the sun Joshua commanded, and they took his body down from the tree and cast it at the entrance of the gate of the city, and raised over it a great heap of stones, which stands there to this day. Then Joshua built an altar in Mount Ebal to the Lord, the God of Israel, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded the people of Israel, as it is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of unhewn stones upon which no man has lifted an iron tool. And they offered on it burnt offerings to the Lord and sacrificed peace offerings. And there, in the presence of the people of Israel, he wrote upon the stones a copy of the law of Moses, which he had written. And all Israel, sojourner as well as homeborn, with their elders and officers and their judges, stood on opposite sides of the ark before the Levitical priests who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, half of them in front of Mount Gerizim, and half of them in front of Mount Ebal, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded at the first. Whoops. Okay. That they should bless the people of Israel. And afterward he read all the words of the law, the blessing and the curse, according to all that is written in the book of the law. There was not a word of all that Moses commanded which Joshua did not read before all the assembly of Israel, and the women and the little ones and the sojourners who lived among them. When all the kings who were beyond the Jordan in the hill country and in the lowland, all along the coast of the great sea toward Lebanon, the Hittites and Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites heard of this. They gathered together with one accord to fight Joshua and Israel. But when the inhabitants of Gibeon heard that Joshua had done to Jericho and to Ai, they on their part acted with cunning and went and made ready provisions, and took worn-out sacks among their asses, and wineskins, worn out and torn and mended, with worn-out patched sandals on their feet, in worn-out clothes, and all their provisions were dry and moldy. And they went to Joshua in the camp at Gilgal, and said to him and to the men of Israel, "We have come from a far country, so now make a covenant with us." But the men of Israel said to the Hivites, "Perhaps you live among us. Then how can we make a covenant with you?" They said to Joshua, "We are your servants." And Joshua said to them, "Who are you, and where do you come from?" They said to him, "From a very far country your servants have come, because of the name of the Lord your God. For we have heard a report of them, and all that he did in Egypt, and all that he did to the two kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, Sihon the king of Heshbon, and Og king of Bashan, who dwelt in Ashtaroth. And our elders and all the inhabitants of our country said to us, Take provisions in your hand for the journey, and go to meet them, and say to them, We are your servants. Come now, make a covenant with us. Here is our bread. It was still warm when we took it from our houses as our food for the journey, on the day we set forth to come to you. But now, behold, it is dry and moldy. These wineskins were new when we filled them, and behold, they are burst. And these garments and shoes of ours are worn out from the very long journey. So the men partook of their provisions and did not ask direction from the Lord. And Joshua made peace with them and made a covenant with them to let them live, and the leaders of the congregation swore to them. At the end of 3 days after they had made a covenant with them, they heard that they were their neighbors and that they dwelt among them. And the people of Israel set out and reached their cities on the 3rd day. Now their cities were Gibeon, Chephirah, Beeroth, and Kiriath-Jearim. But the people of Israel did not kill them, because the leaders of the congregation had sworn to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. Then all the congregation murmured against the leaders. But all the leaders said to all the congregation, We have sworn to them by the Lord, the God of Israel, and now we may not touch them. This we will do to them, and let them live, lest wrath be upon us, because of the oath which we swore to them. And the leaders said to them, Let them live. So they became hewers of wood and drawers of water for all the congregation, as the leaders had said of them. Joshua summoned them, and he said to them, Why did you deceive us, saying, We are very far from you, when you dwell among us? Now therefore you are cursed, and some of you shall always be slaves, hewers of wood and drawers of water for the house of my God. They answered Joshua, Because it was told to your servants for a certainty that the Lord your God had commanded his servant Moses to give you all the land and to destroy all the inhabitants of the land from before you. So we feared greatly for our lives because of you and did this thing. And now, behold, we are in your hand. Do as it seems good and right in your sight to do to us. And so he did to them, and delivered them out of the hand of the people of Israel, and they did not kill them. But Joshua made them that day hewers of wood and drawers of water for the congregation and for the altar of the Lord, to continue to this day in the place which he should choose. When the Adoni-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, heard how Joshua had taken Ai and had utterly destroyed it, doing to Ai and its king as he had done to Jericho and its king, and how the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were among them, he feared greatly, because Gibeon was a great city, like one of the royal cities, and because it was greater than Ai, and all its men were mighty. So Adoni-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, sent to Hoham, king of Hebron, to Piram, king of Jarmuth, to Japhia, king of Lachish, and to Debir, king of Eglon, saying, Come up to me and help me, and let us smite Gibeon, for it has made peace with Joshua and with the people of Israel. Then the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon, gathered their forces and went up with all their armies and encamped against Gibeon and made war against it. And the men of Gibeon sent to Joshua at the camp in Gilgal, saying, Do not relax your hand from your servants. Come up to us quickly and save us and help us. For all the kings of the Amorites that dwell in the hill country are gathered against us. So Joshua went up from Gilgal, and he and all the people of war with them, and all the mighty men of valor. And the Lord said to Joshua, Do not fear them, for I have given them into your hands. There shall not a man of them stand before you. So Joshua came upon them suddenly, having marched up all night from Gilgal, and the Lord threw them into a panic before Israel, who slew them with a great slaughter at Gibeon, and chased them by the way of the ascent at Beth-horon, and smote them as far as Azekah and Makkedah. And as they fled before Israel, while they were going down the ascent of Beth-horon, the Lord threw down great stones from heaven upon them as far as Azekah, and they died. There were more who died because of the hailstones. Then the men of Israel killed with the sword. Then spoke Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord gave the Amorites over to the men of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still at Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Aijalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the nation took vengeance on their enemies. Is this not written in the book of Jashar? The sun stayed in the midst of heaven and did not hasten to go down for about a whole day. There has been no day like it before or since, when the Lord hearkened to the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. Then Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to the camp at Gilgal. These 5 kings fled and hid themselves in the cave at Makkedah, and it was told Joshua, the 5 kings have been found hidden in the cave at Makkedah. And Joshua said, roll great stones against the mouth of the cave, and set men by it to guard them. But do not stay there yourselves. Pursue your enemies, fall upon their rear. Do not let them enter their cities, for the Lord your God has given them into your hand. When Joshua and the men of Israel had finished slaying them with a very great slaughter, until they were wiped out, and when the remnant which remained of them had entered into the fortified cities, all the people returned safe to Joshua in the camp at Makkedah. Not a man moved his tongue against any of the people of Israel. Then Joshua said, open the mouth of the cave and bring those 5 kings out to me from the cave. And they did so. They brought those 5 kings out to him before the cave, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon. And when they brought those kings out to Joshua, Joshua summoned all the men of Israel and said to the chiefs of the men of war who had gone with him, come near, put your feet upon the necks of these kings. Then they came near and put their feet on their necks. And Joshua said to them, do not be afraid or dismayed. Be strong and of good courage, for thus the Lord will do to all your enemies against whom you fight. And afterward Joshua smote them and put them to death, and he hung them on 5 trees. And they hung upon the trees until evening. But at the time of the going down of the sun, Joshua commanded, and they took them down from the trees and threw them into the cave where they had hidden themselves, and they set great stones against the mouth of the cave, which remain to this very day. And Joshua took Makkedah on that day and smote it and its king with the edge of the sword. He utterly destroyed every person in it. He left none remaining, and he did to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua passed on from Makkedah and all Israel with him to Libnah, and fought against Libnah. And the Lord gave it also and its king into the hand of Israel, and he smote it with the edge of the sword, and every person in it. He left none remaining in it, and he did to its king as he had done to the king of Jericho. And Joshua passed on from Libnah and all Israel with him to Lachish, and laid siege to it and assaulted it. And the Lord gave Lachish into the hand of Israel, and he took it on the 2nd day and smote it with the edge of the sword, and every person in it, as he had done to Libnah. Then Horan, king of Gezer, came up to help Lachish, and Joshua smote him and his people until he left none remaining. And Joshua passed on with all Israel from Lachish to Eglon, and they laid siege to it and assaulted it. And they took it on that day and smote it with the edge of the sword. And every person in it he utterly destroyed that day, as he had done to Lachish. When Joshua went up with all Israel from Eglon to Hebron, and they assaulted it, and took it, and smote it with the edge of the sword, and its king and its towns, and every person in it, he left none remaining, as he had done to Eglon, and utterly destroyed it with every person in it. Then Joshua, with all Israel, turned back to Debir, and assaulted it, and he took it with its king and all its towns. And they smote them with the edge of the sword, and utterly destroyed every person in it. He left none remaining, as he had done to Hebron and to Libnah and its king. So he did to Debir and to its king. So Joshua defeated the whole land, the hill country and the Negeb, and the lowland and the slopes, and all their kings. He left none remaining, but utterly destroyed all that breathed, as the Lord God of Israel commanded. And Joshua defeated them from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza, and all the country at Goshen, as far as Gibeon. And Joshua took all these kings and their land at one time, because the Lord God of Israel fought for Israel. Then Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to the camp at Gilgal. When Jabin, king of Hazor, heard of this, he sent to Jobab, king of Madon, and to the king of Shimron, and to the king of Ashap, and to the kings who were in the northern hill country, and in the Arabah south of Chinneroth, and in the lowland, and in the Naphthother on the west, to the Canaanites in the east and the west, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, and the Jebusites in the hill country, and the Hivites under Hermon in the land of Mizpah. And they came out with all their troops, a great host in number, like the sand that is upon the seashore, with very many horses and chariots. And all these kings joined their forces, and came and encamped together at the waters of Merom to fight with Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Do not be afraid of them, for tomorrow at this time I will give over all of them slain to Israel. You shall hamstring their horses and burn their chariots with fire." So Joshua came suddenly upon them with all his people of war by the waters of Merom, and fell upon them. And the Lord gave them into the hand of Israel, who smote them and chased them as far as Great Sidon and Misrephoth Maim, and eastward as far as the valley of Mizpah. And they smote them until they left none remaining. And Joshua did to them as the Lord bade him. He hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots with the fire. And Joshua turned back at that time and took Hazor and smote its king with the sword, for Hazor formerly was the head of all those kingdoms. And they put to the sword all who were in it, utterly destroying them. There was none left that breathed, and he burned Hazor with fire. And all the cities of those kings and all their kings Joshua took and smote them with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying them, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded. But none of the cities that stood on mounds did Israel burn, except Hazor only, that Joshua burned. And all the spoil of these cities and the cattle, the people of Israel took for their booty, but every man they smote with the edge of the sword until they had destroyed them, and they did not leave any that breathed. As the Lord had commanded, Moses' servant So Moses commanded Joshua, and so Joshua did. He left nothing undone of all that the Lord had commanded Moses. So Joshua took all that land, the hill country, and all the Negeb, and all the land of Goshen, and the lowland, and the Arabah, and the hill country of Israel, and its lowland from Mount Halak, that rises toward Seir as far as Baal-gad in the valley of Lebanon below Mount Hermon. And he took all their kings and smote them and put them to death. Joshua made war a long time with all those kings. There was not a city that made peace with the people of Israel except the Hivites, the inhabitants of Gibeon. They took all in battle, for it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts that they should come against Israel in battle, in order that they should be utterly destroyed, and should receive no mercy but be exterminated, as the Lord commanded Moses. In okay. Did you want to, is it, yeah, I guess it is 2 o'clock. I didn't even see you there. You were quiet, I didn't hear you.
So what verse were you at?
Okay, so I'm right here.
At this paragraph?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And Joshua.
21,
All
yeah.
right.
Okay.
You brought water too? I
Yeah, I
forgot my
did.
water, so I got a glass.
Although I never did take a drink, it went pretty fast.
And Joshua came at that time and wiped out the Anakim from the hill country, from Hebron to Debir, from Anab, and from all the hill country of Judah, and from all the hill country of Israel. Joshua utterly destroyed them with their cities. There was none of the Anakim left in the land of the people of Israel. Only in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod did some remain. So Joshua took the whole land according to all that the Lord had spoken to Moses, and Joshua gave it for an inheritance to Israel, according to their tribal allotments, and the land had rest from war. Now these are the kings of the land whom the people of Israel defeated, and took possession of their land beyond the Jordan, toward the sunrising, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon, with all of the Arabah eastward. Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, and ruled from Aurora, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and from the middle of the valley as far as the river Jabbok. The boundary of the Ammonites, that is, half of Gilead, and the Arabah to the sea of Chinneroth eastward, and in the direction of Beth Jeshimoth to the sea of the Arabah, the Salt Sea southward to the foot of the slopes of Pisgah, and Og, king of Bashan, one of the remnant of the Rephaim, who dwelt at Ashtaroth and at Edrei, and ruled over Mount Hermon and Selecah, and all Bashan to the boundary of the Geshurites and the Maccathites, and over half of Gilead to the boundary of Sihon, king of Heshbon. Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the people of Israel defeated them. And Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave their land for a possession to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh. And these are the kings of the land whom Joshua and the people of Israel defeated on the west side of the Jordan, from Baal-gad in the valley of Lebanon to Mount Halak that rises towards Seir. And Joshua gave their land to the tribes of Israel as a possession according to their allotments. In the hill country, in the lowland, in the Arabah, in the slopes, in the wilderness, and in the Negeb, the land of the Hittites, the Amorites, Moses gave no inheritance. The Lord God of Israel is their inheritance, as he said to them. And these are the inheritance which the people of Israel received in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun and the heads of the fathers' houses of the tribes of the people of Israel distributed to them. Their inheritance was by lot, as the Lord had commanded Moses, for the 9 1/2 tribes. For Moses had given an inheritance to the 2 1/2 tribes beyond the Jordan, but to the Levites he gave no inheritance among them. For the people of Joseph were 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim, and no portion was given to the Levites in the land, but only cities to dwell in, with their pasture lands for their cattle and their substance. The people of Israel did as the Lord commanded Moses. They allotted the land. Then the people of Judah came to Joshua at Gilgal, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, said to him, "You know what the Lord said to Moses, the man of God, in Kadesh Barnea, concerning you and me. I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to spy out the land. And I brought him word again as it was in my heart. But my brethren who went up with me made the heart of the people melt. Yet I wholly followed the Lord my God." And Moses swore on that day, saying, "Surely the land on which your foot has trodden shall be an inheritance for you and your children forever, because you have wholly followed the Lord my God. And now, behold, the Lord has kept me alive, as he said, these 45 years since the time that the Lord spoke this word to Moses, while Israel walked in the wilderness. And now, lo, I am this day 85 years old. I am still as strong to this day as I was in the day that Moses sent me. My strength now is as my strength was then for war and for going and coming. So now give me this hill country of which the Lord spoke on that day. For you heard on that day how the Anakim were there, with great fortified cities. It may be that the Lord will be with me, and I shall drive them out, as the Lord said." Then Joshua blessed him, and he gave Hebron to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, for an inheritance. So Hebron became the inheritance of Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, to this day, because he wholly followed the Lord, the God of Israel. Now the name of Hebron formerly was Kiriath Arba. This Arba was the greatest man among the Anakim, and the land had rest from war. The lot for the tribe of the people of Jordan, according to their families, reached southward to the boundary of Eden, to the wilderness of Zin at the farthest south. And their south boundary ran from the end of the Salt Sea, from the bay that faces southward. It goes out southward of the ascent of Akrabim, passes along to Zin, and goes up south of Kadesh Barnea, along by Hezron, up to Adar, turns about to Karka, passes along to Asmon, goes out by the brook of Egypt, and comes to its end at the sea. This shall be your south boundary. And the east boundary is the Salt Sea, to the mouth of the Jordan. And the boundary on the north side runs from the bay of the sea at the mouth of the Jordan, and the boundary goes up to Beth Haglah and passes along north of Beth Arabah. And the boundary goes up to the stone of Boan, the son of Reuben. And the boundary goes up to Debir, from the valley of Achor, and so northward, turning toward Gilgal, which is opposite the ascent of Adamim, which is on the south side of the valley. And the boundary passes along to the waters of En Shemesh and ends at En Rogel. Then the boundary goes up by the valley of the son of Hinnom at the southern shoulder of the Jebusite, that is, Jerusalem, And the boundary goes up to the top of the mountain that lies over against the valley of Hinnom on the west, at the northern end of the valley of Rephaim. Then the boundary extends from the top of the mountain to the spring of the waters of Nephtoah, and from there to the cities of Mount Ephron. Then the boundary bends round to Bela, that is, Kirith Jearim, and the boundary circles west of Bela to Mount Seir, passes along to the northern shore of Mount Jearim, that is, Chesalon, and goes down to Beth Shemesh and passes along by Timnah. The boundary goes out to the shoulder of the hill north of Ekron. Then the boundary bends round to Shikkeron and passes along to Mount Bela and goes out to Jibneel. Then the boundary comes to an end at the sea. And the west boundary was the great sea with its coastline. This is the boundary round about the people of Judah according to their families. According to the commandment of the Lord to Joshua, he gave to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, a portion among the people of Judah, Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron. Arba was the father of Anak. And Caleb drove out from there the three sons of Anak, Shishai, and Ahiman, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak. And he went up from there against the inhabitants of Debir. Now the name of Debir formerly was Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said, whoever smites Kiriath Sepher and takes it, to him will I give Akshah, my daughter, as wife. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, the brother of Caleb, took it, and he gave Akshah his daughter as wife. When she came to him, she urged him to ask her father for a field. And she alighted from her ass, and Caleb said to her, "What do you wish?" She said to him, "Give me a present. Since you have set me in boundary, set me the land of Negeb. Give me also springs of water." And Caleb gave her the upper springs and the lower springs. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the people of Judah, according to their families. The cities belonging to the tribe of the people of Judah in the extreme south, toward the boundary of Edom, were Kabzeel, Eder, Jager, Kinnah, Dimona, Adadah, Kadesh, Hazor, Ithnan, Ziph, Telem, Bealoth, Hazor, Hadath, Kirioth, Hezron, that is Hazor, Amam, Ammon, Shema, Moladah, Hazar, Gadah, Heshmon, Beth Pelet, Hazar, Shual, Beersheba, Biziathah, Bela, Im, Ezem, El-Tolad, Chesil, Hormah, Ziklag, Madmana, Sansana, Leboth, Shillim, Ain, and Rimmon. In all, 29 cities with their villages. And in the lowland, Eshtaol, Zorah, Ashna, Zenoh, En Ganim, Tapua, En Enam, Jarmuth, Adullam, Sako, Azekah, Sheram, Adathaim, Gederah, Gederothim, 14 cities with their villages. Zenon, Hadash, Migdal-Gad, Dilian, Mizpeh, Joktheel, Lachish, Bozkath, Eglon, Kaban, Lamam, Shitlish, Gederoth, Beth Dagon, Nemah, and Makkedah, 16 cities with their villages. Wow. Libnah, Ether, Ashnan, Iphtah, Ashnah, Nezib, Keilah, Akzib, and Marishah, 9 cities with their villages. Ekron with its towns and its villages, from Ekron to the sea, all that were by the side of Ashdod with their villages. Ashdod, its town and its villages, Gaza, its towns and its villages to the brook of Egypt, and the great sea with its coastline. And in the hill country, Shamir, Jatir, Soko, Dana, Kiriath-Sana, that is Debir, Anab, Eshtemoa, Anam, Goshen, Holon, and Gilo, 11 cities with their villages. Arab, Dumah, Eshen, Jenim, Beth Tappuah, Aphekah, Humtah, Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, and Zior, 9 cities with their villages. Maon, Carmel, Ziph, Juttah, Jezreel, Jokdeam, Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah, 10 cities with their villages. Halhul, Beth-zur, Gedor, Merarath, Beth-anath, and Elkan, 6 cities with their villages. Kiriath Baal, that is Kiriath Jearim, and Rabbah, 2 cities with their villages. In the wilderness, Beth Arabah, Middin, Sekah, Nibshan, the city of Salt, and En-Gedi, 6 cities with their villages. But the Jebusites, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the people of Judah, could not drive out. So the Jebusites dwell with the people of Judah at Jerusalem to this day. The allotment of the descendants of Joseph went from the Jordan by Jericho, east of the waters of Jericho, into the wilderness, going up from Jericho into the hill country to Bethel. Then going from Bethel to Luz, it passes along to Adaroth, the territory of the Archites. Then it goes down westward to the territory of the Japhletites, as far as the territory of lower Beth Horon, then to Gezer, and it ends at the sea. The people of Joseph, Manasseh, and Ephraim received their inheritance. The territory of the Ephraimites by their families was as follows. The boundary of their inheritance on the east was Adaroth Adar, as far as upper Beth Horon, and the boundary goes thence to the sea. On the north is Mikmenthath. Then on the east, the boundary turns round toward Tanath Shiloh and passes along beyond it on the east to Genoa. Then it goes down from Genoa to Adaroth and to Nara and touches Jericho, ending at the Jordan. From Tappuah, the boundary goes westward to the brook Cana and ends at the sea. Such is the inheritance of the tribe of the Ephraimites by their families, together with the towns which were set apart for the Ephraimites within the inheritance of the Manassites, all those towns with their villages. However, they did not drive out the Canaanites that dwelt in Gezer. So the Canaanites have dwelt in the midst of Ephraim to this day, but have become slaves to do forced labor. Then allotment was made to the tribe of Manasseh, for he was the firstborn of Joseph. To Machir, the firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, were allotted Gilead and Bashan, because he was a man of war. And allotments were made to the rest of the tribe of Manasseh by their families: Abizir, Helek, Azriel, Shechem, Hepher, and Shemida. These were the male descendants of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, by their families. Now Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters. And these are the names of his daughters: Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. They came before Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun, and the leaders, and said, "The Lord commanded Moses to give us an inheritance along with our brethren. So according to the commandment of the Lord, he gave them an inheritance among the brethren of their father. Thus there fell to Manasseh 10 portions, besides the land of Gilead and Bashan, which is on the other side of the Jordan, because the daughters of Manasseh received an inheritance along with his sons. The land of Gilead was allotted to the rest of the Manassites. The territory of Manasseh reached from Asher to Mishmephath, which is east from Shechem. Then the boundary goes along southwards to the inhabitants of En-Tappuah. The land of Tappuah belonged to Manasseh, but the town of Tappuah on the boundary of Manasseh belonged to the sons of Ephraim. Then the boundary went down to the brook of Cana. The cities here to the south of the brook, among the cities of Manasseh, belonged to Ephraim. Then the boundary of Manasseh goes on the north side of the brook and ends at the sea, the land to the south being Ephraim's, and that to the north being Manasseh's, with the sea forming its boundary. On the north, Asher is reached, and on the east, Issachar. Also in Issachar and in Asher, Manasseh had Beth Shean and its villages, and Ibleam and its villages, and the inhabitants of Dor and its villages, and the inhabitants of En-Dor and its villages, and the inhabitants of Tanakh and its villages, and the inhabitants of Megiddo and its villages. The third is Naphath. Yet the sons of Manasseh could not take possession of these cities, but the Canaanites persisted in dwelling in that land. But when the people of Israel grew strong, they put the Canaanites to forced labor and did not utterly drive them out. And the tribe of Joseph spoke to Joshua, saying, "Why have you given me but one lot and one portion as an inheritance, although I am a numerous people, since hitherto the Lord has blessed me?" And Joshua said to them, "If you are a numerous people, go up to the forest, and there clear ground for yourselves in the land of the Perizzites and the Ephraim, since the hill country of Ephraim is too narrow for you." The tribe of Joseph said, "The hill country is not enough for us, yet all the Canaanites who dwell in the plain have chariots of iron, both those in Beth Shean and its villages, and those in the valley of Jezreel." Then Joshua said to the house of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, "You are a numerous people and have great powers. You shall not have one lot only, but the hill country shall be yours. For though it is a forest, you shall clear it and possess it to its farthest borders. For you shall drive out the Canaanites, though they have chariots of iron and though they are strong." Then the whole congregation of the people of Israel assembled at Shiloh and set up the tent of meeting there. the land laid subdued before them. There remained among the people of Israel 7 tribes whose inheritance had not yet been apportioned. So Joseph said to the people of Israel, "How long will you be slack to go in and take possession of the land, which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you? Provide 3 men from each tribe, and I will send them out, that they may set out and go up and down the land, writing a description of it with a view to their inheritance, and then come to me. They shall divide it into 7 portions, Judah continuing his territory on the south, and the house of Joseph in their territory on the north. And you shall describe the land in 7 divisions, and bring the description here to me, and I will cast lots for you here before the Lord our God. The Levites have no portion among you, for the priesthood of the Lord is their inheritance. And Gad and Reuben and half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan eastward, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave them." So the men started on their way, and Joshua charged those who went to write the description of the land, saying, "Go up and down and write a description of the land, and come again to me, and I will cast lots for you here before the Lord in Shiloh." So the men went and passed up and down in the land, and set down in a book a description of it by towns in 7 divisions. Then they came to Joshua in the camp at Shiloh, and Joshua cast lots for them in Shiloh before the Lord. And there Joshua apportioned the land to the people of Israel, to each his portion. The lot of the tribe of Benjamin, according to its families, came up, and the territory allotted to it fell between the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Joseph. On the north side, their boundary began at the Jordan. Then the boundary goes up to the shoulder north of Jericho, then up through the hill country westward, and it ends at the wilderness of Beth Haven. From there, the boundary passes along southward in the direction of Luz, to the shoulder of Luz. The same is Bethel. Then the boundary goes down to Adaroth Adar, upon the mountain that lies south of lower Beth Horon. Then the boundary goes in another direction, turning on the west side southward from the mountain that lies to the south, opposite Beth Horon, and it ends at Kirath Baal, that is, Kirath Jearim, a city belonging to the tribe of Judah. This forms the western side. And the southern side begins at the outskirts of Kirath Jearim, and the boundary goes from there to Ephron, to the spring of the waters of Nephthah. Then the boundary goes down to the border of the mountain that overlooks the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is at the north end of the valley of Rephaim. And then it goes down the valley of Hinnom, south of the shoulder of the Jebusites, and downward to En Rogel. Then it bends in a northerly direction, going to En Shemesh, and thus goes to Gileoth, which is opposite the ascent of the Adamim. Then it goes down to the stone of Boan, the son of Reuben, and passes on to the north of the shoulder of Beth Arabah. It goes down to the Arabah. Then the boundary passes on to the north of the shoulder of Beth Hoglah, and the boundary ends at the northern bay of the Salt Sea, at the south end of the Jordan. This is the southern border. The Jordan forms its boundary on the eastern side. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Benjamin, according to its families, boundary by boundary round about. Now the cities of the tribe of Benjamin, according to their families, were Jericho, Beth Hoglah, Emekkeziz, Beth Arabah, Zemarem, Bethel, Avim, Pera, Ophrah, Chephar, Ammoni, Ophni, Geba, 12 cities with their villages. Gibeon, Ramah, Beeroth, Mizpeh, Shepirah, Mozah, Rechem, Irpeel, Teralah, Zelah, Ha-Eleph, Jebus, that is Jerusalem, Gibeah, and Kiriath Jearim, 14 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Benjamin according to its families. The second lot came out for Simeon, for the tribe of Simeon, according to its families. And its inheritance was in the midst of the inheritance of the tribe of Judah. And it had for its inheritance Beersheba, Sheba, Moladah, Hazar, Shual, Bela, Ezem, Eltolad, Bethel, Hormah, Ziklah, Beth Merikabath, Hazar, Suzah, Beth Lebath, and Sharhun, 13 cities with their villages. En Rimmon, Ether, and Ashan, 4 cities with their villages. Together with all the villages round about these cities as far as Belath Beer, Ramah of the Negeb, this was the inheritance of the tribe of Simeon according to its families. The inheritance of the tribe of Simeon formed part of the territory of Judah. Because the portion of the tribe of Judah was too large for them, the tribe of Simeon obtained an inheritance in the midst of their inheritance. The third lot came up for the tribe of Zebulun, according to its families, and the territory of its inheritance reached as far as Sarid. Then its boundary goes out westward and on to Marial and touches Dabasheth, then the brook which is east of Jokneam. From Sarid, it goes in the other direction eastward toward the sunrise to the boundary of Chisloth Tabor. Then it goes to Babiroth, then up to Japhia. From there it passes along on the east toward the sunrise to Gath Hepher, to Eth Kazim, and going on to Rimmon, it bends toward Neah. Then on the north, the boundary turns about to Hanathon, and it ends at the valley of Ipthahil and Katath, Nahal, Shimron, Idalah, and Bethlehem, 12 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Zebulun, according to its families, these cities with their villages. The fourth lot came out for Issachar, for the tribe of Issachar, according to its families. Its territory included Jezreel, Chesuloth, Shunem, Haphharim, Shion, Anarath, Rabith, Kishion, Abez, Rameth, En-Ganan, En-Hadah, Beth Pazez. The boundary also touches Tabor, Shahazimah, and Beth Shemesh, and its boundaries ends at the Jordan. 16 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Issachar, according to its families, the cities with their villages. The fifth lot came out for the tribe of Asher, according to its families. Its territory included Helkath, Halai, Beton, Ashpeth, Alamik, Amad, and Mishiel. On the west, it touches Carmel and Shehor-Lebetnath. Then it turns eastward. It goes to Beth Dagon and touches Zebulun and the valley of Ipthahel, northward to Bethemek and Neel. Then it continues in the north to Kabul, Ebron, Rehab, Ammon, Canaan, as far as Sidon the Great. Then the boundary turns to Ramah, reaching to the fortified city of Tyre. Then the boundary goes to Hosah, and it ends at the sea. Mahalab, Akzib, Yuma, Aphek, and Rahab, 22 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Asher, according to its families, these cities with their villages. The sixth lot came out for the tribe of Naphtali, according to its families. And its boundary ran from Heleph, from the oak in Zenan, and Anam-Nekeb, and Jabneel, as far as Lacum, and it ended at the Jordan. Then the boundary turns westward to Aznoth Tabor, and goes from there to Hukok, touching Zebulun at the south, and Asher on the west, and Judah on the east at the Jordan. The fortified cities are Ziddim, Zur, Hamath, Rakath, Chinnereth, Adamah, Ramah, Hazor, Kadesh, Edrei, En-Hazor, Huron, Migdal-El, Horem, Beth-Anath, and Beth-Shemesh, 19 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Naphtali, according to its families, the cities with their villages. The seventh lot came out for the tribe of Dan, according to its families, and the territory of its inheritance included Zorah, Eshtaol, Iramesh, Shalaban, Ajalon, Ithla, Elan, Timnah, Ekron, El-Tekeh, Gibbethon, Belath, Jehud, Bene-Barak, Gath-Rimmon, and Me-Jarkon and Rakkon with the territory over against Joppa. Then the territory of the Danites was lost to them. The Danites went up and fought against Leshem, and after capturing it and putting it to the sword, they took possession of it and settled in it, calling it Leshem, Dan after the name of Dan, their ancestor. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Dan, according to their families, these cities with their villages. When they had finished distributing the several territories of the land as inheritance, the people of Israel gave an inheritance among them to Joshua, the son of Nun. By command of the Lord, they gave him the city which he asked, Timnath-Serah in the hill country of Ephraim, and he rebuilt the city and settled it in it. These are the inheritance which Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun and the heads of the fathers' houses of the tribes of the people of Israel distributed by lot at Shiloh before the Lord, at the door of the tent of meeting. So they finished dividing the land. And you start at chapter 20. Yep. Is that all right? Okay. I guess I didn't even look at it.
Is it right there?
Oh, my goodness.
It's stars.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, I hope you don't have a whole bunch of names
I
like
hope
that.
not either. Thanks, Sam. I'm beginning at the 20th chapter of Joshua. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Say to the people of Israel, appoint the cities of refuge of which I spoke to you through Moses, that the manslayer who kills any person without intent or unwittingly may flee there. They shall be for you a refuge from the avenger of blood. He shall flee to one of these cities and shall stand at the entrance of the gate of the city and explain his case to the elders of that city. Then they shall take him into the city and give him a place, and he shall remain with them. And if the avenger of blood pursues him, they shall not give up the slayer into his hand, because he killed his neighbor unwittingly, having had no enmity against him in times past. And he shall remain in that city until he has stood before the congregation for judgment, until the death of him who was high priest at the time. Then the slayer may go again to his own town and his own home, to the town from which he fled." So they set apart Kadesh in Galilee, in the hill country of Naphtali, and Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim, and Kir-Arabah, that is Hebron, in the hill country of Judah. And beyond the Jordan, east of Jericho, they appointed Bezer in the wilderness on the tableland, from the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth in Gilead, from the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan, from the tribe of Manasseh. These were the cities designated for all the people of Israel, and for the strangers sojourning among them, that anyone who killed a person without intent could flee there, so that he might not die by the hand of the avenger of blood till he stood before the congregation. Then the heads of the fatherless houses of the Levites came to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the fathers' houses of the tribes of the people of Israel. And they said to them at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, "The Lord commanded through Moses that we be given cities to dwell in, along with their pasture lands for our cattle." So by command of the Lord, the people of Israel gave to the Levites the following cities and pasture lands out of their inheritance. The lot came out for the families of the Kohathites. So those Levites who were descendants of Aaron, the priest, received by lot from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, Benjamin, 13 cities. And the rest of the Kohathites received by lot from the families of the tribe of Ephraim, from the tribes of Dan, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, 10 cities. The Jehoshaphites received by lot from the families of the tribe of Issachar, from the tribe of Asher, from the tribe of Naphtali, and from the half-tribe of Manasseh in Bashan, 13 cities. The Merarites, according to their families, received from the tribe of Reuben, the tribe of Gad, and the tribe of Zebulun, 12 cities. These cities and their pasture lands the people of Israel gave by lot to the Levites, as the Lord had commanded through Moses. Out of the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Simeon they gave the following cities mentioned by name, which went to the descendants of Aaron, one of the families of the Kohathites, who belonged to the Levites, since the lot fell to them first. They gave them Kir-Arabah, Arabah being the father of Anak, that is Hebron, in the hill country of Judah, along with pasture lands around it. But the fields of the city and its villages had been given to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, as his possession. And to the descendants of Aaron, the priests, they gave Hebron, the city of refuge for the slayer, with its pasture lands, Libnah with its pasture lands, Jatir with its pasture lands, Eshtemoa with its pasture lands, Holon with its pasture lands, Debir with its pasture lands, Ain with its pasture lands, Juttah with its pasture lands, Beth Shemesh with its pasture lands, 9 cities out of these 2 tribes. Then out of the tribe of Benjamin, Gibeon with its pasture lands, Geba with its pasture lands, Anathoth with its pasture lands, and Almon with its pasture lands, 4 cities. The cities of the descendants of Aaron, the priests, were in all 13 cities with their pasture lands. As to the rest of the Kohathites belonging to the Kohathite families of the Levites, the cities allotted to them were out of the tribe of Ephraim. To them were given Shechem, the city of refuge for the slayer, with its pasture lands in the hill country of Ephraim, Gezer with its pasture lands, Kebizam with its pasture lands, Beth Horon with its pasture lands, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Dan, Elteke with its pasture lands, Gibeboth with its pasture lands, Aijalon with its pasture lands, Gath Ramon with its pasture lands, 4 cities. And out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Tanakh with its pasture lands, and Gath-Rimmon with its pasture lands, 2 cities. The cities of the families of the rest of the Koholites were 10 in all with their pasture lands. And to the Jehoshaphites, one of the families of the Levites, were given out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Golan and Bashan with its pasture lands, the city of refuge for the slayer, and Bishroth with its pasture lands, 2 cities. And out of the tribe of Issachar, Kishon with its pasture lands, Daberath with its pasture lands, Jarmuth with its pasture lands, and Ganan with its pasture lands, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Asher, Mishal with its pasture lands, Abdon with its pasture lands, Helkath with its pasture lands, and Rehob with its pasture lands, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh in Galilee with its pasture lands, the city for refuge for the slayer, Hamathdor with its pasture lands, Kartan with its pasture lands, 3 cities. And the cities of the several families of the Gershonites were in all 13 cities with their pasture lands. And to the rest of the Levites, the Merarite families were given out of the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneam with its pasture lands, Kartath with its pasture lands, Dimnah with its pasture lands, Nahala with its pasture lands, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Reuben, Bezer with its pasture lands, Jahaz with its pasture lands, Kedomoth with its pasture lands, and Mephhath with its pasture lands, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead with its pasture lands, the city of refuge for the slayer, Mahanan with its pasture lands, Jazir with its pasture lands, Heshbon with its pasture lands, 4 cities in all. As for the cities of the several Merarite families, that is the remainder of the families of the Levites, those allotted to them were in all 12 cities. The cities of the Levites in the midst of the possession of the people of Israel were in all 48 cities with their pasture lands. These cities each had its pasture lands round about it, so it was with all these cities. Thus the Lord gave to Israel all the land which he swore to their fathers, and having taken possession of it, they settled there. And the Lord gave them rest on every side, just as he had sworn to their fathers. Not one of all their enemies had withstood them, for the Lord had given all their enemies into their hands. Not one of all the good promises which the Lord made to the house of Israel had failed. All came to pass. Then Joshua summoned the Reubenites and the Gahites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, "You have kept all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, and have obeyed my voice in all that I have commanded you. You have not forsaken your brethren these many days, down to this day, but have been careful to keep the charge of the Lord your God. And now the Lord your God has given rest to your brethren, as he promised them. Therefore, turn and go to your home in the land where your possession lies, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you on the other side of the Jordan. Take good care to observe the commandment and the law which Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, to love the Lord your God, and to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, and to cleave to him, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul." So Joshua blessed them and sent them away, and they went to their homes. Now to the one half of the tribe of Manasseh, Moses had given a possession in Bashan, but to the other half Joshua had given possession beside their brethren in the land west of the Jordan. And when Joshua sent them away to their homes and blessed them, He said to them, "Go back to your homes with much wealth and with very many cattle, with silver, gold, bronze, and iron, and with much clothing. Divide the spoil of your enemies with your brethren." So the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh returned home, parting from these people of Israel at Shiloh, which is the land of Canaan, to go to the land of Gilead, their own land, of which they had possessed themselves by command of the Lord through Moses. And when they came to the region around the Jordan that lies in the land of Canaan, the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh built there an altar by the Jordan, an altar of great size. And the people of Israel heard say, "Behold, the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh have built an altar at the frontier of the land of Canaan, in the region about the Jordan, on the side that belongs to the people of Israel." And when the people of Israel heard of it, the whole assembly of the people of Israel gathered at Shiloh to make war against them. Then the people of Israel sent to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, and with him 10 chiefs, one from each of the tribal families of Israel, every one of them the head of a family among clans of Israel. And they came to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead, and they said to them, "Thus says the whole congregation of the Lord, what is this treachery which you have committed against the God of Israel in turning away this day from following the Lord, by building yourselves an altar this day in rebellion against the Lord? Have we not had enough of the sin at Peor, from which even yet we have not cleansed ourselves, and for which there came a plague upon the congregation of the Lord, that you must turn away this day from following the Lord? And if you rebel against the Lord today, he will be angry with the whole congregation of Israel tomorrow. But now, if your land is unclean, pass over into the Lord's land where the Lord's tabernacle stands, and take for yourselves a possession among us. Only do not rebel against the Lord, or make us rebels by building yourselves an altar other than the altar of the Lord our God." Did not Achan, the son of Zerach, break faith in the matter of the devoted things, and wrath fell upon all the congregation of Israel? And did he not perish alone for his iniquity? Then the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh said in answer to the heads of the families of Israel, "The mighty one, God, the Lord, the mighty one, God, the Lord, he knows, and let Israel itself know. If it was in rebellion or in breach of faith toward the Lord, spare us not today for building an altar to turn away from following the Lord. For if we did so to offer burnt offerings or cereal offerings or peace offerings on it, may the Lord himself take vengeance. Nay, but we did it from fear in time to come your children might say to our children, 'What have you to do with the Lord, the God of Israel?' For the Lord has made the Jordan a boundary between us and you, you Reubenites and Gadites. You have no portion in the Lord. So your children might make our children cease to worship the Lord. Therefore, we said, let us now build an altar, not for burnt offerings, nor for sacrifice, but to be a witness between us and you, and between the generations after us, that we do perform the service of the Lord in his presence with our burnt offerings and sacrifices and peace offerings, lest your children say to our children in time to come, 'You have no portion in the Lord.' And we thought, if this should be said to us or to our descendants in time to come, we should say, 'Behold the copy of the altar of the Lord, which our fathers made, not for burnt offerings, nor sacrifice, but to be a witness between us and you. Far be it from us that we should rebel against the Lord, and turn away this day from following the Lord by building an altar for burnt offerings, cereal offerings, or sacrifice, other than the altar of the Lord our God that stands before his tabernacle.' Then Phinehas the priest and the chiefs of the congregation, the heads of the family of Israel who were with him, heard the words that the Reubenites and the Gadites and the Manassites spoke, and it pleased them well. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, said to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the Manassites, "Today we know that the Lord is in the midst of us, because you have not committed this treachery against the Lord. Now you must have saved the people of Israel from the hand of the Lord." Then Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, and the chiefs returned from the Reubenites and the Gadites to the land of Gilead, to the land of Canaan, to the people of Israel, and brought back word to them. And the report pleased the people of Israel, and the people of Israel blessed God, and spoke no more of making war against them, to destroy the land where the Reubenites and the Gadites were settled. And the Reubenites and the Gadites called the altar witness 4. They said, "It is a witness between us that the Lord is God." This is a good, I'm at chapter 23. Is this a good place you want to take on? Okay. Yeah. Poor Anne, she really got the names. You'll be starting at the 23rd chapter of Joshua.
Okay.
Not so many names.
A long time afterward, when the Lord had given rest to Israel from all their enemies around about, and Joshua was old and well advanced in years, Joshua summoned all Israel, their elders and heads, their judges and officers, and said to them, "I am now old and well advanced in years. You have seen all that the Lord your God has done to all these nations for your sake. For it is the Lord your God who has fought for you. Behold, I have allotted to you as an inheritance for your tribes those nations that remain, along with all the nations that I have already cut off, from the Jordan to the great sea to the west. The Lord your God will push them back before you and drive them out of your sight, and you shall possess their land as the Lord your God promised you. Therefore be very steadfast to keep and do all as written in the book of the law of Moses, turning aside from neither to the right hand nor to the left, that you may not be mixed with these nations left here among you, or make mention of the names of their gods, or swear by them, or serve them, or bow down yourself to them, but cleave to the Lord your God as you have done to this day. For the Lord has driven out before you great and strong nations, and as for you, no man has been able to withstand you to this day. One man of you puts to fight 1,000, says the Lord your God who fights for you, and he promised you. Take good heed to yourself, therefore to love the Lord your God. For if you turn back and join the remnants of these nations left here among you, you make marriage with them, so that you marry the women that are yours. Now, know assuredly that the Lord your God will not continue to drive out these nations before you, but they shall be a snare and a trap for you, a scourge under your sides and thorns in your eyes, till you perish from off this good land which the Lord God has given you. And now I'm about to go the way of all the earth, and you know in your hearts and souls, all of you, that no one thing has failed, for all the good things which the Lord your God promised concerning you, all have come to pass for you. Not one of them has failed. But just as all the good things which the Lord your God promised concerning you has been fulfilled for you, so the Lord will bring you upon all the evil things, until he has destroyed you from your own good land, which the Lord your God has given you. If you transgress the covenant of the Lord your God, which he commands you and to go, and go and serve other gods and bow down to them, then the anger of the Lord will be kindled against you, and you shall perish quickly from off the good land which was given to you. Then Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and summoned the elders, the lead heads, the judges, and the officers of Israel. And they presented themselves before God. And Joshua said to all the people, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, your father lived of old beyond the Euphrates, Thurin, and the father of Abraham and of an heir, and served other gods. And I took your father Abraham from beyond the river, led him to the land of Canaan, and made his offspring many. I gave him Isaac, and to Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. And I gave Esau the hill country of Seir to possess, but Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. And I sent Moses and Aaron, and I plagued Egypt with what I did in the midst of it, and afterwards I brought you out. Then I brought your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the sea, and the Egyptians pursued your fathers with chariots and horsemen in the Red Sea. And when they cried to the Lord, he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and made the sea come up upon them and covered them. And your eyes saw what I did to Egypt, and you lived in the wilderness a long time. Then I brought you to the land of the Amorites, who lived on the other side of the Jordan. They fought with you, and I gave them into your land, and you took possession of their land and destroyed them before you. Then Balak, the son of Ziphar, king of Moab, arose and fought against Israel. And he sent and invaded Balaam, and he sent and invited Balaam, the son of Beor, to curse you. But I not would listen to Balaam, therefore he blessed you, so he delivered out of his hands, and you went over the Jordan and came to Jericho, and the men of Jericho fought against you, and also the Amorites, the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Jebusites, the Hittites, and the Jebusites, and I gave them into your land. And I sent them hornets before you, which drove them out before you, the two kings of the Amorites. It was not by your sword or by your bow I gave you the land on which you had not labored, in cities you had not built, and you dwell therein to eat the fruit of vineyards and olive yards, which you did not plant. Now therefore fear the Lord, and give him in sincerity and in faithfulness put away the gods which your fathers served beyond the river in Egypt, and serve the Lord. And if you be unwilling to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve, whether the gods your fathers served in the region beyond the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Then the people answered, far be it from us that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods. For it is the Lord our God who brought us and our fathers up from the land of Egypt, of the house of bondage, and did these great signs to our sight, and preserved us in all the way that we went and among all the people through whom we passed, and drove out before us all the peoples. The Amorites who lived in the land, therefore, we will also serve the Lord, for he is our God. But Joshua said to the people, you cannot serve the Lord, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions or your sins. If you fake the Lord and serve foreign gods, then he will turn and do you harm and consume you, and having done you good, after having done you good. And the people said to Joshua, nay, but we will serve the Lord. Then Joshua said to the people, you are witnesses against yourself that you have chosen the Lord to serve you. They said, we are witnesses. He said, then put away the foreign gods which are among you, and incline your heart to the Lord of Israel. And the people said to Joshua, "The Lord our God we will serve, and his voice we will obey." So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day and made statutes and ordinances for them. And Joshua wrote the ordinance for them at Shechem. And Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God, and he took a great stone and set it under the oak in the sanctuary of the Lord. Joshua said to all the people, "Behold, this stone shall be witness against us, for it has heard all the words of the Lord which he spoke to us. Therefore he shall be a witness against you, lest you feel falsely with your God." So Joshua sent the people away, every man to his inheritance. After these things, Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. And they buried him in his own inheritance at Tinareh, which is in the hill country of Ephraim, north of the Mount of Gosh. And Israel served the Lord all the days, all the days of Joshua, all the days of the elders that lived Joshua, and on all the work which the Lord did for Israel. Bones of Joshua, which people brought up from Egypt, were buried at Shechem in the portion of the ground which Jacob bought from the sons of Haram, the father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of money. It became an inheritance for the descendants of Joseph. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, died, and they buried him at Gibeah, the town of Phinehas, his son, which is given him in the hill country of Ephraim. The book of Judges. After the death of Joshua, the people of Israel inquired of the Lord, "Who shall go up first for us against the Canaanites to fight against them?" The Lord said, "Judah shall go up beyond. I have given the land into his hand." And Judah said to Simon his brother, "Come up with me into the territory allotted to me, that we may fight against the Canaanites, and likewise go with you into the territory allotted to you." So Simeon went with him, and Judah went up, and the Lord gave the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand, and they defeated 10,000 of them at Bezek. They came up upon Ediabarak at Bezek and fought against him, and defeated the Canaanites and the Perizzites. Ediabarak fled, but they pursued and caught him, cut off his thumbs and his great toe. And Adian said, 70 kings with their thumbs and their great toes cut off used to pick up scraps under my table. As I have done, so God has requited me, and they brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. Then the men of Judah fought against Jerusalem and took it and smote it in the edge of the sword and set the city on fire. And afterward, the men of Judah went down to fight against the Canaanites who dwelt in the hill country in the Negeb and in the lowland, Negeb. And Judah went against the Canaanites who dwelt at Hebron. Now the name of Hebron was formerly Kirkabara, and they defeated Sheshai and Abian and Telmai. From there they went against the inhabitants of Debir. The name of Debir was formerly Kirkasepher, and Caleb said, "He who attacks Seshepher and takes it, I will give him Ashabah, my daughter, as wife." And Onomel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it, and he gave him Azubad his daughter as wife. When he came to him, he urged him to ask her father for a field. And she alighted from her ass, and Jacob said to her, "What do you wish?" She said to him, "Give me a present, since you have sent me to the land of Neab. Give me also springs of water." And Caleb gave her the upper springs and the lower springs. And the descendants of Chemite, Moses' father-in-law, went up with the people of Judah from the city of palms in the wilderness of Judah, which lives in the Negev near Arab. And they went and settled with the people. And Judah sent with Simeon his brother, and they defeated the Canaanites who inhabited Zebeth and utterly destroyed it. So the name of the city was called Hormon. Judah also took Gaza in his territory, and Ashdod in his territory, and Ekron in its territory, with its territory. And the Lord was with Judah, and he took possession of the hill country, but he could not drive out the inhabitants of the plains, because they had chariots of iron. And Hebron was given to Caleb, as Moses said. He drove out from it the three sons of Atak. But the people of Benjamin did not drive out the Jebuelites who dwelt in Jerusalem. So the Jebuelites dwelt with the people of Benjamin in Jerusalem to this day. The house of Joshua also went up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. And the house of Joseph went to spy out Bethel. Now the name of the city was formerly Luz, and the spies saw a man coming out of the city, and they said to him, "Pray show us the way into the city, we will deal kindly with you." And he showed them the way into the city, and they smote the city with the edge of the sword, but they let the man and his family go. And the man went to the land of the Hittites and built a city and called it Luz, which is named to this day. Maasman did not drive out the inhabitants of Bethel and its villages, or Tez and its villages, or the inhabitants of Dor and its villages, nor the inhabitants of Idabam and its villages, or the inhabitants of Negadu and its villages. But the Canaanites persisted in dwelling in that land. When Israel grew strong, they put Canaanites to forced labor, but they did not utterly drive them out. And the Ephraimites did not drive out the Canaanites who dwelt in Zephyr, but the Canaanites dwelt in Zephyr among them. Zebulun did not drive out the inhabitants of Kitron or the inhabitants of Nathalo, but the Canaanites dwelt among them and became subject to forced labor. Asher did not drive out the inhabitants of Acon or the inhabitants of Shidon or the Aleb or of Arabs or of Hibah or of Abkihik or of Rehob, but the Ammonites dwelt among the Canaanites. The inhabitants of the land, they did not drive them out. Naphtali did not drive out the inhabitants of Bethshah or the inhabitants of Bethlehem, but dwelt among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of Bethlehem and of Bethshan became subject to forced labor for them. The Amorites pressed the Danites into the hill country, for they did not allow them to come down to the plain. There were Amorites who persisted in dwelling in Heras, in Abion, and in Shaul, but the land of the house of Joseph rested heavily upon them. They came to forced labor, and the border of the Amorites ran from the Asset Ekron, from Sheklah and upward. Man, that's tough reading. Now the angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to Bochim, and he said, "I brought you up from Egypt, I brought you into the land which I have sworn to give you to your fathers. I said, I'll never break my covenant with you, and you shall make no covenant with the inhabitants of this land. You shall break down their altars, but you have not obeyed my command. What is this you have done? So now I say, I will not drive them out before you, but they shall come adversaries to you, and their God shall be a snare to you. When the angel of the Lord spoke these words, all the people of Israel, the people lifted up their voice and wept. And they called the name of that place Bashan, and they sacrificed there to the Lord. When Joshua dismissed the people of Israel went to each inheritance to take possession of the land. And the people served the Lord all the day of Joshua, and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua, who had done all the great work the Lord had done for Israel. And Joshua's son, Nun, the servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110 years. And they buried him within the bounds of his inheritance in Tiphir in the hill country of Ephraim, north of the mountain of Gosh. And all that generation also were gathered to their fathers, and there arose among generations after them who did not know the Lord or work which he had done for Israel. And the people of Israel did what was evil in the sight of the Lord and served the Baal, and they forsook the Lord of their father, all brought them in the land of Egypt. They went after their other gods from among the gods of the people who were round about them and bowed down to them, and they provoked the Lord to anger. They forsook the Lord and served the Baals and the Asheroth. So the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he gave them over to plunderers, who plundered them, and he sold them into the power of their enemies round about, so that they could no longer withstand their enemies. Whenever they marched out, the hand of the Lord was against them for evil, as the Lord had warned. And as the Lord had sworn to them, they were in sore straits. Then the Lord raised up judges to save them out of the power of those who plundered them. Yet they did not listen to their judges, for they played the harlot again after other gods and bowed down to them. And they soon turned aside from the way in which their fathers had walked, who had obeyed the commandments of the Lord, and they did not do so. Whenever the Lord raised up judges for them, the Lord was with the judge, and he saved them from the hands of their enemies all the days of the judges of the Lord, and moved pity by their groaning because of those who afflicted and oppressed them. Whenever the judge died, they turned back and became worse than their fathers, doing after other gods, serving them and bowing down to them. They did not drop any of their practice or their stubborn ways. So the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he said, because the people have transgressed my covenant, which I commanded their father, I have not obeyed my voice. I will not henceforth drive out before them any of the nations that Joshua left when he died, and that by them may test Israel, whether they take care to walk in the way of the Lord as their fathers did or not. So the Lord left those nations not driven them out at once, and he did not give them into the power, and he did not give them into the power of Joshua. Now these are the nations which the Lord left to test Israel by them, that is, all in Israel who had no experience of any war in Canaan. It was only that the generations of people of Israel might know war, that he might teach war to such at least he had not known it before. These are the nations, the 5 lords of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, and the Hivites, who dwelt on Mount Lebanon, from Mount Balaharim as far as the answer of Hamath. They were for the test of Israel, to know whether Israel would obey the command of the Lord, which he commanded their father by Moses. So the people of Israel dwelt among the Canaanites, the Hittites, Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jubites, and they took their daughters to themselves for wives, and their own daughters they gave to their sons, and they served their gods. And the people of Israel did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, forgetting the Lord their God, and serving the Baals and the Amorites. Therefore, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he sold them into the land of Hushman, king of Mesopotamia, and the people of Israel served Husharai 8 years. But when the people of Israel cried to the Lord raised up a deliverance for the people of Israel to deliver them. Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he judged Israel to set out to war. And the Lord gave Cushite, king of Menites, into his hand, and his hand prevailed over Cusharim. So land had rest 40 years. Then Othniel, the son of Kenaz, died. And the people of Israel again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord strengthened Elon, the king of Moab, against Israel, because they had done what evil in the sight of the Lord. He gathered to himself the Amorites, the Amalekites, and went and defeated Israel, and took possession of the city of palms. And the people of Israel served Eglon, the king of Moab, 18 years. But when the people of Israel cried to the Lord raised up for them a deliverer, Eob, the son of Jerah, the Benjaminite, a left-handed man. The people of Israel sent tribute by him to Elon, the king of Moab, and Elon made for himself a sword with 2 edges, a cubit in length, and he girded to his right thigh under his cloth. And he presented the tribute to Eglon, king of Moab. Now, Eglon was a very fat man. Let's see. And then when Eliud had finished presenting the tribute, he sent away the people that carried the tribute. But he himself turned back at the scriptures stones near Gilead and said, I have a great message for you, O king. And he commanded silence, and all the saints went out of his presence. And Ehud came to him as he sat alone in his cool roof chamber. And Ehud said, I have a message from the Lord for you. And he arose from his seat. And he reached out his left hand, got the sword in his right thigh, and he thrust it into his belly. The kilt also went in, and after the blade, and the fat closed over the blade. We did not draw the blade out of the belly, and the dirt came out. And Ehud went out to the vestibule and closed the door of the roof chamber upon him, locked it. When he was gone, the servants came. They saw the door of chambers were locked. They thought, he is only receiving himself in the closet of the cool chamber, and they waited till they were early at a loss. But when they still didn't open the doors, the roof chamber, they took the key and opened them, and there lay their Lord dead on the floor. Ehud escaped while delayed and passed beyond the structured stone and escaped to Seir. When he arrived, he sounded the trumpet in the hill country before him, and the people of Israel went down with him from the hill country, having him at their head. And he said to them, follow after me, for the Lord has given your enemies, the Moabites, into your hand. Moabites. So they went down after him and seized the fords of the Jordan against the Moabites and allowed not a man to pass over. And they killed at that time about 10,000 Moabites, all strong, able-bodied men. Not a man escaped. So Moab was subdued that day under the hand of Israel, and the land they had rested for 8, and that land had rest for 8 years. After him was Shechan the son of Had, who killed 600 of the Philistines with ox with goad. He too delivered Israel. Whew. And these people of Israel again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord after Ehud died. And the Lord sold them in the hand of Jacob, king of Canaan, who reigned in Hazar. The commander of his army was Sisera, who dwelt in Hazabeth, Goan. The people of Israel cried to the Lord for help, for he had 900 chariots of iron. They oppressed the people of Israel cruelly for 20 years. Now Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Labgoth, was judging Israel at that time. She used to sit under the palm of Deborah, between Ray and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim, and the people of Israel came up to her for judgment. She sent and summoned Barak, the son of Ashbelom, from Kadesh in Naphtali, and said to him, "The Lord, the God of Israel, commands you, go, gather your men at Mount Tabor, taking 10,000 from the tribe of Naphtali and the tribe of Zebulun. And I will draw out Sisera, the general of Jacob's army, to meet you by the river with his chariots and his troops, and I'll give him into your hand." Barak said to her, "If you will do this with me, I will go, but if you will not go with me, I will not go." And she says, "I will surely go with you. Nevertheless, I will surely go with you. But nevertheless, the road on which you are going will not lead to the glory, for the Lord will sell Seir into the hands of a woman." Then Barak rose and went with Barak to Kibish. And Barak summoned Jebulun and Naphtali to Jebus, and 10,000 men went at his heels, and Deborah went up with him. Now Heber the Kenite is separated from the Kenites, the descendants of Ohad, the father-in-law of Moses, and this pitched his tent a bar the way of the oak in Zaphia, which is near Kadesh. Then Sisera was told that Barak the son of Ashon had gone up to Mount Tabor. Sisera called out all his chariots, 900 chariots of iron, all the men with him from Habbethah Goan in the river Kishai. And Deborah said to Barak, "Up, this is the day in which the Lord has given Syria into your hands. Does not the Lord go out before you?" So Barak went down from Mount Tabor with 10,000 men following him, and the Lord routed Sisera and all his chariots and all his army before Barak at the edge of the sword. And Sisera alighted from his chariot and fled away on foot. And Barak pursued the chariot and the army to Hashbon, and all the army of Syria fell by the edge of the sword. Not a man was left, but Sisera fled away on foot to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber. Heber Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin, the king of Hazar, and the house of the Heber the Kenite. And Jael came out to meet Sarah and said to him, "Turn aside, my lord, turn aside to me, have no fear." So he turned aside to get into the tent, and she covered him with a rug. And then she said to her, "Pray, give me a little water to drink, for I am thirsty." She opened a skin of milk and gave him a drink and covered him. He said to her, "Stand at the door of the tent. If a man comes and asks you, 'Is there anyone here?' you say, 'No.'" But Jael, the wife of Heber, took a tent peg and took a hammer in her hand, and went softly to him and drove the pig into his temple till he went down to the ground. She was lying fast asleep for weariness, so he died. And behold, as Barak pursued Syria, Jael went over to meet him and said to him, "Come, and I will show you the man who are seeking." So he went to the tent. There lay Sisera with a tent peg in his temple. So on that great day subdued Jacob the king of Canaan before the people of Israel, and the hand of the people of Israel bore harder and harder on Jacob the king of Canaan, until they started Jacob king of Canaan. Then sang Deborah and Barak the son of Abraham on that day, that the leaders took the lead in Israel, that the people offered themselves willfully. Bless the Lord. Hear, O king, give ear, O princes, to the Lord I will sing. I will make melody to the Lord of Israel. Lord, when thou didst go forth from Seir, when thou didn't march in the region of Eden, the earth trembled, and the heavens dropped, yea, the cloud dropped water. The mountains quaked before the Lord, the Sinai before the Lord of Israel. In the day of Shnagar, son of Athan, in the days of Jael, caravans ceased. The travelers kept to the byways. The presbytery ceased in Israel, then ceased, until you arose, Deborah arose as a mother in Israel. The new gods were chosen when war was in the gates. War shields and spears to be seen among 40,000 in Israel. My heart goes out to the commanders of Israel, who offer themselves willingly among the people. Bless the Lord. Tell of it, you who ride on tawny asses, you who sit on rich carpets, and you who walk by the way, to the sound of musicians of water places, where they repeat the trumpets of the Lord, the trumpets of his peasantry in Israel. Then down to the gates march the people of the Lord. Awake, awake, Deborah. Awake, utter a song. Arise, Barak, lead away your captives. O son of Abion. Then down marched the remnants of the noble. The people of Israel marched down from him against the mighty. From Eram they set out thicker into the valley. From Ipron they set out thicker into the valley. Follow we knew Benjamin with your kingdom. Kingsmen. From Mizar marched down the commanders, and from Zebulun those who bear the marshal's staff. The princes of Issachar came with Deborah, and Issachar faithful to Barak. In the valley they rushed forth at his heels. Among the clans of Reuben there were great searching of heart. Why did you tarry among the sheepfolds to hear the piping of the flocks? Among the clans of Reuben there were great searches of heart. Gideon stayed beyond the Jordan, why did he abide with the ships? Asher sat still at the coast of the seas, setting down by his landings. Jebulun is a people that jeopardize their lives to the death. Nephtali too, on the heights of the field. The kings came, they fought the kings of Canaan at Tappuah by the waters of Menago. They got no spoils of silver, for heaven fought the stars. From their sources they fought against Sisera. The torrent Zibeon wept them away. The onrushing torrent, the torrent Ziphah, marched on my soul with might. Then loud beat the horse's hoofs with the galloping of his steeds. Curse Nissan, says the angel of the Lord. cursed bitterly in inhabitants, because they came not to help of the Lord, to help in the Lord against the mighty. Most blessed of women be Yael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for the tent-dwelling woman most blessed. We squatted and they gave him milk. She brought him curds in a lordly bowl. She put her hands in the tent peg and her right hand in the workman's mallet. She struck Sisera a blow. He crushed his head. She shattered and pierced his temple. He sank, he fell, he lay still at her feet. And at her feet he sank, he fell, where she sank, where he fell dead. Out of the window she peered. The mother of Syria gazed through the latex. Why is his chariot so long in coming? Why tarry the hoofbeats of his chariots? Her wisest lady make answer. Nay, she gives answer to herself. Are they not finding and dividing the spoil? A magnitude for every man, spoils of dyed stuff from Caesarea, spoils of dyed stuff embroidered, 2 pieces of dyed work embroidered for my neck and spoils. So perish all thine enemies, O Lord. But friends be like the sun, and he rises in his might. And the land had rest for 40 days. The people of Israel did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord gave them into the hands of the Midian 7 years, and the hand of the Midians prevailed over Israel. And because of Midian, the people of Israel made for themselves the dens, which are in the mountains, and the caves, and the strongholds. For whenever the Israelites put in seed, the Midianites and the Amalekites and the people of the east would come up and attack them. They would encamp against them and destroy the produce of the land as far as the neighborhood of Gaza, and leave no substance in Israel, and no sheep or ox or ass. For they come up with their cattle and their tents, coming like locusts for number. Both they and their camels would not be counted, so that they wasted the land they came in. And Israel brought very few people because of the Midians, and the people of Israel cried for help for the Lord. When the people of Israel cried to the Lord on account of the Midianites, the Lord sent a prophet to the people of Israel. And he said to them, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I led you up from Egypt, brought you out of the house of bondage, and I delivered you from the hands of the Egyptians, from hands all those oppressed you, drove them out before you, and gave you their land. And I said to you, I am the Lord your God. You shall not pay reverence to gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But you have not given heed to my voice. Now the angel of the Lord came and sat under the oak at Ophrah, which belonged to Josh the Aberdite, and his son Gideon was beating out wheat in the wine press to hide it from the Midianites. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him and said to him, The Lord is with you, you mighty man of valor. And Gideon said to him, Pray, sir, if the Lord is with us, then why then has all this befallen us? And where are all these wonderful deeds which our fathers recounted to us, saying, Did not the Lord bring us from Egypt? But now the Lord has cast off, given us into the hand of the Midian. And the Lord turned to him and said, Go in this might of yours and deliver Israel from the hand of the Midians. Do not I send you? And he said to him, Pray, Lord, can I deliver Israel? Behold, my clan is the weakest in Mashon. I am the least in my family. The Lord said to him, I will be with you. You shall smite the Midianites as one man. And I said to him, If I not have found favor with thee, then show me a sign who speakest with me. do not depart from here. I pray thee until I come in to thee and bring out into my presence and set it before thee. And I will stay until you return. So Gideon went into the house and prepared a kid, 11 cakes from an ephah of flour. The meat he put in a basket, and the broth he put in a pot. They brought to him under the oak and presented them. And the angel of the Lord said to him, take the meat and the unleavened cakes and put them on this rock. And brought the rock and pour the broth over them. And he did so. Then the angel of the Lord reached out, the tip of his staff was in his hand, and he touched the meat. And they had 11 cakes, and they sprang up fire from the rock and consumed the flesh of the 11 cakes, and the angel of the Lord vanished from his sight. Then Gideon perceived that he was the angel of the Lord, and Gideon said, Alas, O Lord God, for now I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. But the Lord said to him, Peace be with you, do not fear, you shall not die. Then Gideon built an altar to the Lord and called it the Lord his peace. To this day it still stands at Ophrah, which belongs to the Azarites. That night the Lord said to him, Take your father's bull. The second bull is 7 years old, and pull down the altar of Baal with your father has, and count down the Asherah that is beside it. And build an altar to the Lord your God on top of the strong out here with stones laid in due order. Then take the second bull and offer it as a burnt offering with the wood of Asherah, which you'll cut down. So Gideon took 10 men of his servants and did as the Lord had told him, because he was not afraid of for his family and the men of the town to do it by day, they did it at night. When the men of the town rose early in the morning, they behold, the altar of Baal was broken down, and the Asherah beside it was cut down. And the second bull was offered upon the altar which had been built, and they said to one another, Who has done this thing? And after they had searched and inquired, they said, Gideon the son of Joash has done this thing. Then the men of the town said to Joash, Bring out your son that he may die, for he has pulled down the altar of Baal and cut down the Asherah beside it. But Joshua said to all who were arrayed against him, Will you contend for Baal, or will you defend his cause? Whoever contends to him shall be put to death by morning. If he is a god, let his contend for himself, because his altar is pulled down. Therefore on that day he was called Berbal, which is to say, let Baal contend against himself, because he pulled down his altar. And all the Midianites and the Amorites and the people of the east came together and crossed the Jordan. They camped in the valley of Zevral. But the Spirit of the Lord took possession of Gideon, and he sounded the trumpet. And the Azarites were called out to follow him. And he sent messages throughout all Mashua. They too were called out to follow him. They sent messages to Asher, Jebulun, and Naphtali, and they went up to meet them. Then Gideon said to the God, If thou shalt deliver Israel by my hand, as thou hast said, behold, I shall lay a fleece of wool on the threshing floor, as there is dew on the fleece alone, and is dry on all the ground. Then I shall know that thou wilt deliver by hand, I have said. And it was so. When he rose early next morning and squeezed the fleece, he wrung enough dew from the fleece to fill a bowl with water. Again said he unto the Lord, Let not the anger burn against me, let me speak. But as once prayer, let me make trial only this once with the fleece. Pray, let it be dry only on the fleece and on the ground, but there is dew. And God did so that night, if it was dry in the fleece only, and on the ground there was dew. Then Zerubbabel, that is Gideon, and all the people who were with him rose early, and they camped beside the spring of Harod. And the camp in Midian was north of them by the hill of Moab in the valley. The Lord said to Gideon, the people with you are too many for me to give the Midianites into their hand, lest Israel vaunt themselves against me, saying, my own hand has delivered me. Now therefore proclaim in the ears of the people, saying, whoever is fearful and terror, let me return home. And Gideon tested them, 22,000 returned, 10,000 remain. The Lord said to Gideon, the people are still too many. Make them down to the water, and I will test them for you better there. And he whom I say to you, this man shall go with you, and any of whom I say to you, this shall not go with you, shall not go. So he brought the people down to the water, and the Lord said to Gideon, everyone that laps the water with his tongue as a dog laps, you shall let set by himself. Likewise, everyone that kneels down to drink. And the number of those that lapped, putting their hands to the mouth, was 300 men. But all the rest of the people knelt down to drink water. And the Lord said to Gideon, with the 300 men that lapped, I deliver you and give the Midianites into your hand, and that all the others go every man to his home. So he took the jars of the people from their hands and their trumpets, and they sent all the rest of Israel, every man to his tent, retained the 300 men, and the camp in Midian was below him in the valley. The same night the Lord said to him, arise, go down against the camp, for I have given it to your hand. But if you fear to go down into the camp with Purah, your servant, and you shall hear what they say, and afterwards your hands shall be strengthened to go down against the camp. Then he went down with Purah, his servant, to the outposts of the armed men that were in the camp. And the Midianites and the Asherites and all the people of the east lay along the valley like locusts, a multitude, and their camels were without number. And the sand which is under the the sand which is under the seashore for multitude. Then Gideon came, behold, a man was telling a dream to his comrade, and he said, behold, I'm dreaming a dream. And lo, a cake of barley bread tumbled into the camp of Midian, and came to his tent and struck him so that he fell and turned it upside down so that the tent lay flat. And then his comrades answered, this is no other than the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, the man of Israel, into his hand God has given Midian and all of the host. When Gideon heard the telling of the dream and its interpretation, he worshiped and returned to the camp of Israel and said, arise, for the Lord has given the host of the Midian into your hands. And he divided 300 men to 3 companies and put trumpets in the hands of all of them and empty jars with torches inside the jars. And then said, look at me and do likewise when I come to the outskirts of the camp, do as I do. When I blow the trumpet, I and all who are with me will blow their trumpets on every side of the camp and shout for the Lord of God and for Gideon. So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outskirts of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, when they had just set the watch, and they blew the trumpet and smashed the jars that were in their hands, and the 3 companies blew the trumpets and broke the jars, holding in their left hands the torches, and in their right hands the trumpets to blow, and they cried, a sword for the Lord and for Gideon. They stood every man in his place round about the camp, and all the army ran. They cried out and fled. When they blew the 300 trumpets, the Lord set every man a sword. When they blew the 300 trumpets, the Lord set every man's sword against his fellow. and against all the army, and the army fled as far as Betharam towards Zephyr, and as far as the border of Abel-shah by Tabbath. And the men of Israel were called out from Nashgan, from Asher, and from Nashua, and they pursued after Midian. And Gideon sent messengers throughout all the hill country of Ephraim, saying, "Come down against the Midianites and seize the waters against them so far as Beth-peor, and also the Jordan." So all the men of Ephraim are called out, and they seized the waters as far as Beth-peor, and also the Jordan. And then they took the two princes of Midian, Zerb and Zaid, and killed Orb at the rock of Orb. Zaid they killed at the winepress of Jade. And they pursued Midian, and they brought the heads of Job and Job to Gideon beyond the Jordan. Okay, I'm going to stop. It's a little. How long are you here for? Yep. Okay. Okay. Right here, number 8. Chapter 8. But
So you didn't use the big comfy chair. You didn't use the big comfy chair.
that's what was sitting there.
Ah. Okay. Judges. Yep. And the men of Ephraim said to him, "What is this that you have done to us? Not to call us when you went to fight with Midian." And they upbraided him violently. And he said to them, "What have I done now in comparison with you? Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abiezer? God has given into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb, and Zeb. What have I been able to do in comparison with you?" Then their anger against him was abated, when he had said this. And Gideon came to the Jordan and passed over, he and the 300 men who were with him, faint yet pursuing. So he said to the men of Succoth, "Pray, give loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are faint, and I am pursuing after Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian." And the officials of Succoth said, "Are Zebah and Zalmunna already in your hand, that we should give bread to your army?" And Gideon said, "Well then, when the Lord has given Zebah and Zalmunna into my hand, I will flail your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with briars." And from there he went up to Penuel and spoke to them in the same way. And the men of Penuel answered him as the men of Succoth had answered. And he said to the men of Penuel, "When I come again in peace, I will break down this tower." Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor with their army, about 15,000 men, all who were left of all the army of the people of the east. For there had fallen 120,000 men who drew the sword, and Gideon went up by the caravan route east of Nobah and Jogbehah and attacked the army, for the army was off its guard. And Zebah and Zalmunna fled, and he pursued them and took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and he threw all the army into a panic. Then Gideon the son of Joash returned from the battle by the ascent of Heres, and he caught a young man of Succoth and questioned him, and he wrote down for him the officials and elders of Succoth, 77 men. And he came to the men of Succoth and said, "Behold, Zebah and Zalmunna, about whom you taunted me, saying, Are Zebah and Zalmunna already in your hand, that we should give bread to your men who are faint?" And he took the elders of the city, and he took thorns of the wilderness and briars, and with them taught the men of Succoth. And he broke down the tower of Penuel and slew the men of the city. Then he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, "Where are the men whom you slew at Tabor?" They answered, "As you are, so were they, every one of them." They resembled the sons of a king. And he said, "They were my brothers, the sons of my mother. As the Lord lives, if you had saved them alive, I would not slay you." And he said to Jether, his firstborn, "Rise and slay them." But the youth did not draw his sword, for he was afraid, because he was still a youth. Then Zebah and Zalmunna said, "Rise yourself and fall upon us, for as the man is, so is his strength." And Gideon arose and slew Zebah and Zalmunna, and he took the crescents that were on the necks of their camels. Then the men of Israel said to Gideon, "Rule over us, you and your son and your grandson also, for you have delivered us out of the hand of Midian." Gideon said to them, "I will not rule over you, and my son will not rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." And Gideon said to them, "Let me make a request of you. Give me every man of you the earrings of his spoil." For they had golden earrings, because they were Ishmaelites. And they answered, "We will willingly give them." And they spread a garment, and every man cast in it the earrings of his spoil. And the weight of the golden earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, besides the crescents and the pendants and the purple garments worn by the kings of Midian, and besides the collars that were about the necks of their camels. And Gideon made an ephod of it and put it in his city in Ophrah. And all Israel played the harlot after it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and to his family. So Midian was subdued before the people of Israel, and they lifted up their heads no more. And the land had rest 40 years in the days of Gideon. Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went and dwelt in his own house. Now Gideon had 70 sons, his own offspring, for he had many wives. And his concubine, who was in Shechem, also bore him a son, and he called his name Abimelech. And Gideon, the son of Joash, died in a good old age and was buried in the tomb of Joash his father at Ophrah in the Abiezrites. As soon as Gideon died, the people of Israel turned again and played the harlot after the Baals and made Baal Beruth their god. And the people of Israel did not remember the Lord their God, who had rescued them from the hand of all their enemies on every side. And they did not show kindness to the family of Jerubbaal, that is, Gideon, in return for all the good that he had done to Israel. Now Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Shechem to his mother's kinsmen and said to them and to the whole clan of his mother's family, "Say in the ears of all the citizens of Shechem, which is better for you, that all 70 of the sons of Jerubbaal rule over you, or that one rule over you? Remember also that I am your bone and your flesh." And his mother's kinsmen spoke all these words on his behalf in the ears of all the men of Shechem, and their hearts inclined to follow Abimelech, for they said, "He is our brother." And they gave him 70 pieces of silver out of the house of Baal Berith, with which Abimelech hired worthless and reckless fellows who followed him. And he went to his father's house at Ophrah and slew his brothers, the sons of Jerubbaal, 70 men, upon one stone. But Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, was left, for he hid himself. And all the citizens of Shechem came together, and all Beth Millo, and they went made Abimelech king by the oak of the pillar at Shechem. When it was told to Jotham, he went and stood on the top of Mount Gerizim and cried aloud and said to them, "Listen to me, you men of Shechem, that God may listen to you." The trees once went forth to anoint a king over them, and they said to the olive tree, "Reign over us." But the olive tree said to them, "Shall I leave my fatness, by which gods and men are honored, and go to sway over the trees?" And the trees said to the fig tree, "Come you and reign over us." But the fig tree said to them, "Shall I leave my sweetness and my good fruit, and go to sway over the trees?" And the trees said to the vine, "Come you and reign over us." But the vine said to them, "Shall I leave my wine, which cheers gods and men, and go to sway over the trees?" Then all the trees said to the bramble, "Come you and reign over us." And the bramble said to the trees, "If in good faith you are anointing me king over you, then come and take refuge in my shade. But if not, let fire come out of the bramble and devour the cedars of Lebanon. Now therefore, if you acted in good faith and honor when you made Abimelech king, and if you have dealt well with Jerubbaal and his house, and have done to him as his deeds deserved, for my father fought for you and risked his life, and rescued you from the hand of Midian, and you have risen up against my father's house this day, and have slain his sons, 70 men on one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his maidservant, king over the citizens of Shechem, because he is your kinsman. If you then have acted in good faith and honor with Jerubbaal, Baal, and with his house this day, then rejoice in Abimelech, and let him also rejoice in you. And if not, let fire come out from Abimelech and devour the citizens of Shechem and Beth Millo, and let fire come out from the citizens of Shechem and from Beth Millo and devour Abimelech. And Jotham ran away and fled and went to Beer and dealt there for fear of Abimelech his brother. Abimelech ruled over Israel 3 years, and God sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the men of Shechem, and the men of Shechem dealt treacherously with Abimelech. that the violence done to the 70 sons of Jerubbaal might come, and their blood be laid upon Abimelech, their brother, who slew them, and upon the men of Shechem, who strengthened his hands to slay his brothers. And the men of Shechem put men in ambush against him on the mountaintops, and they robbed all who passed by them along that way. And it was told Abimelech. And Gaal, the son of Ebed, moved into Shechem with his kinsmen, and the men of Shechem put confidence in him. And they went out into the field and gathered the grapes from their vineyards and trod them, and held festival, and went into the house of their God, and ate and drank and reviled Abimelech. And Gaal, the son of Ebed, said, Who is Abimelech, and who are we of Shechem, that we should serve him? Did not the son of Jerubbaal and Zebul, his officers, serve the men of Hemer, the father of Shechem? Why then should we serve him? Would that this people were under my hand, then I would remove Abimelech, and I would say to Abimelech, Increase your army and come out. When Zebul, the ruler of the city, heard the words of Gaal, the son of Ebed, his anger was kindled, and he sent messengers to Abimelech at Arumah, saying, Behold, Gaal, the son of Ebed, and his kinsmen have come to Shechem, and they are stirring up the city against you. Now therefore go by night, you and the men that are with you, and lie in wait in the fields. Then in the morning, as soon as the sun is up, rise early and rush upon the city. And when he and the men that are with him come out against you, you may do to them as occasion offers. And Abimelech and all the men that were with him rose up by night and laid wait against Shechem in 4 companies. And Gaal, the son of Ebed, went out and stood in the entrance of the gate of the city. And Abimelech and the men that were with him rose from the ambush. And when Gaal saw the men, he said to Zebul, Look, men are coming down from the mountaintops. And Zebul said to him, You see the shadow of the mountains as if they were men. Gaal spoke again and said, Look, men are coming down from the center of the land, and one company is coming from the direction of the diviner's oak. Then Zebul said to him, Where is your mouth now, you who said, Who is Abimelech, that we should serve him? Are not these the men whom you despised? Go out now and fight with them. And Gaal went out at the head of the men of Shechem and fought with Abimelech. And Abimelech chased him, and he fled before them. And many fell wounded up to the entrance of the gate. And Abimelech dwelt at Arumah, and Zebul drove out Gaal and his kinsmen so that they could not live on at Shechem. On the following day, the men went out into the fields, as Abimelech was told. He took his men and divided them into 3 companies and laid wait in the fields. And he looked and saw the men coming out of the city, and he rose against them and slew them. Abimelech and the company that was with him rushed forward and stood at the entrance of the gate of the city, while the 2 companies rushed upon all who were in the fields and slew them. And Abimelech fought against the city all that day. He took the city and killed the people that were in it, and he razed the city and sowed it with salt. When all the people of the tower of Shechem heard of it, they entered the stronghold of the house of Elbereth. Abimelech was told that all the people of the tower of Shechem were gathered together, and Abimelech went up to Mount Zalmon, he and all the men that were with him. And Abimelech took an axe in his hand and cut down a bundle of brushwood and took it up and laid it on his shoulder. And he said to the men that were with him, What you have seen me do, make haste to do as I have done. So every one of the people cut down his bundle, and following Abimelech put it against the stronghold, and they set the stronghold on fire over them, so that all the people of the tower of Shechem also died, about 1,000 men and women. Then Abimelech went to Thebez and encamped against Thebes and took it. But there was a strong tower within the city, and all the people of the city fled to it, all the men and women, and shut themselves in. And they went to the roof of the tower. And Abimelech came to the tower and fought against it, and drew near to the door of the tower to burn it with fire. And a certain woman threw an upper millstone upon Abimelech's head and crushed his skull. Then he called hastily to the young man, his armor-bearer, and said to him, "Draw your sword and kill me, lest men say of me, 'A woman killed him.' And his young man thrust him through, and he died. And when the men of Israel saw that Abimelech was dead, they departed every man to his home. Thus God requited the crime of Abimelech, which he committed against his father in killing his 70 brothers. And God also made all the wickedness of the men of Shechem fall back upon their heads, and upon them came the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal. After Abimelech there arose to deliver Israel Tola the son of Puah, son of Dodo, a man of Issachar, and he lived at Shamir in the hill country of Ephraim. And he judged Israel 23 years. Then he died and was buried at Shamir. After him arose Jair the Gileadite, who judged Israel 22 years. And he had 30 sons who rode on 30 asses, and they had 30 cities called Havoth-Jair to this day, which are in the land of Gilead. And Jair died and was buried in Canaan. And the people of Israel again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and served the Baals and the Ashtaroth, the gods of Syria, the gods of Sidon, the gods of Moab, the gods of the Ammonites, and the gods of the Philistines, and they forsook the Lord and did not serve him. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he sold them into the hand of the Philistines and into the hand of the Ammonites. And they crushed and oppressed the children of Israel that year. For 18 years they oppressed all the people of Israel that were beyond the Jordan in the land of the Amorites, which is in Gilead. And the Ammonites crossed the Jordan to fight also against Judah and against Benjamin and against the house of Ephraim, so that Israel was sorely distressed. And the people of Israel cried to the Lord, saying, "We have sinned against thee, because we have forsaken our God and have served the Baals." And the Lord said to the people of Israel, "Did I not deliver you from the Egyptians and from the Amorites and from the Ammonites and also from the Philistines? The Sidonians also, and the Amalekites and the Maonites oppressed you. And you cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hand. Yet you have forsaken me and served other gods. Therefore I will deliver you no more. Go and cry to the gods whom you have chosen. Let them deliver you in the time of your distress." And the people of Israel said to the Lord, "We have sinned. Do to us whatever seems good to thee. Only deliver us, we pray thee, this day." So they put away the foreign gods from among them and served the Lord. And he became indignant over the misery of Israel. Then the Ammonites were called to arms, and they encamped in Gilead, and the people of Israel came together. And they encamped at Mizpah, and the people, the leaders of Gilead, said one to another, "Who is the man that will begin to fight against the Ammonites? He shall be head over all the inhabitants of Gilead." Now Jephthah the Gilead was a mighty warrior, but he was the son of a harlot. Gilead was the father of Jephthah, and Gilead's wife also bore him sons. And when his wife's sons grew up, they thrust Jephthah out and said to him, "You shall not inherit your father in our father's house, for you are the son of another woman." Then Jephthah fled from his brothers and dwelt in the land of Tob. And worthless fellows collected round Jephthah and went raiding with him. After a time, the Ammonites made war against Israel. And when the Ammonites made war against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to bring Jephthah from the land of Tob. And they said to Jephthah, "Come and be our leader, that we may fight with the Ammonites." But Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, "Did you not hate me and drive me out of my father's house? Why have you come to me now when you are in trouble?" And the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, that is why we have turned to you now, that you may go with us and fight with the Ammonites and be our head over all the inhabitants of Gilead." Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, "If you bring me home again to fight with the Ammonites, and the Lord gives them over to me, I will be your head." And the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "The Lord will be witness between us. We will surely do as you say." So Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and leaders over them, and Jephthah spoke all his words before the Lord at Mizpah. Then Jephthah sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites and said, "What have you against me that you have come to me to fight against my land?" And the king of the Ammonites answered the messengers of Jephthah, "Because Israel, on coming from Egypt, took away my land, from the Arnon to the Jabbok and to the Jordan. Now therefore restore it peaceably. And Jephthah sent messengers again to the king of the Ammonites and said to him, "Thus says Jephthah, Israel did not take away the land of Moab or the land of the Ammonites, but when they came up from Egypt, Israel went through the wilderness to the Red Sea and came to Kadesh. Israel then sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, 'Let us pass, we pray, through your land.' But the king of Edom would not listen. And they sent also to the king of Moab, but he would not consent. So Israel remained at Kadesh. Then they journeyed through the wilderness and went around the land of Edom and the land of Moab, and arrived on the east side of the land of Moab. And camped on the other side of the Arnon, but they did not enter the territory of Moab, for the Arnon was the boundary of Moab. Israel then sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, king of Heshbon, and Israel said to him, 'Let us pass, we pray, through your land to our country.' But Sihon did not trust Israel to pass through his territory. So Sihon gathered all his people together and encamped at Jahaz and fought with Israel. And the Lord, the God of Israel, gave Sihon and all his people into the hand of Israel, and they defeated them. So Israel took possession of all the land of the Amorites who inhabited that country. And they took possession of all the territory of the Amorites, from the Arnon to the Jabbok, and from the wilderness to the Jordan. So then the Lord, the God of Israel, dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel. And are you to take possession of them? Will you not possess what Shemosh, your God, gives you to possess? And all that the Lord our God has dispossessed before us, we will possess. Now are you any better than Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever strive against Israel, or did he ever go to war with them? While Israel dwelt in Heshbon and its villages, and in Orar and its villages, and in all the cities that are on the banks of the Arnon, 300 years, why did you not recover them within that time? I therefore have not sinned against you, and you do me wrong by making war on me. The Lord, the judge, decide this day between the people of Israel and the people of Ammon. But the king of the Ammonites did not heed the message of Jephthah, which he sent to him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed through Gilead and Manasseh, and passed on to Mizpah of Gilead, and from Mizpah of Gilead he passed on to the Ammonites. And Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, If thou wilt give the Ammonites into my hand, then whoever comes forth from the doors of my house to meet me, when I return victorious from the Ammonites, shall be the Lord's, and I will offer him up for a burnt offering. So Jephthah crossed over to the Ammonites to fight against them, and the Lord gave them into his hand. And he smote them from Aroer to the neighborhood of Minnith, 20 cities, and as far as Abel Keranim, with a very great slaughter. So the Ammonites were subdued before the people of Israel. Then Jephthah came to his home at Mizpah, and behold, his daughter came out to meet him with timbrels and with dances. She was his only child. Beside her, he had neither son nor daughter. And when he saw her, he rent his clothes and said, At last, my daughter, you have brought me very low, and you have become the cause of great trouble to me. For I have opened my mouth to the Lord, and I cannot take back my vow. And she said to him, My father, if you have opened your mouth to the Lord, do to me according to what has gone forth from your mouth, now that the Lord has avenged you on your enemies of the Ammonites. And she said to her father, Let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months, that I may go and wander on the mountains and bewail my virginity, I and my companions. And he said, Go. And he sent her away for 2 months, and she departed, she and her companions, and bewailed her virginity upon the mountains. And at the end of 2 months she returned to her father, who did with her according to his vow which he had made. She had never known a man, and it became a custom in Israel that the daughters of Israel went year by year to lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite 4 days in the year. The men of Ephraim were called to arms, and they crossed to Zaphon and said to Jephthah, Why did you cross over to fight against the Ammonites, and did not call us to go with you? We will burn your house over you with fire. And Jephthah said to them, I and my people had a great feud with the Ammonites, and when I called you, you did not deliver me from their hand. And when I saw that you would not deliver me, I took my life in my hand and crossed over against the Ammonites, and the Lord gave them into my hand. Why then have you come up to me this day to fight against me? Then Jephthah gathered all the men of Gilead, and found with Ephraim, and the men of Gilead smote Ephraim, because they said, You are fugitives of Ephraim, you Gileads in the midst of Ephraim and Manasseh. And the Gileads took the fords of the Jordan against the Ephraimites. And when any of the fugitives of Ephraim said, Let me go over, the men of Gilead said to him, Are you an Ephraimite? When he said no, they said to him, Then say Shibboleth. And he said Sibboleth, for he could not pronounce it right. Then they seized him and slew him at the fords of the Jordan. And there fell at that time 42,000 of the Ephraimites. Jephthah judged Israel 6 years. Then Jephthah the Gileadite died and was buried in his city in Gilead. After him, Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons and 30 daughters he gave in marriage outside his clan, and 30 daughters he brought in from outside for his sons. Then he judged Israel 7 years. Then Ibzan died and was buried at Bethlehem. After him, Elon the Zebulunite judged Israel, and he judged Israel 10 years. Then Elon the Zebulunite died and was buried at Ajalon in the land of Zebulun. After him, Abdon, the son of Hillel, the Peronite, judged Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 grandsons who rode on 70 asses, and he judged Israel 8 years. Then Abdon, the son of Hillel, the Peronite, died and was buried at Peronite in the land of Ephraim, in the hill country of the Amalekites. And the people of Israel again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord gave them into the hand of the Philistines for 40 years. And there was a certain man of Zorah, of the tribe of the Danites, whose name was Manoah, and his wife was barren and had no children. And the angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her, Behold, you are barren and have no children, but you shall conceive and bear a son. Therefore beware, and drink no wine or strong drink, and eat nothing unclean, for lo, you shall conceive and bear a son. No razor shall come upon his head, for the boy shall be a Nazarite to God from birth, and he shall begin to deliver Israel from the hand of the Philistines. Then the woman came and told her husband, A man of God came to me, and his countenance was like the countenance of the angel of God, very terrible. I did not ask him whence he was, and he did not tell me his name. But he said to me, Behold, you shall conceive and bear a son. So then drink no wine or strong drink, and eat nothing unclean, for the boy shall be a Nazarite to God from birth to the day of his death. Then Manoah entreated the Lord and said, O Lord, I pray thee, let the man of God, I'm going to finish this chapter, if that's okay. Let the man of God whom thou didst send come again to us, and teach us what we are to do with the boy that will be born. And God listened to the voice of Manoah, and the angel of God came again to the woman as she sat in the field. But Manoah, her husband, was not with her. And the woman ran in haste and told her husband, Behold, the man who came to me the other day has appeared to me. And Manoah arose and went after his wife, and came to the man and said to him, Are you the man who spoke to this woman? And he said, I am. And Manoah said, Now when your words come true, what is to be the boy's manner of life, and what is he to do? And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Of all that I said to the woman, let her beware. She may not eat of anything that comes from the vine, neither let her drink wine or strong drink, or eat any unclean thing. All that I commanded her, let her observe. Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, Pray, let us detain you and prepare a kid for you. And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, If you detain me, I will not eat of your food, but if you make ready a burnt offering, then offer it to the Lord. For Manoah did not know that he was the angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, What is your name? So that when your words come true, we may honor you. And the angel of the Lord said to him, Why do you ask my name, seeing it is wonderful? So Manoah took the kid with the cereal offering and offered it upon the rock to the Lord, to him who works wonders. And when the flame went up toward heaven from the altar, the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar, while Manoah and his wife looked on, and they fell on their faces to the ground. The angel of the Lord appeared no more to Manoah and to his wife. Then Manoah knew that he was the angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to his wife, We shall surely die, for we have seen God. But his wife said to him, If the Lord had meant to kill us, he would not have accepted a burnt offering and a cereal offering at our hands, or shown us all these things, or now announced to us such things as these. And the woman bore a son and called his name Samson. And the boy grew, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to stir him in Mahiadan, between Zorah and Eshtal. Okay. chapter 14. Okay. Okay, all right. I wasn't sure, but if anybody was coming? Or?
I don't know if anyone's coming after me either, but,
Yeah.
so I have 4:30 to 5, so.
Okay, all right, very
Okay.
good.
And chapter again, 14 you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Really went fast.
It does. I did an hour before and it went real fast. Samson went down to Timnah, and at Timnah he saw one of the daughters of the Philistines. Then he came up and told his father and mother, I saw one of the daughters of the Philistines at Timnah. Now get her for me as my wife. But his father and mother said to him, Is there not a woman among the daughters of your kinsmen, or among all our people, that you must go to take a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines? But Samson said to his father, Get her for me, for she pleases me well. His father and mother did not know that it was from the Lord, for he was seeking an occasion against the Philistines. At that time the Philistines had domination over Israel. Then Samson went down with his father and mother to Timnah, and he came to the vineyards of Timnah. And behold, a young lion roared against him, and the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him. And he tore the lion asunder as one tears a kid, and he had nothing in his hand. But he did not tell his father or his mother what he had done. Then he went down and talked with the woman, and she pleased Samson well. And after a while he returned to take her, and he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion. And behold, there was a swarm of bees in the body of the lion, and honey. He scraped it out into his hands and went on, eating as he went. And he came to his father and mother, and gave some to them, and they ate. But he did not tell them that he had taken the honey from the carcass of the lion. And his father went down to the woman, and Samson made a feast there, for so the young men used to do. And when the people saw him, they brought 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said to them, Let me now put a riddle to you. If you can tell me what it is within the 7 days of the feast, and find it out, then I will give you 30 linen garments and 30 festal garments. But if you cannot tell me what it is, then you shall give me 30 linen garments and 30 festal garments. And they said to him, Put your riddle, that we may hear it. And he said to them, Out of the eater came something to eat. Out of the strong came something sweet. And they could not in 3 days tell what the riddle was. On the 4th day they said to Samson's wife, Entice your husband to tell us what the riddle is, lest we burn you and your father's house with fire. Have you invited us here to impoverish us? And Samson's wife wept before him and said, You only hate me, you do not love me. You have put a riddle to my countrymen, and you have not told me what it is. And he said to her, Behold, I have not told my father nor my mother, and shall I tell you? She wept before him the 7 days that their feast lasted, and on the 7th day he told her, because she pressed him hard. Then she told the riddle to her countrymen, and the men of the city said to him on the 7th day, before the sun went down, What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? And he said to them, If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have found out my riddle. And the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him, and he went down to Ascalon and killed 30 men of the town, and took their spoil and gave the festal garments to those who had told the riddle. In hot anger he went back to his father's house. And Samson's wife was given to his companion, who had been his best man. After a while, at the time of wheat harvest, Samson went to visit his wife with a kid, and he said, I will go in to my wife in the chamber. But her father would not allow him to go in. And her father said, I really thought that you utterly hated her, so I gave her to your companion. Is not her younger sister fairer than she? Pray, take her instead. And Samson said to them, This time I shall be blameless in regard to the Philistines when I do them mischief. So Samson went and caught 300 foxes and took torches, and he turned them tail to tail and put a torch between each pair of tails. And when he had set fire to the torches, he let the foxes go into the standing grain of the Philistines and burned up the shocks and the standing grain as well as the olive orchards. Then the Philistines said, "Who has done this?" And they said, "Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he has taken his wife and given her to his companion." And the Philistines came up and burned her and her father with fire. And Samson said to them, "If this is what you do, I swear I will be avenged upon you, and after that I will quit." And he smote them hip and thigh with great slaughter, and he went down and stayed in the cleft of the rock of Etam. Then the Philistines came up and encamped in Judah and made a raid on Lehi. And the men of Judah said, "Why have you come up against us?" They said, "We have come up to bind Samson, to do to him as he did to us." Then 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cleft of the rock of Edom and said to Samson, "Do you not know that the Philistines are rulers over us? What then is this that you have done to us?" And he said to them, "As they did to me, so have I done to them." And they said to him, "We have come down to bind you, that we may give you into the hands of the Philistines." And Samson said to them, "Swear to me that you will not fall upon me yourselves." They said to him, "No, we will only bind you and give you into their hands. We will not kill you." So they bound him with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the rock. When he came to Lehi, the Philistines came shouting to meet him, and the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him, and the ropes which were on his arms became as flax that has caught fire, and his bonds melted off his hands. And he found a fresh jawbone of an ass, and put out his hand and seized it, and with it he slew 1,000 men. And Samson said, "With the jawbone of an ass, heaps upon heaps, with the jawbone of an ass, have I slain 1,000 men." When he had finished speaking, he threw away the jawbone out of his hand, and that place was called Rameth-lehi. And he was very thirsty, and he called on the Lord and said, "Thou hast granted this great deliverance by the hand of thy servant. And shall I now die of thirst and fall into the hands of the uncircumcised?" And God split open the hollow place that is at Lehi, and there came water from it. And when he drank, his spirit returned, and he revived. Therefore the name of it was called En-Kakor. It is at Lehi to this day. And he judged Israel in the days of the Philistine 20 years. Samson went to Gaza, and there he saw a harlot, and he went into her. The Gazites were told, "Samson has come here," and they surrounded the place and lay in wait for him all night at the gate of the city. They kept quiet all night, saying, "Let us wait till the light of the morning, then we will kill him." But Samson lay till midnight, and at midnight he arose and took hold of the doors of the gate of the city and the 2 posts, and pulled them up, bar and all, and put them on his shoulders, and carried them to the top of the hill that is before Hebron. After this he loved a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. And the lords of the Philistines came to her and said to her, "Entice him, and see wherein his great strength lies, and by what means we may overpower him, that we may bind him to subdue him, and we will each give you 1,100 pieces of silver." And Delilah said to Samson, "Please tell me wherein your great strength lies, and how you might be bound, that one could subdue you." And Samson said to her, "If they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings, which have not been dried, then I shall become weak and be like any other men. Then the lords of the Philistines brought her 7 fresh bowstrings, which had not been dried, and she bound him with them. Now she had men lying in wait in an inner chamber, and she said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. But he snapped the bowstrings, as a string of tow snaps when it touches the fire. So the secret of his strength was not known. And Delilah said to Samson, Behold, you have mocked me and told me lies. Please tell me how you might be bound. And he said to her, If they bind me with new ropes that have not been used, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. So Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them, and said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And the men lying in wait were in an inner chamber. But he snapped the ropes off his arms like a thread. And Delilah said to Samson, Until now you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me how you might be bound. And he said to her, If you weave the 7 locks of my head with the web and make it tight with a pin, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. So while he slept, Delilah took the 7 locks of his head and wove them into the web. And she made them tight with the pin and said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. But he awoke from his sleep and pulled away the pin, the loom, and the web. And she said to him, How can you say I love you when your heart is not with me? You have mocked me these 3 times, and you have not told me wherein your great strength lies. And when she pressed him hard with her words day after day, and urged him, his soul was vexed to death. And he told her all his mind, and said to her, A razor has never come upon my head, for I have been a Nazirite to God from my mother's womb. If I be shaved, then my strength will leave me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man. When Delilah saw that he had told her all his mind, she sent and called the lords of the Philistines, saying, Come up this once, for he has told me all his mind. Then the lords of the Philistines came up to her and brought the money in their hands. She made him sleep upon her knees, and she called a man and had him shave off the 7 locks of his head. Then she began to torment him, and his strength left him. And she said, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And he awoke from his sleep and said, I will go out as at other times and shake myself free. And he did not know that the Lord had left him. And the Philistines seized him and gouged out his eyes and brought him down to Gaza and bound him with bronze fetters. And he ground at the mill in the prison. But the hair of his head began to grow again after it had been shaved. Now the lords of the Philistines gathered to offer a great sacrifice to Dagon their god, and to rejoice, for they said, Our God has given Samson our enemy into our hand. And when the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said, Our God has given our enemy into our hand, the ravager of our country, who has slain many of us. And when their hearts were merry, they said, Call Samson, that he may make sport for us. So they called Samson out of the prison, and he made sport before them. They made him stand between the pillars, and Samson said to the lad who held him by the hand, Let me feel the pillars on which the house rests, that I may lean against them. Now the house was full of men and women. All the lords of the Philistines were there, and on the roof there were about 3,000 men and women who looked on while Samson made sport. Then Samson called to the Lord and said, O Lord God, remember me, I pray thee, and strengthen me, I pray thee. Only this once, O God, that I may be avenged upon the Philistines for one of my 2 eyes. And Samson grasped the 2 middle pillars upon which the house rested, And he leaned his weight upon them, his right hand on the one and his left hand on the other. And Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines." Then he bowed with all his might, and the house fell upon the lords and upon all the people that were in it. So the dead whom he slew at his death were more than those whom he had slain during his life. Then his brothers and all his family came down and took him and brought him up and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the tomb of Manoah his father. He had judged Israel 20 years. There was a man of the hill country of Ephraim, whose name was Micah. And he said to his mother, "The 1,100 pieces of silver which were taken from you, about which you uttered a curse, and also spoke it in my ears, behold, the silver is with me. I took it." And his mother said, "Blessed be my son by the Lord." And he restored the 1,100 pieces of silver to his mother. And his mother said, I consecrate the silver to the Lord from my hand for my son, to make a graven image and a molten image. Now therefore I will restore it to you. So when he restored the money to his mother took 200 pieces of silver and gave it to the silversmith, who made it into a graven image and a molten image, and it was in the house of Micah. And the man Micah had a shrine, and he made an ephod and teraphim, and installed one of his sons, who became his priest. In those days there was no king in Israel. Every man did what was right in his own eyes. Now there was a young man of Bethlehem in Judah, of the family of Judah, who was a Levite, and he sojourned there. And the man departed from the town of Bethlehem in Judah to live where he could find a place. And as he journeyed, he came to the hill country of Ephraim, to the house of Micah. And Micah said to him, From where do you come? And he said to him, I am a Levite of Bethlehem in Judah, and I am going to sojourn where I might find a place. And Micah said to him, Stay with me, and be to me a father and a priest, and I will give you 10 pieces of silver a year, and a suit of apparel, and your living. And the Levite was content to dwell with the man, and the young man became to him like one of his sons. And Micah installed the Levite, and the young man became his priest, and was in the house of Micah. Then Micah said, Now I know that the Lord will prosper me, because I have a Levite as a priest. In those days there was no king in Israel, and in those days the tribe of the Danites was seeking for itself an inheritance to dwell in. For until then no inheritance among the tribes of Israel had fallen to them. So the Danites sent 5 able men from the whole number of their tribe, from Zorah and from Eshtaol, to spy out the land and to explore it. And they said to them, Go and explore the land. And they came to the hill country of Ephraim, to the house of Micah, and lodged there. When they were by the house of Micah, they recognized the voice of the young Levite, and they turned aside and said to him, Who brought you here? What are you doing in this place? What is your business here? And he said to them, Thus and thus has Micah dwelt with me. He has hired me, and I have become his priest. And they said to him, Inquire of God, we pray thee, that we may know whether the journey on which we are setting out will succeed. And the priest said to them, Go in peace. The journey on which you go is under the eye of the Lord. Then the 5 men departed and came to Laish, and saw the people who were there, how they dwelt in security, after the manner of the Sidonians, quiet and unsuspecting, lacking nothing that is in the earth, and possessing wealth, and how they were far from the Sidonians, and had no dealings with anyone. And when they came to the brethren at Zorah and Eshtaol, their brethren said to them, what do you report?" They said, "Arise, and let us go up against them. For we have seen the land, and behold, it is very fertile. And will you do nothing? Do you not be slow to go and enter in and possess the land? When you go, you will come to an unsuspecting people. The land is broad, yea, God has given it into your hands, a place where there is no lack of anything that is in the earth." And 600 men of the tribe of Dan, armed with weapons of war, set forth from Zorah and Eshtaol, and went up and encamped at Kiriath Jearim in Judah. On this account, that place is called Manhawadan. To this day, behold, it is west of Kiriath Jearim. And they passed on from there to the hill country of Ephraim, and came to the house of Micah. Then the 5 men who had gone to spy out the country of Laish said to their brethren, "Do you know that in these houses there are an ephod, teraphim, a graven image, and a molten image? Now therefore consider what you will do." And they turned aside thither, and came to the house of the young Levite at the home of Micah, and asked him of his welfare. Now the 600 men of the Danites, armed with their weapons of war, stood by the entrance of the gate. And the 5 men who had gone to spy out the land went up, and entered, and took the graven image, the ephod, the teraphim, and the molten image, while the priest stood by the entrance of the gate, with the 600 men armed with weapons of war. And when these went into Micah's house, and took the graven image, the ephod, the teraphim, and the molten image, the priest said to them, "What are you doing?" And they said to him, "Keep quiet, put your hand upon your mouth, and come with us, and be to us a father and a priest. Is it better for you to be priest to the house of one man, or to be priest to a tribe and family in Israel?" And the priest's heart was glad. He took the ephod and the teraphim and the graven image, and went in the midst of the people. So they turned and departed, putting the little ones and the cattle and the goods in front of them. When they were a good way from the home of Micah, the men who were in the houses near Micah's house were called out, and they overtook the Danites. And they shouted to the Danites, who turned round and said to Micah, "What ails you that you come with such a company?" And he said, "You take my gods which I made, and the priest, and go away. And what have I left? How then do you ask me, what ails you?" And the Danites said to him, "Do not let your voices be heard among us, lest angry fellows fall upon you, and you lose your life with the lives of your household." Then the Danites went their way, and when Micah saw that they were too strong for him, he turned and went back to his home. And taking what Micah had made, and the priest who belonged to him, the Danites came to Laish, to a people quiet and unsuspecting, and smote them with the edge of the sword, and burned the city with fire. And there was no deliverer, because it was far from Sidon, and they had no dealings with any one. It was in the valley which belongs to Beth-Rohab, and they rebuilt the city and dwelt in it. And they named the city Dan, after the name of Dan, their ancestor, who was born in Israel. But the name of the city was Laish at the first. And the Danites set up the graven image for themselves. And Jonathan, the son of Gershom, son of Moses, and his sons were priests to the tribe of the Danites until the day of the captivity of the land. So they set up Micah's graven image, which he made, as long as the house of God was at Shiloh. I keep going. I'm not quite ready, done. In those days, when there was no king in Israel, a certain Levite was sojourning in the remote parts of the hill country of Ephraim, who took to himself a concubine from Bethlehem in Judah. And his concubine became angry with him, and she went away from him to her father's house at Bethlehem in Judah. and from there some 4 months. Then her husband arose and went after her, to speak kindly to her and bring her back. He had with him his servant and a couple of asses, and he came to her father's house. And when the girl's father saw him, he came with joy to meet him. And his father-in-law, the girl's father, made him stay, and he remained with him 3 days. So they ate and drank and lodged there. And on the 4th day they arose early in the morning, and he prepared to go. But the girl's father said to his son-in-law, "Strengthen your heart with a morsel of bread, and after that you may go." So the 2 men sat and ate and drank together. And the girl's father said to the man, "Be pleased to spend the night, and let your heart be merry." And when the man rose up to go, his father-in-law urged him till he lodged there again. And on the 5th day he arose early in the morning to depart. And the girl's father said, "Strengthen your heart, and tarry until the day declines." So they ate, both of them. And when the man and his concubine and his servant rose up to depart, his father-in-law, the girl's father, said to him, "Behold, now the day has waned toward evening. Pray tarry all night. Behold, the day draws to its close. Lodge here, and let your heart be merry. And tomorrow you shall arise early in the morning for your journey, and go home." But the man would not spend the night. He rose up and departed, and arrived opposite Jebus, that is, Jerusalem. He had with him a couple of saddled asses, and his concubine was with him. When they were near Jebus, the day was far spent, and the servant said to his master, "Come now, let us turn aside to the city of the Jebusites, and spend the night in it." And his master said to him, "We will not turn aside into the city of foreigners, who do not belong to the people of Israel, but we will pass on to Gibeah." And he said to his servant, "Come and let us draw near to one of these places, and spend the night at Gibeah or at Ramah." So they passed on and went their way, and the sun went down on them near Gibeah, which belongs to Benjamin. And they turned aside there to go in and spend the night at Gibeah. And he went in and sat down in the open square of the city, for no man took them into his house to spend the night. And behold, an old man was coming from his work in the field at evening. The man was from the hill country of Ephraim, and he was sojourning to Gibeah. The men of the place were Benjaminites. And he lifted up his eyes and saw the wayfarer in the open square of the city. And the old man said, "Where are you going, and whence do you come?" And he said to him, "We are passing from Bethlehem in Judah to remote parts of the hill country of Ephraim, from which I come. I went from Bethlehem in Judah, and I am going to my home, and nobody takes me into his house. We have straw and provender for our asses, with bread and wine for me and your maidservant, and the young man with your servants. There is no lack of anything." And the old man said, "Peace be to you. I will care for all your wants, only do not spend the night in the square." So he brought him into his house and gave the asses provender, and they washed their feet and ate and drank. As they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city, base fellows, beset the house round about, beating on the door. And they said to the old man, the master of the house, "Bring out the man who came into your house, that we may know him." And the man, the master of the house, went out to them and said to them, "No, my brethren, do not act so wickedly. Seeing that this man has come into my house, do not do this vile thing. Behold, here are my virgin daughter and my concubine. Let me bring them out now. Ravish them and do with them what seems good to you, but against this man do not do so vile a thing." But the men would not listen to him. So the men seized his concubine and put her out to them, and they knew her and abused her all night till the morning. And as the dawn began to break, they let her go. And as morning appeared, the woman came and fell down at the door of the man's house, where her master was, till it was light. And her master rose up in the morning, and when he opened the doors of his house and went out to go on his way, behold, there was his concubine laying at the door of the house, with her hands on the threshold. He said to her, "Get up, let us be going." But there was no answer. Then he put her upon the ass, and the man rose up and went away to his home. And when he entered his house, he took a knife, and laying hold of his concubine, he divided her, limb by limb, into 12 pieces, and sent her throughout all the territory of Israel. And all who saw it said, "Such a thing has never happened or been seen from the day that the people of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt until this day. Consider it, take counsel, and speak." Starting at 20.
Thank you. Starting at Judges chapter 20. Then all the people of Israel came out from Dan to Beersheba, including the land of Gilead. And the congregation assembled as one man to the Lord of Mizpah. And the chief of all the people, of all the tribes of Israel, presented themselves in the assembly of the people of God, 400,000 men on foot that drew the sword. Now the Benjamites heard that the people of Israel had gone up to Mizpah. And the people of Israel said, "Tell us, how was this wickedness brought to pass?" And the Levite, the husband of the woman who was murdered, answered and said, "I came to Gibeah, that belongs to Benjamin, I and my concubine, to spend the night. And the men of Gibeah rose against me and beset the house against me by night. They meant to kill me, and they ravaged my concubine, and she is dead. And I took my concubine, and I cut her into pieces, and sent her throughout all the country of the inheritance of Israel. For they have committed an abomination of wantonness in Israel. Behold, you people of Israel, all of you, give your advice and counsel here." And all the people arose as one man, saying, "We will not any of us go to his tent, and none of us will return to his house. But now this is what we will do to Gibeah. We will go up against it by lot, and we will take 10 men of 100 throughout all the tribes of Israel, and 100 of 1,000, and 1,000 of 10,000, and bring provisions for the people, that when they come, they may requite Gibeah of Benjamin, for all the wanton crime which to have been committed in Israel." So all the men of Israel gathered against the city, united as one man. And the tribes of Israel sent men throughout all the tribes of Benjamin, saying, "What wickedness is this that has taken place among you? Now therefore give up the men, the base fellows in Gibeah, that we may put them to death and put away evil from Israel." But the Benjamites would not listen to the voice of their brethren, the people of Israel. And the Benjamites came together out of the cities of Gibeah to go out to battle against the people of Israel. And the Benjamites mustered out there in their cities on that day 26,000 men that drew the sword, besides the inhabitants of Gibeah, who mustered 700 picket men. Among all those were 700 picket men who were left-handed. Everyone could sling a stone at a hair and not miss. And the men of Israel, apart from Benjamin, mustered 400,000 men that drew the sword. All these were men of war. The people of Israel arose and went up to Bethel and inquired of God, "Which of us shall go up first to battle against the Benjamites?" And the Lord said, "Judah shall go up first." Then the people of Israel rose in the morning and encamped against Gibeah. And the men of Israel went out to battle against Benjamin, and the men of Israel drew up the battle line against them at Gibeah. The Benjamites came out of Gibeah and felled to the ground on that day 22,000 men of the Israelites. But the people, the men of Israel, took courage and again formed a battle line in the same place where they had formed it on the first day. And the people of Israel went up and wept before the Lord until the evening, and they inquired of the Lord, "Shall we again draw near to battle against our brethren, the Benjamites?" And the Lord said, "Go up against them." So the people of Israel came near the Benjamites the second day. And Benjamin went against them out of Gibeah the second day and felled to the ground 18,000 men of the people of Israel. All these were men who drew the sword. Then all the people of Israel, the whole army, went up and came to Bethel and wept. They sat there before the Lord and fasted that day until evening and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. And the people of Israel inquired of the Lord, for the ark of the covenant of God was there in those days. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, ministered before it in those days, saying, "Shall we yet again go out and battle against our brethren the Benjamites, or shall we cease?" And the Lord said, "Go up. Tomorrow I will give them into your hand." So Israel set men in ambush round about Gibeah. And the people of Israel went up against the Benjamites on the third day, and set themselves in array against Gibeah as at other times. And the Benjamites went out against the people and were drawn away from the city, and as at the other times they began to smite and kill some of the people in the highways, one of which goes up to Bethel and the other to Gibeah, and in the open country about 30 men of Israel. And the Benjamites said, "They are routed before us, as at first." But the men of Israel said, "Let us flee and draw them away from the city to the highways." And all the men of Israel rose up out of their place and set themselves in array at Baal Tamar. And the men of Israel who were in ambush rushed out of that place west of Geba. And there they came against Gibeah, 10,000 picked men out of all of Israel. And the battle was hard, but the Benjamites did not know that disaster was close upon them. And the Lord defeated Benjamin before Israel, and the men of Israel destroyed 25,100 men of Benjamin that day. All these were men who drew the sword. So the Benjamites saw that they were defeated. The men of Israel gave ground to Benjamin because they trusted to the men in ambush whom they had set against Gibeah. And the men in ambush made haste and rushed upon Gibeah. The men in ambush moved out and smote all of the city with the edge of the sword. Now the appointed signal between the men of Israel and the men in ambush was that they had made a great cloud of smoke rise up of the city. The men of Israel should turn in battle. Now Benjamin had begun to smite and kill about 30 men of Israel. They said, "Surely they are smitten down before us, as in the first battle." But when the signal began to rise out of the city in a column of smoke, the Benjamites looked behind them, and behold, the whole of the city went up in smoke to heaven. Then the men of Israel turned, and the men of Benjamin were dismayed, for they saw the disaster was close upon them. Therefore they turned their backs before the Israel in the direction of the wilderness, but the battle overtook them. And those who came out of the cities destroyed them in the midst of them, cutting down the Benjamites. They pursued them and trod them down from Nohah, as far opposite of Gibeah on the east. 18,000 men of Benjamin fell, all of them men of valor. And they turned and fled toward the wilderness to the rock of Rimmon. 5,000 men of them were cut down in the highways, and they were pursued hard to Gidom. The 2,000 men of them were slain. So all who fell that day of Benjamin were 25,000 men who drew the sword. All of them were men of valor. But 600 men turned and fled toward the wilderness to the rock of Rimmon, and abode at the rock of Rimmon 4 months. And the men of Israel turned back against the Benjamites and smote them with the edge of their sword, men and beasts, and all of that they found, and all of the towns which they found, they set on fire. Now the men of Israel had sworn at Mizpah, "No one of us shall give his daughter in marriage to Benjamin." And the people came to Bethel and sat there till evening before God, and they lifted up their voices and they wept bitterly. And they said, "O Lord, the God of Israel, why has this come to pass in Israel, that there should be a day that one tribe lacking in Israel?" And on the morrow the people rose early, and they built there an altar, and they offered up burnt offerings and peace offerings. And the people of Israel said, "Which of all the tribes of Israel did not come up to the assembly to the Lord?" For they had taken a great oath concerning him who did not come up to the Lord of Mizpah, saying, "He shall be put to death." And the people of Israel had compassion for Benjamin their brother, and they said, "One tribe is cut off from Israel this day. What shall we do for wives for those who are left, since we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give any of them of our daughters for wives?" And they said, what one is there of the tribes of Israel that did not come up to the Lord at Mizpah? And behold, no one had come up to the camp from Jabesh Gilead as to the assembly. For when the people were mustered, behold, no one in the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead were there. So the congregation sent thither 12,000 of their bravest men and commanded them, "Go and smite the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the edge of the sword, also the women and the little ones. This is what you shall do. Every male and every woman that has lain with a male you shall utterly destroy." And they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had not known a man by lying with him. and they brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. Then the whole congregation sent word to the Benjamites, who were at the rock of Rimmon, and proclaimed peace to them. And Benjamin returned at that time, and they gave them the women whom they had saved alive of the women at Jabesh Gilead. And they did not suffice for them. And the people had commissioned on Benjamin because the Lord had made a breach to the tribes of Israel. Then the elders of the congregation said, "What shall we do for the wives who are left, since the women are destroyed out of Benjamin?" And they said, "There must be an inheritance for the survivors of Benjamin, that a tribe not be blotted out from Israel. Yet we cannot give them wives of our daughters." For the people of Israel had sworn, "Cursed be he who gives a wife to Benjamin." So they said, "Behold, there is a yearly feast of the Lord at Shiloh, which is north of Bethel, on the east of the highway that goes up from Bethel to Shechem, the south of Lebanon." And they commanded the Benjamites, saying, "Go and lie in wait in the vineyards and watch. If the daughters of Shiloh come out to dance in the dances, then come out of the vineyards and seize each man his wife from the daughters of Shiloh, and go to the land of Benjamin. And when their fathers or their brothers come to complain to us, we will say to them, Grant them graciously to us, because we did not take for each man of them his wife in battle, neither did you give them up to them, else you would now be guilty." And the Benjaminites did so, and they took their wives, according to their number, from the dancers whom they carried off. Then, when they returned to their inheritance, and rebuilt the towns, and dwelt in them. And the people of Israel departed from there at that time, every man to his tribe and family, and they went out from there, every man to his inheritance. In those days there was no king in Israel. Every man did what was right in his own eyes. The Book of Ruth. In the days when the judges ruled, there was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem in Judah went to sojourn in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. The name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife was Naomi. And the name of his 2 sons were Mahlon and Chilion, and they were Ephrathites from Bethlehem in Judah. They went into the country of Moab and remained there, but Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. These took Moabite wives. The name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other was Ruth. They lived there about 10 years, and both Mahlon and Chilion died, so that the woman was bereft of her 2 sons and her husband. Then she started with her daughters-in-law to return from the country of Moab, for she had heard in the country of Moab that the Lord had visited his people and given them food. So she set out from the place where she was with her 2 daughters-in-law, and they went on the way and returned to the land of Judah. But Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Go, return each of you to her mother's house. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with me and dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant that you may find a home, each of you, in the house of her husband." Then she kissed them, and they lifted up their voices and wept. And they said to her, "No, we will return with you to your people." But Naomi said, "Turn back, my daughters. Why will you go with me? Have I yet sons in my womb that they may become your husbands? Turn back, my daughters, go your way, for I am too old to have a husband. If I should say I have hope, even if I should have a husband this night and bear sons, would you therefore wait until they were grown? Would you therefore refrain from marrying? No, my daughters, for it is exceedingly bitter to me for your sake that the hand of the Lord has gone forth against me." Then they lifted up their voices and they wept again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clung to her. She said, "See, your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Return after your sister-in-law." But Ruth said, "Entreat me not to leave you or to return from following you, for where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God, my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried." May the Lord do so to me, and more also, if even death parts me from you. And when Naomi saw that she was determined to go with her, she said no more. So the two of them went on until they came to Bethlehem. And when they came to Bethlehem, the whole town was stirred because of them. And the women said, "Is this Naomi?" She said to them, "Do not call me Naomi, call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went away full, and the Lord has brought me back empty. Why call me Naomi when the Lord has afflicted me, and the Almighty has brought calamity upon me?" So Naomi returned, and Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, with her, who returned from the country of Moab. And they came to Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest. Now Naomi had a kinsman of her husband's, a man of wealth of the family of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi, "Let me go to the field and glean among the ears of grain after him, in whose sight I shall find favor." And she said to her, "Go, my daughter." So she set forth and went and gleaned in the field after the reapers, and she happened to come upon the part of the field belonging to Boaz, who was of the family of Elimelech. And behold, Boaz came up from Bethlehem, and he said to the reapers, "The Lord be with you." And they answered, "The Lord bless you." And Boaz said to his servant who was in charge of the reaper, "Whose maiden is this?" And the servant who was in charge of the reapers answers, "It is a Moabite maiden who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab. She said, 'Pray, let me glean and gather among the sheaves for the reapers.' So she came, and she has continued from early morning until now, without resting even a moment." Then Boaz said to Ruth, "Now listen, my daughter, do not go to glean in another field or leave this one, but keep close to my maidens. Let your eyes be upon the field in which they are reaping, and go after them. Have I not charged the young men not to molest you? And when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink what the young men have drawn." And she fell on her face, bowing to the ground, and said to him, "Why have I found favor in your eyes, that you should take notice of me when I am a foreigner?" But Boaz answered her, "All that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband has been fully told me, and how you left your father and your mother and your native land, and you came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord recompense you for what you have done, and a full reward be given to you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Then she said, "You are most gracious to me, my Lord, for you have comforted me and spoken kindly to your maidservant, though I am not one of your maidservants." And at mealtime Boaz said to her, "Come here and eat some bread, and dip your morsel in the wine." So she sat beside the reapers, and he passed to her parched grain, and she ate until she was satisfied, and she had some left over. When she rose to glean, Boaz instructed his young men, saying, "Let her glean even among the sheaves, and do not reproach her. And also pull out some of the bundles for her, and leave it for her to glean, and do not rebuke her." So she gleaned in the field until evening, and she beat out what she had gleaned, and it was about an ephah of barley. She took it up and went into the city, and she showed it to her mother-in-law what she had gleaned. And she also brought out and gave her the food which had been left over after being satisfied. And her mother-in-law said to her, "Where did you glean today? And where have you worked? Blessed be the man who took notice of you." So she told her mother-in-law with whom she had worked, and said, "The man's name with whom I work today is Boaz." And Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "Blessed be he by the Lord, whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead." Naomi also said to her, "The man is a relative of ours, one of our nearest kin." And Ruth the Moabitess besides, he said to me, "You shall come close by my servants till they have finished all of my harvest." And Naomi said to Ruth, her daughter-in-law, "It is well, my daughter, that you go out with his maidens, lest in another field you be molested." So she kept close to the maidens of Boaz, gleaning until the end of the barley and wheat harvest, and she lived with her mother-in-law. Then Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, "My daughter, should I not seek a home for you, that it may be well with you? Now, is not Boaz our kinsman, with whose maidens you were? See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Wash, therefore, and anoint yourself, and put on your best clothes, and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, observe the place where he lies, then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do. And she replied, all that you say, I will do. So she went down to the threshing floor and did just as her mother-in-law had told her. And when Boaz had eaten and drunk, and his heart was merry, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. Then she came softly and uncovered his feet and lay down. At midnight the man was startled and turned over, and behold, a woman lay at his feet. He said, who are you? She answered, I am Ruth, your maidservant. Spread your skirt over your maidservant, for you are next of kin. And he said, may you be blessed by the Lord, my daughter. You have made this last kindness greater than the first, in that you have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich. And now, my daughter, do not fear. I will do for you all that you ask, for all my fellow townsmen know that you are a woman of worth. And now it is true that I am a near kinsman, and yet there is a kinsman nearer than I. Remain this night, and in the morning, if he will do the part of the next of kin for you, well, let him do it. But if he is not willing to do the part of next of kin for you, then as the Lord lives, I will do the part of the next of kin for you. Lie down until the morning. So she lay at his feet until the morning, but arose before one could recognize another. And he said, let it not be known that the woman came to the threshing floor. And he said, bring the mantle you are wearing and hold it out. So she held it out, and he measured out 6 measures of barley and laid it upon her. Then she went into the city. And when she came to her mother-in-law, she said, how did you fare, my daughter? And she told her all that the man had done for her, saying, these 6 measures of barley he gave to me. For he said, you must not go back empty-handed to your mother-in-law. She replied, wait, my daughter, until you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today. And Boaz went up to the gate and sat down there, and behold, the next of kin, of whom Boaz had spoken, came by. So Boaz said, turn aside, friend, sit down here. And he turned aside, and he sat down, and he took 10 men of the elders of the city, and said, sit down here. So they sat down. Then he said to the next of kin, Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab, is selling a parcel of land which belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it, and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here, and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not, tell me, that I may know, for there is no one besides you to redeem it, and I come after you. And he said, I will redeem it. Then Boaz said, the day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you are also buying Ruth the Moabitess, the widow of the dead, in order to restore the name of the dead to his inheritance. And the next of kin said, well, I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I impair my own inheritance. Take the right of redemption for yourself, for I cannot redeem it. Now this was the custom in former times in Israel concerning redeeming and exchanging. To confirm a transaction, the one drew off his sandal and gave it to the other. And this was the manner of attesting in Israel. So when the next of kin said to Boaz, buy it for yourself, he drew off his sandal. And Boaz said to the elders and all the people, you are witnesses this day that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and to Mahlon. Also Ruth the Moabitess, the widow of Mahlon, I have bought to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brethren, and from the gate of his native place you are witnesses this day. Then all of the people who were at the gate and the elders said, we are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming to your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you prosper in Ephrathah, and it be renowned in Bethlehem. And may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the children that the Lord will give you by this young woman. So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. And he went into her, and the Lord gave her conception, and she bore a son. Then the woman said to Naomi, blessed be the Lord, who has not left you this day without next of kin, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life and a nourisher of your old age, for your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is more to you than 7 sons, has borne him." Then Naomi took the child and laid him in her bosom and became his nurse. And the woman of the neighborhood gave him a name, saying, "A son has been born to Naomi." They named him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now these are the descendants of Perez. Perez was the father of Hezron, Hezron of Ram, Ram of Amminadab, Amminadab of Nahshon, Nahshon of Salmon of Boaz, Boaz of Obed, Obed of Jesse, and Jesse of David. The first book of Samuel. There was a certain man of Ramathaim Zophim, of the hill country of Ephraim, whose name was Elkanah, the son of Joraham, son of Elihu, son of Tohu, son of Zuphah, the Emeraphite. He had 2 wives, and the name of one was Hannah, and the name of the other was Peninnah. And Peninnah had children, but Hannah had no children. Now this man used to go up every year by year from the city to worship and to sacrifice to the Lord of hosts at Shiloh, where the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were priests of the Lord. On the day when Elkanah sacrificed, he would give portions to Peninnah, his wife, and to all her sons and daughters. And although he loved Hannah, he would give Hannah only 1 portion, because the Lord had closed her womb. And her rival used to provoke her sorely, to irritate her, because the Lord had closed her womb. So it went on year by year. As often as she went up to the house of the Lord, she used to provoke her. Therefore Hannah wept and would not eat. And Elkanah, her husband, said to her, "Hannah, why do you weep? And why do you not eat? And why is your heart sad? Am I not more to you than 10 sons?" After they had eaten and drunk in Shiloh, Hannah rose. Now Eli the priest was sitting on the seat beside the doorpost of the temple of the Lord. She was deeply distressed, and she prayed to the Lord and wept bitterly. And she vowed a vow and said, "O Lord of hosts, if thou wilt indeed be on the affliction of thy maidservant, and remember me, and not forget thy maidservant, but wilt give to me a son, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall touch his head." As she continued praying before the Lord, Eli observed her mouth. Hannah was speaking in her heart, and only her lips moved, and her voice was not heard. Therefore Eli took her to be a drunken woman. And Eli said to her, "How long will you be drunken? Put away your wine from you." But Hannah answered, "No, my lord, I am a woman sorely troubled. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but I have been pouring out my soul before the Lord. Do not regard your maidservant as a base woman, for all along I have been speaking out of my great anxiety and vexation." Then Eli answered, "Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant your petition which you have made to him." She said, "Let your maidservant find favor in your eyes." Then the woman went her way and ate, and her countenance was no longer sad. They rose early in the morning, and they worshipped before the Lord. Then they went back to their house at Ramah. And Elkanah knew Hannah his wife, and the Lord remembered her. And in due time Hannah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Samuel. For she said, "I have asked him of the Lord." The man at Elkanah and all of his house went up to offer to the Lord the yearly sacrifice and to pay his vow. But Hannah did not go up, for she said to her husband, "As soon as this child is weaned, I will bring him, that he may appear in the presence of the Lord and abide there forever." Elkanah, her husband, said to her, "Do what seems best to you. Wait until we have weaned him. Only may the Lord establish his word." So the woman remained and nursed her son until she weaned him. And when she had weaned him, she took her up with her, along with the 3-year-old bull, an ephah of flour, and a skin of wine, and she brought him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh, and the child was young. Then they slew the bull, and they brought the child to Eli, and she said, "O my Lord, as long as you live, my Lord, I am the woman who is standing here in your presence, praying to the Lord. For this child I prayed, and the Lord has granted me my petition which I made to him. Therefore I have lent him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he is lent to the Lord." and they worshiped the Lord there. We are on chapter 2.
Okay. Hannah also prayed and said, "My heart exults in the Lord. My strength is exalted in the Lord. My mouth derides my enemies because I rejoice in thy salvation. There is none holy like the Lord. There is none besides thee. There is no rock like our God. Talk no more so very proudly. Let not arrogance come from your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty are broken, but the feeble gird on strength. Those who were full have hired themselves out for bread, but those who were hungry have ceased to hunger. The barren has borne 7, but she who has many children is forlorn. The Lord kills and brings to life. He brings down to Sheol and raises up. The Lord makes poor and makes rich. He brings low, he also exalts. He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts the needy from the ash heap, to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world. He will guard the feet of his faithful ones, but the wicked shall be cut off in darkness. For not by might shall a man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Against them he will thunder in heaven. The Lord will judge the ends of the earth. He will give strength to his king and exalt the power of his anointed. Then Elkanah went home to Ramah, and the boy ministered to the Lord in the presence of Eli the priest. Now the sons of Eli were worthless men. They had no regard for the Lord. The custom of the priests with the people was that when any man offered sacrifice, the priest's servant would come while the meat was boiling with a 3-pronged fork in his hand, and he would thrust it into the pot or kettle or cauldron or pot. All that the fork brought up the priest would take for himself. So they did at Shiloh to all the Israelites who came there. Moreover, before the fat was burned, the priest's servant would come and say to the man who was sacrificing, "Give meat for the priest to roast, for he will not accept boiled meat from you, but raw." And if the man said to him, "Let them burn the fat first, and then take as much as you wish," he would say, "No, you must give it now, and if not, I will take it by force." Thus the sin of the young men was very great in the sight of the Lord, for the men treated the offering of the Lord with contempt. Samuel was ministering before the Lord, a boy girded with a linen ephod, and his mother used to make for him a little robe and take it to him each year when she went up with her husband to offer the yearly sacrifice. Then Eli would bless Elkanah and his wife and say, "The Lord give you children by this woman for the loan which she lent to the Lord." So then they would return to their home. And the Lord visited Hannah, and she conceived and bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the boy Samuel grew in the presence of the Lord. Now Eli was very old, and he heard all that his sons were doing to all Israel, and how they lay with the woman who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. And he said to them, "Why do you do such things? For I hear of your evil dealings from all the people. No, my sons, it is no good report that I hear the people of the Lord spreading abroad. If a man sins against a man, God will mediate for him. But if a man sins against the Lord, who can intercede for him?" But they would not listen to the voice of their father, for it was the will of the Lord to slay them. Now the boy Samuel continued to grow both in stature and in favor with the Lord and with men. And there came a man of God to Eli and said to him, "Thus the Lord has said, I revealed myself to the house of your father when they were in Egypt, subject to the house of Pharaoh. And I chose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar, to burn incense, to wear an ephod before me. And I gave to the house of your father all my offerings by fire from the people of Israel. Why then look with greedy eye at my sacrifices and my offerings, which I commanded, and honor your sons above me by fattening yourselves upon the choicest part of every offering of my people Israel? Therefore the Lord God of Israel declares, I promised that your house and the house of your father should go in and out before me forever. But now the Lord declares, far be it from me, for those who honor me I will honor, and those who despise me shall be lightly esteemed. Behold, the days are coming when I will cut off your strength and the strength of your father's house, so that there will not be an old man in your house. Then in distress you will look with envious eye on all the prosperity which shall be bestowed upon Israel, and there shall not be an old man in your house forever. The man of you whom I shall not cut off from my altar shall be spared to weep out his eyes and grieve his heart, and all the increase of your house shall die by the sword of men. And this which shall befall your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, shall be the sign to you. Both of them shall die on the same day. And I will raise up for myself a faithful priest who shall do according to what is in my heart and in my mind. And I will build him a sure house, and he shall go in and out before my anointed forever. And everyone who is left in your house shall come to implore him for a piece of silver or a loaf of bread, and shall say, Put me, I pray you, in one of the priest's places, that I might eat a morsel of bread. Now the boy Samuel was ministering to the Lord under Eli, and the word of the Lord was rare in those days. There was no frequent vision. At that time Eli, whose eyesight had begun to grow dim so that he could not see, was lying down in his own place. The lamp of God had not yet gone out, and Samuel was lying down within the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was. Then the Lord called, Samuel, Samuel, and he said, Here I am, and ran to Eli, and said, Here I am, for you called me. But he said, I did not call, lie down again. So he went and lay down, and the Lord called again, Samuel. And Samuel arose and went to Eli and said, Here I am, for you called me. But he said, I did not call, my son, lie down again. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, and the word of the Lord had not yet been revealed to him. And the Lord called Samuel again the 3rd time. And he arose and went to Eli and said, Here I am, for you called me. Then Eli perceived that the Lord was calling the boy. Therefore Eli said to Samuel, Go lie down, and if he calls you, you shall say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant hears. So Samuel went and lay down in his place. And the Lord came and stood forth, calling as at other times, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel said, Speak, for thy servant hears. Then the Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I am about to do a thing in Israel, at which the 2 ears of everyone that hears it will tingle. On that day I will fulfill against Eli all that I have spoken concerning his house from beginning to end. And I tell him that I am about to punish his house forever for the iniquity which he knew, because his sons were blaspheming God, and he did not restrain them. Therefore I swear to the house of Eli that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be expiated by sacrifice or offering forever. Samuel lay until morning. Then he opened the doors of the house of the Lord, and Samuel was afraid to tell the vision to Eli. But Eli called Samuel and said, Samuel, my son? And he said, Here I am. And Eli said, What was it that he told you? Do not hide it from me. May God do so to you and more also if you hide anything from me of all that he told you. So Samuel told him everything and hid nothing from him. And he said, It is the Lord. Let him do what seems good to him. And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and let none of his words fall to the ground. And all Israel from Dan to Beersheba knew that Samuel was established as a prophet of the Lord. And the Lord appeared again at Shiloh, for the Lord revealed himself to Samuel at Shiloh by the word of the Lord, and the word of Samuel came to all Israel. Now Israel went out to the battle against the Philistines. They encamped at Ebenezer, and the Philistines encamped at Aphek. The Philistines drew up in line against Israel, and when the battle spread, Israel was defeated by the Philistines, who slew about 4,000 men on the field of battle. And when the troops came to the camp, the elders of Israel said, Why has the Lord put us to rout today before the Philistines? Let us bring the ark of the covenant of the Lord here from Shiloh, that he may come among us and save us from the power of our enemies. So the people sent to Shiloh and brought from there the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts, who is enthroned on the cherubim, and the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the ark of the covenant of God.
When the ark of the covenant of the Lord came into the camp, all Israel gave a mighty shout, so that the earth resounded. And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shouting, they said, "What does this great shouting in the camp of the Hebrews mean?" And when they learned that the ark of the Lord had come to the camp, the Philistines were afraid, for they said, "A god has come into the camp." And they said, "Woe to us, for nothing like this has happened before. Woe to us! Who can deliver us from the power of these mighty gods? These are the gods who smote the Egyptians with every sort of plague in the wilderness. Take courage and acquit yourselves like men, O Philistines, lest you become slaves to the Hebrews as they have been to you. Acquit yourselves like men and fight." So the Philistines fought, and Israel was defeated, and they fled, every man to his home, and there was a very great slaughter. For there fell of Israel 30,000 foot soldiers. And the ark of God was captured, and the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain. A man of Benjamin ran from the battle line and came to Shiloh the next day with his clothes rent and with earth upon his head. When he arrived, Eli was sitting upon his seat by the road watching, for his heart trembled for the ark of God. And when the man came into the city and told the news, all the city cried out. When Eli heard the sound of the outcry, he said, "What is this uproar?" Then the man hastened and came and told Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were set so that he could not see. And the man said to Eli, "I am he who has come from the battle. I fled from the battle today." And he said, "How did it go, my son?" He who brought the tidings answered and said, "Israel has fled before the Philistines, and there has also been a great slaughter among the people. Your 2 sons also, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God has been captured." When he mentioned the ark of God, Eli fell over backward from his seat by the side of the gate, and his neck was broken, and he died. For he was an old man and heavy. He had judged Israel 40 years. Now his daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was with child about to give birth, and when she heard the tidings that the ark of God was captured, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed and gave birth, for her pains came upon her. And about the time of her death, the women attending her said to her, "Fear not, for you have borne a son." But she did not answer or give heed, and she named the child Ichabod, saying, "The glory has departed from Israel," because the ark of God had been captured, and because her father-in-law and her husband. And she said, "The glory has departed from Israel, for the ark of God has been captured." When the Philistines captured the ark of God, they carried from Ebenezer to Ashdod. Then the Philistines took the ark of God and brought it into the house of Dagon and set it up beside Dagon. And when the people of Ashdod rose early the next day, behold, Dagon had fallen face downward on the ground before the ark of the Lord. So they took Dagon and put him back in his place. But when they rose early on the next morning, behold, Dagon had fallen face downward on the ground before the ark of the Lord. And the head of Dagon and both his hands were lying cut off upon the threshold. Only the trunk of Dagon was left to him. This is why the priests of Dagon and all who enter the house of Dagon do not tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod to this day. The hand of the Lord was heavy upon the people of Ashdod, and he terrified and afflicted them with tumors, both Ashdod and its territory. And when the men of Ashdod saw how things were, they said, "The ark of the God of Israel must not remain with us, for his hand is heavy upon us and upon Dagon, our God." So they sent and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines and said, "What shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel?" They answered, "Let the ark of the God of Israel be brought around to Gath." So they brought the ark of the God of Israel there. But after they had brought it around, the hand of the Lord was against the city, causing a very great panic, and he afflicted the men of the city, both young and old, so that tumors broke out upon them. So they sent the ark of God to Ekron. But when the ark of God came to Ekron, the people of Ekron cried out, "They have brought around to us the ark of the God of Israel to slay us and our people." They sent therefore and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines and said, "Send away the ark of the God of Israel, and let it return to its own place, that it may not slay us and our people." For there was a deathly panic throughout the whole city. The hand of God was very heavy there. The men who did not die were stricken with tumors, and the cry of the city went up to heaven. The ark of the Lord was in the country of the Philistines 7 months. And the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners and said, "What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us with what we shall send it to its place." They said, "If you send away the ark of the God of Israel, do not send it empty, but by all means return him a guilt offering. Then you will be healed, and it will be known to you why his hand does not turn away from you." And they said, "What is the guilt offering that we shall return to him?" They answered, 5 golden tumors and 5 golden mice, according to the number of the lords of the Philistine. For the same plague was upon all of you and upon your lords. So you must make images of your tumors and images of your mice that ravage the land, and give glory to the God of Israel. Perhaps he will lighten his hand from off you and your gods and your land. Why should you harden your hearts as the Egyptians and Pharaoh hardened their hearts? After he had made sport of them, did not they let the people go, and they departed? Now then, take and prepare a new cart and 2 milk cows, upon which there was never come a yoke, and yoke the cows to the cart, but take their calves home away from them. And take the ark of the Lord and place it on the cart, and put in a box at its side the figures of gold which you are returning to him as a guilt offering. Then send it off and let it go its way, and watch. If it goes up on the way to its own land, to Bethshemesh, then it is he who has done us this great harm. But if not, then we shall know that it is not his hand that struck us. It happened to us by chance. The men did so, and took 2 milch cows and yoked them to the cart, and shut up their calves at home. And they put the ark of the Lord on the cart and the box with their golden mice and the images of their tumors, and the cows went straight in the direction of Bethshemesh, along one highway, lowing as they went. They turned neither to the right nor to the left, and the lords of the Philistines went after them, as far as the border of Bethshemesh. Now the people of Bethshemesh were reaping their wheat harvest in the valley, and when they lifted up their eyes and saw the ark, they rejoiced to see it. The cart came into the field of Joshua of Bethshemesh, and stopped there. A great stone was there, and they split up the wood of the cart and offered the cows as a burnt offering to the Lord. And the Levites took down the ark of the Lord and the box that was beside it, in which were the golden figures, and set them upon the great stone. And the men of Bethshemesh offered burnt offerings and sacrifices on that day to the Lord. And when the 5 lords of the Philistines saw it, they returned that day to Ekron. These are the golden tumors which the Philistines returned as a guilt offering for the Lord: 1 for Ashdod, 1 for Gaza, 1 for Ashkelon, 1 for Gath, and 1 for Ekron. Also the golden mice, according to the number of all the cities of the Philistines, belonging to the 5 lords, both fortified cities and unwalled villages. The great stone beside which they set down the ark of the Lord is a witness to this day in the field of Joshua of Bethshemesh. And he slew some of the men of Bethshemesh, because they looked into the ark of the Lord. He slew 70 men of them, and the people mourned because the Lord had made a great slaughter among the people. Then the men of Bethshemesh said, "Who is able to stand before the Lord, this holy God? And to whom shall he go up away from us?" So they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath-Jearim, saying, "The Philistines have returned the ark of the Lord. Come down and take it up to you." And the men of Kiriath-Jearim came and took up the ark of the Lord and brought it to the house of Abinadab on the hill, and they consecrated his son Eleazar to have charge of the ark of the Lord. From the day that the ark was lodged at Kiriath-Jearim, a long time passed, some 20 years, and all the house of Israel lamented after the Lord. Then Samuel said to all the house of Israel, "If you are returning to the Lord with all your heart, then put away the foreign gods and the Ashtaroth from among you, and direct your heart to the Lord and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines." So Israel put away the Baals and the Ashtaroth, and they served the Lord only. Then Samuel said, "Gather all Israel at Mizpah, and I will pray to the Lord for you." So they gathered at Mizpah and drew water and poured it out before the Lord, and fasted on that day, and said there, "We have sinned against the Lord." And Samuel judged the people of Israel at Mizpah. Now when the Philistines heard that the people of Israel had gathered at Mizpah, the lords of the Philistines went up against Israel. And when the people of Israel heard of it, they were afraid of the Philistines. And the people of Israel said to Samuel, "Do not cease to cry to the Lord our God for us, that he may save us from the hand of the Philistines." So Samuel took a suckling lamb and offered it as a whole burnt offering to the Lord. And Samuel cried to the Lord for Israel, and the Lord answered him. As Samuel was offering up the burnt offering, the Philistines drew near to attack Israel. But the Lord thundered with a mighty voice that day against the Philistines and threw them into confusion, and they were routed before Israel. And the men of Israel went out of Mizpah and pursued the Philistines and smote them as far as below Bethkar. Then Samuel took a stone and set it up between Mizpah and Jeshanah and called its name Ebenezer, for he said, "Hitherto the Lord has helped us." So the Philistines were subdued and did not again enter the territory of Israel. And the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines all the days of Samuel. The cities which the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored to Israel, from Ekron to Gath, and Israel rescued their territory from the hand of the Philistines. There was peace also between Israel and the Amorites. Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life, and he went on a circuit year by year to Bethel, Gilgal, Mizpah, and he judged Israel in all these places. Then he would come back to Ramah, for his home was there, and there also he administered justice to Israel, and he built there an altar to the Lord. When Samuel became old, he made his sons judges over Israel. The name of his firstborn son was Joel, and the name of his second Abijah, and they were judges in Beersheba. Yet his sons did not walk in his ways, but turned aside after gain. They took bribes and perverted justice. Then all the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Samuel at Ramah and said to him, "Behold, you are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Now appoint for us a king to govern us like all the nations." But the thing displeased Samuel when they said, "Give us a king to govern us." And Samuel prayed to the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, "Hearken to the voice of the people in all that they say to you, for they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me from being king over them, according to all the deeds which they have done to me. From the day I brought them up out of Egypt, even to this day, forsaking me and serving other gods, so they are also doing to you. Now then, hearken to their voice only. You shall solemnly warn them, and show them the ways of the king who shall reign over them." So Samuel told all the words of the Lord to the people who were asking a king from him. He said, "These will be the ways of the king who will reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them to his chariots, and to be his horsemen, and to run before his chariots. And he will appoint for himself commanders of thousands and commanders of 50s, and some to plow his ground and to reap his harvest, and to make his implements of war and the equipment of his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers and cooks and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive orchards and give them to his servants. He will take the 10th of your grain and of your vineyards and give it to his officers and to his servants. He will take your men servants and maid servants and the best of your cattle and your asses and put them to his work. He will take the 10th of your flocks, and you shall be his slaves. And in that day you will cry out because of your king, whom you have chosen for yourselves. But the Lord will not answer you in that day." But the people refused to listen to the voice of Samuel, and they said, "No, but we will have a king over us, that we also may be like all of the nations, and that our king may govern us and go out before us and fight our battles." And when Samuel had heard all the words of the people, he repeated them in the ears of the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken to their voice, and make them a king." Samuel then said to the men of Israel, "Go, every man to his city." There was a man of Benjamin whose name was Kish, the son of Abiel, son of Zeror, son of Bechorath, son of Aphiah, son of Benjaminite, a man of wealth, and he had a son whose name was Saul, a handsome young man. There was not a man among the people of Israel more handsome than he. From his shoulders upward he was taller than any of the people. Now the asses of Kish, Saul's father, were lost. So Kish said to Saul his son, "Take one of the servants with you, and arise, go look for the asses." And they passed through the hill country of Ephraim, passed through the land of Shalishah, but they did not find them. And they passed through the land of Shalim, but they were not there. Then they passed through the land of Benjamin, but did not find them. When they came to the land of Zuph, Saul said to his servant who was with him, "Come, let us go back, lest my father cease to care about the asses and become anxious about us." But he said to him, "Behold, there is a man of God in this city, and he is a man that is held in honor. All that he says comes true. Let us go there. Perhaps he can tell us about the journey on which we have set out." Then Saul said to his servant, "But if we go, what can we bring the man? For the bread in our sacks is gone, and there is no present to bring to the man of God. What have we?" The servant answered Saul again, "Here, I have with me the 4th part of a shekel of silver, and I will give it to the man of God to tell us our way." Formerly in Israel, when a man went to inquire of God, he said, "Come, let us go to the seer." For he who is now called a prophet was formerly called a seer. And Saul said to his servant, Well said, come, let us go." So they went to the city where the man of God was. As they went up the hill to the city, they met young maidens coming out to draw water, and said to them, "Is the seer here?" They answered, "He is. Behold, he is just ahead of you. Make haste. He has come just now to the city, because the people have a sacrifice today on the high place. As soon as you enter the city, you will find him, before he goes up to the high place to eat, for the people will not eat till he comes, since he must bless the sacrifice. Afterward, those eat who are invited. Now go up, for you will meet him immediately." So they went up to the city. As they were entering the city, they saw Samuel coming out toward them on his way up to the high place. Now the day before Saul came, the Lord had revealed to Samuel, "Tomorrow, about this time, I will send to you a man from the land of Benjamin, and you shall anoint him to be prince over my people Israel. You shall save my people from the hand of the Philistines, for I have seen the affliction of my people, because their cry has come to me." When Samuel saw Saul, the Lord told him, "Here is the man of whom I spoke to you. He it is who shall rule over my people." Then Saul approached Samuel in the gate and said, "Tell me, where is the house of the seer?" Samuel answered Saul, "I am the seer. Go up before me to the high place, for today you shall eat with me, and in the morning I will let you go, and will tell you all that is on your mind. As for your asses that were lost 3 days ago, do not set your mind on them, for they have been found. And for whom is all that is desirable in Israel? Is it not for you and for all your father's house?" Samuel answered, "Am I not a Benjaminite, from the least of the tribes of Israel? And is not my family the humblest of all the families in the tribe of Benjamin? Why then have you spoken to me in this way?" Then Samuel took Saul and his servant and brought them into the hall, and gave them a place at the head of those who had been invited, who were about 30 persons. And Samuel said to the cook, "Bring the portion I gave you, of which I said to you, put it aside." So the cook took up the leg and the upper portion and set them before Saul. And Samuel said, "See, what was kept is set before you. Eat, because it was kept for you until the hour appointed, that you might eat with the guests." So Saul ate with Samuel that day. And when they came down from the high place into the city, a bed was spread for Saul upon the roof, and he laid down to sleep. Then at the break of dawn, Samuel called Saul upon the roof. "Up, that I may send you on your way." So Saul arose, and both he and Samuel went out into the street. As they were going down to the outskirts of the city, Samuel said to Saul, "Tell your servant to pass on before us, and when he has passed on, stop here yourself for a while, that I may make known to you the word of God." Then Samuel took a vial of oil and poured it on his head and kissed him and said, "Has not the Lord anointed you to be prince over his people Israel? And you shall reign over the people of the Lord, and you will save them from the hand of their enemies round about. And this shall be the sign to you that the Lord has anointed you to be prince over his heritage." When you depart from me today, you will meet 2 men by Rachel's tomb in the territory of Benjamin at Zelzah, and they will say to you, the asses which you went to seek are found, and now your father has ceased to care about the asses and is anxious about you, saying, what shall I do about my son? Then you shall go on from there further and come to the oak of Tabor. 3 men going up to God at Bethel will meet you there, one carrying 3 kids, another carrying 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a skin of wine. And they will greet you and give you 2 loaves of bread, which you shall accept from their hand. After that you shall come to Gibbethaloam, where there is a garrison of the Philistines. And there, as you come to the city, you will meet a band of prophets coming down from the high place with harp, tambourine, flute, and lyre before them, prophesying. Then the Spirit of the Lord will come mightily upon you, and you shall prophesy with them and be turned into another man. Now when these signs meet you, do whatever your hand finds to do, for God is with you. And you shall go down before me to Gilgal, and behold, I am coming to you to offer burnt offerings and to sacrifice peace offerings. 7 days you shall wait until I come to you and show you what you shall do. When he turned his back to leave Samuel, God gave him another heart, and all these signs came to pass that day. When they came to Gibeah, behold, a band of prophets met him, and the Spirit of God came mightily upon him, and he prophesied among them. And when all who knew him before saw how he prophesied with the prophets, the people said to one another, what has come over the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets? And a man of their place answered, and who is their father? Therefore it became a proverb, is Saul also among the prophets? When he had finished prophesying, he came to the high place. Saul's uncle said to him and to his servant, where did you go? And he said, to seek the asses, and when we saw they were not to be found, we went to Samuel. And Saul's uncle said, pray, tell me what Samuel said to you. And Saul said to his uncle, he told us plainly that the asses had been found. But about the matter of the kingdom, of which Samuel had spoken, he did not tell him anything. Now Samuel called the people together to the Lord at Mizpah, and he said to the people of Israel, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I brought up Israel out of Egypt, and I delivered you from the hand of the Egyptians, and from the hand of all the kingdoms that were oppressing you. But you have this day rejected your God, who saves you from all your calamities and your distresses, and you have said no, but set a king over us. Now therefore present yourselves before the Lord by your tribes and by your thousands. Then Samuel brought all the tribes of Israel near, and the tribe of Benjamin was taken by lot. He brought the tribe of Benjamin near by its families, and the family of the Matrites were taken by lot. Finally he brought the family of the Matrites near man by man, and Saul the son of Kish was taken by lot. But when they sought him, he could not be found. So they inquired again of the Lord, did the man come hither? And the Lord said, behold, he has hidden himself amongst the baggage. Then they ran and fetched him from there, and when he stood among the people, he was taller than any of the people from his shoulders upward. And Samuel said to all the people, do you see him whom the Lord has chosen? There is none like him among all the people. And all the people shouted, long live the king. Then Samuel told the people the rights and duties of the kingship, and he wrote them in a book and laid it up before the Lord. Then Samuel sent all the people away, each one to his home. Saul also went to his home in Gibeah, and with him went men of valor, whose hearts God had touched. But some worthless fellows said, how can this man save us? And they despised him and brought him no present. But he held his peace. Then Nahash the Ammonite went up and besieged Jabesh Gilead, and the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, make a treaty with us, and we will serve you. But Nahash the Ammonite said to them, on this condition I will make a treaty with you, and I will gouge out all your right eyes, and thus put disgrace upon all Israel. The elders of Jabesh said to him, give us 7 days' respite, that we may send messengers through all the territory of Israel. Then if there is no one to save us, we will give ourselves up to you. When the messengers came to Gibeah of Saul, they reported the matter in the ears of the people, and all the people wept out loud. Now Saul was coming from the field behind the oxen, and Saul said, "What ails the people that they are weeping?" So they told him the tidings of the men of Jabesh. And the Spirit of God came mightily upon Saul when he heard these words, and his anger was greatly kindled. He took a yoke of oxen and cut them in pieces and sent them throughout all the territory of Israel by the hand of messengers, saying, "Whoever does not come out after Saul and Samuel, shall it be done to his oxen." Then the dread of the Lord fell upon the people, and they came out as one man. When he mustered them at Bezek, the men of Israel were 300,000, and the men of Judah 30,000. And they said to the messengers who had come, "Thus shall you say to the men of Jabesh Gilead, tomorrow by the time the sun is hot, you shall have deliverance." When the messengers came and told the men of Jabesh, they were glad. Therefore the men of Jabesh said, "Tomorrow we will give ourselves up to you, and you may do to us whatever seems good to you." And on the morrow Saul put the people in 3 companies, and they came to the midst of the camp in the morning watch, and cut down the Ammonites until the heat of the day. And those who survived were scattered, so that no 2 of them were left together. Then the people said to Samuel, "Who is it that said, 'Shall Saul reign over us?' Bring the men, that we may put them to death." But Saul said, "Not a man shall be put to death this day, for today the Lord has wrought deliverance in Israel." Then Samuel said to the people, "Come, let us go to Gilgal, and there renew the kingdom." So all the people went to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king before the Lord in Gilgal. There they sacrificed peace offerings before the Lord, and there Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced greatly. And Samuel said to all Israel, "Behold, I have hearkened to your voice in all that you have said to me, and I have made a king over you. And now, behold, a king walks before you, and I am old and gray, and behold, my sons are with you, and I have walked before you from my youth until this day. Here I am. Testify against me before the Lord and before his anointed. Whose ox have I taken, or whose ass have I taken, or whom have I defrauded? Whom have I oppressed? Or from whose hand have I taken a bribe to blind my eyes with it? Testify against me, and I will restore it to you." They said, "You have not defrauded us, or oppressed us, or taken anything from any man's hand." And he said to them, "The Lord is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that you have not found anything in my hand." And they said, "He is witness." And Samuel said to the people, "The Lord is witness, who appointed Moses and Aaron and brought your fathers up out of the land of Egypt. Now therefore stand still, that I may plead with you before the Lord concerning all the saving deeds of the Lord, which he performed for you and your fathers. When Jacob went into Egypt, and the Egyptians oppressed them, then your fathers cried to the Lord, and the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, who brought forth your fathers out of Egypt, and made them dwell in this place. But they forgot the Lord their God, and he sold them into the hand of Sisera, commander of the army of Jabin, king of Hazor, and into the hand of Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab. And they fought against them. And they cried to the Lord and said, "We have sinned, because we have forsaken the Lord, and have served the Baals and Ashtaroth. But now deliver us out of the hand of our enemies, and we will serve thee." And the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Barak and Jephthah and Samuel, and delivered you out of the hand of your enemies on every side, and you dwelt in safety. And when you saw that Nahash, the king of the Ammonites, came against you, and said to me, "No, but a king shall reign over us," when the Lord your God was your king. And now behold the king whom you have chosen, for whom you have asked, behold, the Lord has set a king over you. If you will fear the Lord and serve him and hearken to his voice, and not rebel against the commandment of the Lord, and if both you and the king who reigns over you will follow the Lord your God, it will be well. But if you will not hearken to the voice of the Lord, but rebel against the commandment of the Lord, then the hand of the Lord will be against you and your king. Now therefore stand still and see this great thing, which the Lord will do before your eyes. Is it not wheat harvest today? I will call upon the Lord, that he may send thunder and rain, and you shall know and see that your wickedness is great, which you have done in the sight of the Lord, in asking for yourselves a king. So Samuel called upon the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day, and all the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. And all the people said to Samuel, "Pray for your servants to the Lord your God, that we may not die, for we have added to all our sins this evil, to ask for ourselves a king." And Samuel said to the people, "Fear not, you have done all this evil, yet do not turn aside from following the Lord, but serve the Lord with all your heart, and do not turn aside after vain things which cannot profit or save, for they are vain. For the Lord will not cast away his people for his great name's sake, because it has pleased the Lord to make you a people for himself. Moreover, as for me, far be it from me that I should sin against the Lord by ceasing to pray for you, and I will instruct you in the good and the right way. Only fear the Lord and serve him faithfully with all your heart, for consider what great things he has done for you. But if you still do wickedly, you shall be swept away, both you and your king." Saul was years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. Saul chose 3,000 men of Israel. 2,000 were with Saul in Michmash and the hill country of Bethel, and 1,000 were with Jonathan in Gibeah of Benjamin. The rest of the people he sent home, every man to his tent. Jonathan defeated the garrison of the Philistines, which was at Geba, and the Philistines heard of it. And Saul blew the trumpet throughout all the land, saying, "Let the Hebrews hear," and all Israel heard it, said that Saul had defeated the garrison of the Philistines, and also that Israel had become odious to the Philistines, and the people were called out to join Saul at Gilgal. And the Philistines mustered to fight with Israel 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, and troops like the sand on the seashore in multitude. They came up and encamped at Michmash, to the east of Beth-aven. When the men of Israel saw that they were in straits, for the people were hard pressed, the people hid themselves in caves and in holes and in rocks and in tombs and in cisterns, or crossed the fords of the Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead. Saul was still at Gilgal, and all the people following him trembled. He waited 7 days, the time appointed by Samuel, but Samuel did not come to Gilgal, and the people were scattering from him. So Saul said, "Bring the burnt offerings here to me, and the peace offerings." And he offered the burnt offering. As soon as he had finished offering the burnt offering, behold, Samuel came. And Saul went out to meet him and salute him. Samuel said, "What have you done?" And Saul said, "When I saw that the people were scattering from me, and that you did not come within the days appointed, and that the Philistines had mustered the Michmash, I said, 'Now the Philistines will come down upon me at Gilgal, and I have not entreated the favor of the Lord's.' So I forced myself and offered the burnt offering." And Samuel said to Saul, "You have done foolishly. You have not kept the commandment of the Lord your God, which he had commanded you, for now the Lord would have established your kingdom over Israel forever. But now your kingdom shall not continue. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart, and the Lord has appointed him to be prince over his people, because you have not kept what the Lord commanded you." And Samuel arose and went up from Gilgal to Gibeah of Benjamin. And Saul numbered the people who were present with him, about 600 men. And Saul and Jonathan his son, and the people who were present with them, stayed in Gibeah of Benjamin. But the Philistines encamped at Michmash, and raiders came out of the camp of the Philistines in 3 companies. One company turned towards Ophrah, to the land of Shual. Another company turned towards Beth-horon, and another company turned toward the border that looks down upon the valley of Zeboim, toward the wilderness. Now there was no smith to be found throughout all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, "Lest the Hebrews make themselves swords or spears." But every one of the Israelites went down to the Philistines to sharpen his plowshare, his mattock, his axe, or his sickle. And the charge was a pim for the plowshares and for the mattocks, and 1/3 of a shekel for sharpening the axes and for setting the goads. So on the day of the battle there was neither sword nor spear found in the hand of any of the people with Saul and Jonathan. but Saul and Jonathan his son had them. And the garrison of the Philistines went out to the pass of Michmash. One day Jonathan the son of Saul said to the young man who bore his armor, "Come, let us go over to the Philistine garrison on yonder side." But he did not tell his father. Saul was staying in the outskirts of Gibeah under the pomegranate tree, which is at Migron. The people who were with him were about 600 men. And Ahijah, the son of Ahitub, Ichabod's brother, son of Phinehas, son of Eli, the priest of the Lord in Shiloh, wearing an ephod. And the people did not know that Jonathan had gone. In the pass by which Jonathan sought to go over to the Philistine garrison, there was a rocky crag on the one side and a rocky crag on the other side. The name of the one was Bozez, and the name of the other Seneh. The one crag rose on the north in front of Michmash, and the other on the south in front of Geba. And Jonathan said to the young man who bore his armor, "Come, let us go over to the garrison of these uncircumcised, for may it be that the Lord will work for us. For nothing can hinder the Lord from saving by many or by few." And his armor-bearer said to him, "Do all that your mind inclines to. Behold, I am with you, as is your mind, so is mine." Then said Jonathan, "Behold, we will cross over to the men, and we will show ourselves to them. If they say to us, 'Wait until we come to you,' then we will stand still in our place, and we will not go up to them. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' then we will go up, for the Lord has given them into our hand. And this shall be the sign to us." So both of them showed themselves to the garrison of the Philistines, and the Philistines said, "Look, Hebrews are coming out of the holes where they have hid themselves." And the men of the garrison hailed Jonathan and his armor-bearer, and said, "Come up to us, and we will show you a thing." And Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, "Come up after me, for the Lord has given them into the hand of Israel." Then Jonathan climbed up on his hands and feet, and his armor-bearer after him. And they fell before Jonathan, and his armor-bearer killed them after him. And that first slaughter, which Jonathan and his armor-bearer made, was of about 20 men, within as it were half a furrow's length in an acre of land. And there was a panic in the camp, in the field, and among all the people. And the garrison and even the raiders trembled, and the earth quaked, and it became a very great panic. And the watchmen of Saul in Gibeah of Benjamin looked, and behold, the multitude was surging hither and thither. Then Saul said to the number who were with him, "Number and see who has gone from us." And when they had numbered, behold, Jonathan and his armor-bearer were not there. And Saul said to Ahijah, "Bring hither the ark of God." For the ark of God went at that time with the people of Israel. And while Saul was talking to the priest, the tumult in the camp of the Philistines increased more and more. And Saul said to the priest, "Withdraw your hand." Then Saul and all the people who were with him rallied and went into the battle, and behold, every man's sword was against his fellow, and there was very great confusion. Now the Hebrews who had been with the Philistines before that time, and who had gone up with them into the camp, even they also turned to be with the Israelites, who were with Saul and Jonathan. Likewise, when all the men of Israel who had hid themselves in the hill country of Ephraim heard that the Philistines were fleeing, they too followed hard after them in the battle. So the Lord delivered Israel that day, and the battle passed beyond Beth-aven. And the men of Israel were distressed that day, for Saul laid an oath on the people, saying, "Cursed be the man who eats food until it is evening, and I am avenged on my enemies." So none of the people tasted food. And all the people came into the forest, and there was honey on the ground. And then when the people entered the forest, behold, the honey was dropping, but no man put his hand to his mouth, for the people feared the oath. But Jonathan had not heard his father charge the people with the oath, so he put forth the tip of his staff that was in his hand, and dipped it in the honeycomb, and put his hand to his mouth, and his eyes became bright. Then one of the people said, "Your father strictly charged the people with an oath, saying, 'Cursed be the man who eats food this day.'" And the people were faint. Then Jonathan said, "My father has troubled the land. See how my eyes have become bright because I tasted a little of this honey? How much better if the people had eaten freely today of the spoil of their enemies which they found, for now the slaughter among the Philistines has not been great." They struck down the Philistines that day from Michmash to Aijalon, and the people were very faint. The people flew upon the spoil and took sheep and oxen and calves and slew them on the ground, and the people ate them with the blood. Then they told Saul, "Behold, the people are sinning against the Lord by eating with the blood." And he said, "You have dealt treacherously. Roll a great stone to me here." And Saul said, "Disperse yourselves among the people, and say to them, Let every man bring his ox or his sheep, and slay them here, and eat. Do not sin against the Lord by eating with the blood." So every one of the people brought his ox with him that night, and slew them there. And Saul built an altar to the Lord. It was the first altar that he built to the Lord. Then Saul said, "Let us go down after the Philistines by night, and despoil them until the morning light. Let us not leave a man of them." And they said, "Do whatever seems good to you." But the priest said, "Let us draw near hither to God." And Saul inquired of God, "Shall I go down after the Philistines? Wilt thou give them into the hand of Israel?" But he did not answer him that day. And Saul said, "Come hither, all you leaders of the people, and know, for see how the sin has arisen today. For as the Lord lives who saves Israel, though it be in Jonathan my son, he shall surely die." But there was not a man among all the people that answered him. Then he said to all Israel, "You shall be on one side, and I and Jonathan my son will be on the other side." And the people said to Saul, "Do what seems good to you." Therefore Saul said, "O Lord, God of Israel, why hast thou not answered thy servant this day? If this guilt is in me or in Jonathan my son, O Lord, God of Israel, give Urim, but if this guilt is in thy people Israel, give Thummim." And Jonathan and Saul were taken, but the people escaped. Then Saul said, "Cast the lot between me and my son Jonathan." And Jonathan was taken. Then Saul said to Jonathan, "Tell me what you have done." And Jonathan told him, "I tasted a little honey with the tip of the staff that was in my hand. Here I am, I will die." And Saul said, "God, do so to me, and more also. You shall surely die, Jonathan." Then the people said to Saul, "Shall Jonathan die, who has wrought this great victory in Israel? Far from it. As the Lord lives, there shall not one hair of his head fall to the ground, for he has wrought with God this day." So the people ransomed Jonathan that he did not die. Then Saul went up from pursuing the Philistines, and the Philistines went to their own place. When Saul had taken the kingship over Israel, he fought against all his enemies on every side, against Moab, against the Ammonites, against Edom, against the kings of Zobah, and against the Philistines. Wherever he turned, he put them to the worse. And he did valiantly, and smote the Amalekites, and delivered Israel out of the hands of those who plundered them. Now the sons of Saul were Jonathan, Ishvi, Malchishua, and the names of his 2 daughters were these. The name of the firstborn was Merab, and the name of the younger Michal. And the name of Saul's wife was Ahinoam, and the daughter of Ahimaaz. And the name of the commander of his army was Abner, the son of Ner, Saul's uncle. Kish was the father of Saul, and Ner, the father of Abner, was the son of Abiel. There was hard fighting against the Philistines all the days of Saul, and when Saul saw any strong man or any valiant man, he attached him to himself. And Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel. Now therefore hearken to the words of the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish what Amalek did in Israel in opposing them on the way, when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass." So Saul summoned the people, and numbered them in Telaim, 200,000 men on foot, and 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to the city of Amalek, and lay in wait in the valley. And Saul said to the Kenites, Depart, go down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For you showed kindness to all the people of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. The Saul defeated the Amalekites from Havilah as far as Shur, which is east of Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the sheep and the oxen, and all the fatlings and the lambs, and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them. All that was despised and worthless they utterly destroyed. The word of the Lord came to Samuel. I repent that I have made Saul king, for he has turned back from following me and has not performed my commandments. And Samuel was angry, and he cried to the Lord all night. And Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning. And it was told Samuel, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set up a monument for himself, and turned and passed on, and went down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said to him, Blessed be you to the Lord. I have performed the commandment of the Lord. And Samuel said, What then is this bleating of the sheep in my ears, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? Saul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen, to sacrifice to the Lord your God, and the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said to Saul, Stop, I will tell you what the Lord said to me on this night. And he said to them, Say on. And Samuel said, Though you are little in your own eyes, are you not the head of the tribes of Israel? The Lord anointed you king over Israel. And the Lord sent you on a mission and said, Go, utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they are consumed. Why then did you not obey the voice of the Lord? Why did you swoop on the spoil and do what was evil in the sight of the Lord? And Saul said to Samuel, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord. I have gone on the mission on which the Lord sent me. I have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and I have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the best of the things devoted to destruction, to sacrifice to the Lord your God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, Has the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. For rebellion is as the sin of divination, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has also rejected you from becoming king. And Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and your words, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Now therefore I pray, pardon my sin and return with me, that I may worship the Lord. And Samuel said to Saul, I will not return with you, for you have rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord has rejected you from being king over Israel. As Samuel turned to go away, Saul laid hold upon the skirt of his robe, and it tore. And Samuel said to him, The Lord has torn the kingdom of Israel from you this day, and has given it to a neighbor of yours who is better than you. And also the glory of Israel will not lie or repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned. Yet honor me now before the elders of my people and before Israel, and return with me, that I may worship the Lord your God. So Samuel turned back after Saul, and Saul worshipped the Lord. Then Samuel said, Bring here to me Agag, the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came to him cheerfully. Agag said, Surely the bitterness of death is past. And Samuel said, As your sword has made women childless, so shall your mother be childless among women. And Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house in Gibeah of Saul. And Samuel did not see Saul again until the day of his death. But Samuel grieved over Saul, and the Lord repented that he had made Saul king over Israel.
The Lord said to Samuel, How long will you grieve over Saul, seeing I have rejected him from being king over Israel? Fill your horn with oil and go. I will send you to Jesse in Bethlehemite. For I have provided for myself a king among his sons. And Samuel said, "How can I go? If Saul hears it, he will kill me." And the Lord said, "Take a heifer with you, and say, 'I have come to sacrifice to the Lord.' And invite Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show you what you shall do. And you shall anoint for me him who I name to you." Samuel did what the Lord commanded and came to Bethlehem. The elders of the city came to meet him trembling and said, "Do you come peaceably?" And he said, "Peaceably, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. Consecrate yourselves and come with me to the sacrifice." And he consecrated Jesse and his sons and invited them to the sacrifice. When they came, he looked on Eliab and thought, "Surely the Lord's anointed is before him." But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not look on his appearance or on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks out on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart." Then Jesse called Abinab and made him pass before Samuel. And he said, "Neither has the Lord chosen this one." Then Jesse made Shammah pass by. And he said, "Neither has the Lord chosen this one." And Jesse made 7 of his sons pass before Samuel. And Samuel said to Jesse, "The Lord has not chosen these." And Samuel said to Jesse, "Are all your sons here?" And he said, "There remains yet the youngest, but behold, he is keeping the sheep." And Samuel said to Jesse, "Send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he comes here." And he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy and had beautiful eyes and was handsome. And the Lord said, "Arise, anoint him, for this is he." Then Samuel took the horn of the oil and anointed him in the midst of his brothers. And the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon David from that day forward. And Samuel rose up and went to Ramah. Now the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. And Saul's servants said to him, "Behold now, the evil spirit of God is tormenting you. Let the Lord now command your servants who are before you to seek out a man who is skillful in playing the lyre. And when the evil spirit from God is upon you, he will play it, and you will be well." So Saul said to his servants, "Provide for me a man who can play well, and bring him to me." One of the young men answered, "Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, who is skillful in playing, a man of valor, a man of war, prudent in speech, and a man of good presence, and the Lord is with him." Therefore Saul sent messengers to Jesse and said, "Send me David your son, who is with the sheep." And Jesse took an ass laden with bread and a skin of wine and a kid, and sent them by David his son to Saul. And David came to Saul and entered his service, and Saul loved him greatly. And he became his armor-bearer. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, "Let David remain in my service, for he has found favor in my sight." And whenever the evil spirit from God was upon Saul, David took the lyre and played it with his hands. So Saul was refreshed and was well, and the evil spirit departed from him. Now the Philistines gathered their armies for battle, and they were gathered at Soka, which belonged to Judah, and encamped between Soka and Azekah in Ephesdamim. And Saul and the men of Israel were gathered and encamped in the valley of Elah, and drew up in line of battle against the Philistines. And the Philistines stood on the mountain on one side, and Israel stood on the mountain on the other side, and a valley between them. And there came out from the camp of the Philistines a champion named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. He had a helmet of bronze on his head, and was armed with a coat of mail, and the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of bronze. And he had greaves of bronze upon his legs, and a javelin of bronze slung between his shoulders. And the shaft of his spear was like that of a weaver's beam, and his spear's head weighed 600 shekels of iron, and his shield bearer went before him. He stood and shouted to the ranks of Israel, "Why have you not come out to draw up for battle? Or why have you come out to draw up for battle? Am I not a Philistine? Are you not servants of Saul? Choose a man for yourselves and let him come down to me. If he is able to fight with me and kill me, then we will be your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then you shall be our servants and serve us." And the Philistines said, "I defy the ranks of Israel this day. Give me a man that we may fight together." When Saul and all of Israel heard these words of the Philistine, they were dismayed and greatly afraid. Now David was the son of an Ephrathite of Bethlehem in Judah, named Jesse, who had 8 sons. In the days of Saul, the man was already old and advanced in years. The 3 eldest sons of Jesse had followed Saul to battle, And the names of his 3 sons who went to the battle were Eliab, the firstborn, the next was Abinab, and the third Sama. David was the youngest, and the 3 eldest followed Saul. But David went back and forth from Saul to feed his father's sheep at Bethlehem. For 40 days the Philistine came forward and took his stand morning and evening. And Jesse said to David his son, "Take for your brothers an ephah of this parched grain, and these 10 loaves, and carry them quickly to the camp to your brothers. Also take these 10 cheeses to the commander of their 1,000. See how your brothers fare, and bring some token from them." Now Saul and they and all men of Israel were in the valley of Elah fighting with the Philistines. And David rose early in the morning and left the sheep with the keeper and took provisions and went as Jesse had commanded him. And he came to the encampment as the host was going forth to the battle line, shouting the war cry. And Israel and the Philistines drew up for battle, army against army. And David left the things in charge of the keeper of the baggage and ran to the ranks and went and greeted his brothers. As he talked with them, behold, the champion, the Philistine of Gath, Goliath by name, came up out of the ranks of the Philistines and spoke the same words before, and David heard them. All the men of Israel, when they saw the man, fled from him and were much afraid. And the men of Israel said, "Have you seen this man who has come up? Surely he has come up to defy Israel, and the man who kills him the king will enrich with great riches, and will give him his daughter and make his father's house free in Israel." And David said to the men who stood by him, "What shall be done for the man who kills this Philistine and takes away the reproach from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should defy the armies of the living God?" And the people answered him in the same way, "So shall it be done to the man who kills him." Now Eliab, the oldest brother, heard when he spoke to the men, and Eliab's anger was kindled against David, and said, "Why have you come down? And with whom have you left those few sheep in the wilderness? I know your presumption and the evil of your heart, for you have come down to see the battle." And David said, "What have I done now? Was it not but a word?" And he turned away from him toward another and spoke in the same way. And the people answered him again as before. When the words which David spoke were heard, they repeated them before Saul, and he sent for them. And David said to Saul, "Let no man's heart fail because of him. Your servant will go and fight with this Philistine." And Saul said to David, "You are not able to go against this Philistine to fight with him, for you are but a youth, and he has been a man of war from his youth." But David said to Saul, "Your servant used to keep sheep for his father, and when there came a lion or a bear and took a lamb from the flock, I went after him and smote him and delivered it out of his mouth. And if he rose against me, I caught him by his beard and smote him and killed him. Your servant has killed both lions and bears, and this uncircumcised Philistine shall be like one of them, seeing he has defied the armies of the living God." And David said, "The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will deliver me in the hand of this Philistine." And Saul said to David, "Go, and the Lord be with you." Then Saul clothed David with his armor. He put on a helmet of bronze on his head, and clothed him with a coat of mail. And David girded his sword over his armor, and he tried in vain to go, for he was not used to them. Then David said to Saul, "I cannot go with these, for I am not used to them." And David put them off. Then he took his staff in his hand and chose 5 smooth stones from the brook and put them in his shepherd's bag or wallet. His sling was in his hand, and he drew near the Philistine. And the Philistine came on and drew near to David with his shield bearer in front of him. And when the Philistine looked and saw David, he disdained him, for he was but a youth, ruddy and comely in appearance. And the Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you come with me with sticks?" And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. The Philistine said to David, "Come to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and to the beasts of the field." Then David said to the Philistine, "You come to me with a sword and with a spear and with a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and I will strike you down and cut off your head. And I will give the dead bodies of the host of the Philistines this day to the birds of the air and to the wild beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel, and that all this assembly may know that the Lord saves not with the sword and the spear, for the battle of the Lord's, and he will give you into our hand." When the Philistine arose and came and drew near to meet David, David ran quickly toward the battle line to meet the Philistine. And David put his hand in his bag and took out a stone and slung it and struck the Philistine on his forehead. The stone sank into his forehead, and he fell on his face on the ground. So David prevailed over the Philistine with the sling and with the stone, and struck the Philistine and killed him. There was no sword in the hand of David. Then David ran and stood over to the Philistine, and took his sword and drew it out of his sheath, and killed him, and cut off his head with it. When the Philistines saw that their champion was dead, they fled. And the men of Israel and Judah rose with a shout and pursued the Philistines as far as Gath and the gates of Ekron, so that the wounded Philistines fell on the way from Shaaraim as far as Gath and Ekron. When the Israelites came back from chasing the Philistines, and they plundered their camp, and David took the head of the Philistine and brought it to Jerusalem, but he put his armor in his tent. When Saul saw David go forth against the Philistine, he said to Abner, the commander of his army, "Abner, whose son is this youth?" And Abner said, "As your soul lives, O king, I cannot tell you." And the king said, "Inquire whose son the stripling is." And as David returned from the slaughter of the Philistine, Abner took him and brought him before Saul with the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, "Whose son are you, young man?" And David answered, "I am the son of your servant Jesse, the Bethlehemite." When he had finished speaking to Saul, the son of Jonathan was knit to the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. And Saul took him that day, and would not let him return to his father's house. Then Jonathan made a covenant with David, because he loved him as his own soul. And Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that was upon him, gave it to David and his armor, and even his sword, and his bow, and his girdle. David went out and was successful wherever Saul sent him, so that Saul sent him over the men of war. And this was good in the sight of all the people, and also in the sight of Saul's servants. As they were coming home, when David returned from slaying the Philistine, the women came out of all the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet King Saul, with timbrels, with songs of joy, and with instruments of music. And the women sang to one another as they made merry. Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s. And Saul was very angry, and this saying displeased him. He said, "They have ascribed to David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed thousands. And what more can he have but the kingdom?" And Saul eyed David from that day on. And on the morrow an evil spirit from God rushed upon Saul, and he raved within his house, while David was playing the lyre, and he did day by day, as he did day by day. Saul had a spear in his hand, and Saul cast the spear, for he thought, "I will pin David to the wall." And David evaded him twice. Saul was afraid of David, because the Lord was with him, but had departed from Saul. So Saul removed him from his presence, and made him a commander of 1,000. And he went out and came in before the people. And David had success in all of his undertakings, for the Lord was with him. And when Saul saw that he had great success, he stood in awe of him. But all Israel and Judah loved David, for he went out and came in before them. Then Saul said to David, "Here is my elder daughter Merab. I will give her to you for a wife. Only be valiant for me, and fight the Lord's battles." For Saul thought, "Let not my hand be upon him, and let the hand of the Philistines be upon him." And David said to Saul, "Who am I, and who are my kinsfolk, my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law to the king?" But at the time when Merab, Saul's daughter, should have been given to David, she was given to Adriel, the Maholathite, for a wife. Now Saul's daughter, Michal, loved David. And they told Saul, and the thing pleased him. Saul thought, "Let me give her to him, that she may be a snare for him, and that the hand of the Philistines might be against him." Therefore Saul said to David a second time, "You shall now be my son-in-law." And Saul commanded his servants, "Speak to David in private, and say, 'Behold, the king has delight in you, and all his servants love you. Now then become the king's son-in-law.' And Saul's servants spoke these words in the ears of David. And David said, 'Does it seem to you a little thing to become the king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man of no repute?' And the servants of Saul told him, 'Thus and so did David speak.' Then Saul said, 'Thus as you say to David, the king desires no marriage present except 100 foreskins of the Philistines, that he may be avenged of the king's enemies.' Now Saul thought to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines. And when his servants told David these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law. Before the time had expired, David arose and went along with his men and killed 200 of the Philistines. And David brought their foreskins, which were given in full number to the king, and he might become the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him his daughter Michal for a wife. And when Saul saw and knew that the Lord was with David, and that all Israel loved him, Saul was still more afraid of David. So Saul was David's enemy continually. Then the princes of the Philistines came out to battle, and as often as they'd come out, David had more success than all of the servants of Saul, so that his name was highly esteemed. And Saul spoke to Jonathan, his son, and to all his servants, that they should kill David. But Jonathan, Saul's son, delighted much in David, and Jonathan told David, Saul, my father seeks to kill you. Therefore, take heed to yourself in the morning. Stay in a secret place and hide yourself, and I will go out and stand beside my father in the field where you are, and I will speak to my father about you. And if I learn anything, I will tell you. And Jonathan spoke well of David to Saul his father, and said to him, Let not the king sin against the servant David, because he has not sinned against you. And because his deeds have been of good service to you, and for he took his life in his hand, and he slew the Philistine. And the Lord wrought a great victory for all Israel. You saw it and rejoiced. Why then will the sin against the innocent blood of killing David without cause? And Saul hearkened to the voice of Jonathan. Saul swore, As the Lord lives, he shall not be put to death. And Jonathan called David, and Jonathan showed him all these things. And Jonathan brought David to Saul, and he was in the presence as before. And there was war again, and David went out and fought with the Philistines, and made a great slaughter among them, so they fled before him. Then an evil spirit from the Lord came upon Saul as he sat in his house with his spear and in his hand. And David was playing the lyre. And Saul sought to pin David to the wall with the spear, so he eluded Saul, so that the spear struck into the wall, and David fled and escaped. That night, Saul sent messengers to David's house to watch him, that he might kill him in the morning. But Michal, David's wife, told him, If you do not save your life tonight, tomorrow you will be killed. So Michal let David down through the window, and he fled away and escaped. Michal took an image and laid it on the bed and put a pillow of goat's hair at its head and covered it with their clothes. When Saul sent messengers to take David, she said he was sick. Then Saul sent the messengers to see David, saying, Bring him up to me in the bed, that I may kill him. And when the messengers came in, behold, the image was in the bed, and the pillow of the goat's hair was at its head. Saul said to Michal, Why have you deceived me thus, and let my enemy go, so that he has escaped? And Michal answered Saul, He said to me, Let me go. Why should I kill you? Now David fled and escaped, and he came to Samuel at Ramah, and told him all that Saul had done to him. And he and Samuel went and dwelt in Naioth. And it was told Saul, Behold, David is at Naioth in Ramah. Then Saul sent messengers to take David, and when they saw the company of the prophets prophesying, and Samuel standing at the head over them, the Spirit of God came upon the messengers of Saul, and they also prophesied. When it was told Saul, he sent other messengers, and they all prophesied. And Saul sent messengers again the third time, and they also prophesied. Then he himself went to Ramah and came to a great well that is in Secu, and asked, Where are Samuel and David? And one said, Behold, they are at Naioth and Ramah. And he went from there to Naioth and Ramah, and the Spirit of God came upon him also. And as he went out, he prophesied until he came to Naioth and Ramah. And he too stripped off his clothes, and he too prophesied before Samuel, and lay naked all that day and all that night. Hence it is said, Is Saul also among the prophets? Then David fled from Naioth and Ramah, and came and said before Jonathan, What have I done? What is my guilt? And what is my sin before your father, that he seeks my life? And he said to him, Far from it, you shall not die. Behold, my father does nothing either great or small without disclosing it to me. And why should my father hide this from me? Is it not so? But David replied, Your father knows well that I have found favor in your eyes, and he thinks, Let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved. But truly as the Lord lives, and as your soul lives, there is but a step between me and death. Then said Jonathan to David, Whatever you say, I will do for you. David said to Jonathan, Behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I shall not fail to sit at the table with the king, but let me go, that I may hide myself in the field till the third day that evening. If your father misses me at all, then say, David earnestly asked me leave of me to run to Bethlehem, his city, for there is a yearly sacrifice there for all the family. If he says, good, it will be well with your servant. If he says, good, it will be well with your servant. But if he is angry, then know that evil is determined by him. Therefore, deal kindly with your servant, for you have brought your servant into a sacred covenant with you. But if there is guilt in me, slay me yourself. For why should you bring me to your father? And Jonathan said, far be it from you. If I knew that it was determined by my father that evil should come upon you, would I not tell you? Then said David to Jonathan, who will tell me if your father answers you roughly? And Jonathan said to David, come, let us go out into the field. So they both went out into the field. And Jonathan said to David, the Lord, the God of Israel, be witness. When I have sounded my father about this time tomorrow or the third day, behold, if he is well disposed toward David, shall I not send and disclose it to you? But should it please my father to do you harm, the Lord do so to Jonathan and more also, if I do not disclose it to you and send you away, that you may go on safely. May the Lord be with you, and he has been as he has been with my father. If I am still alive, show me the loyal love of the Lord, that I may not die, and do not cut off your loyalty from my house forever. When the Lord cut off every one of the enemies of David from the face of the earth, let not the name of Jonathan be cut off from the house of David. And may the Lord take vengeance on David's enemies. And Jonathan made David swear again by his love for him, and he loved him as he loved his own soul. Then Jonathan said to him, tomorrow is the new moon, and you will be missed, because your seat will be empty. And on the third day you will be greatly missed. Then go to the place where you hid yourself when the matter was in hand, and remain beside yonder stone heap. And I will shoot 3 arrows to the side of it, as though I shot at a mark. And behold, I will send the lad, saying, go find the arrows. If I say to the lad, look, the arrows are on this side of you, take them. Then you are to come. For as the Lord lives, it is safe for you, and there is no danger. But if I say to the youth, look, the arrows are beyond you, then go, for the Lord has sent you away. And as for the matter of which you and I have spoken, behold, the Lord is between you and me forever. So David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon came, the king sat down to eat food. The king sat upon his seat, as at other times, upon the seat by the wall. Jonathan sat opposite, and Abner sat by Saul's side, but David's place was empty. Yet Saul did not say anything that day, for he thought, something has befallen him. He is not clean. Surely he is not clean. But on the second day, the morrow after the new moon, David's place was empty. And Saul said to Jonathan his son, why has not the son of Jesse come to the meal, either yesterday or today? Jonathan answered Saul, David earnestly asked to leave of me and to go to Bethlehem. He said, let me go, for our family holds a sacrifice in the city, and my brother has commanded me to be there. So now if I have found favor in your eyes, let me get away and see my brothers. For this reason he has not come to the king's table. Then Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan, and he said to him, you son of a perverse, rebellious woman, do I not know that you have chosen the son of Jesse to your own shame, and to the shame of your mother's nakedness? For as long as the son of Jesse lives upon the earth, neither you nor the kingdom shall be established. Therefore send and fetch him to me, for he shall surely die. Then Jonathan answered Saul his father, why should he be put to death? What has he done? But Saul cast his spear at him to smite him. So Jonathan knew that his father was determined to put David to death. And Jonathan rose from the table in fierce anger and ate no food the second day of the month, for he was grieved for David, because his father had disgraced him. In the morning Jonathan went out to the field to the appointment with David, and with him a little lad. And he said to this lad, run and find the arrows which I shoot. As the lad ran, he shot an arrow beyond him. And when the lad came to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot, Jonathan called after the lad and said, is not the arrow beyond you? And Jonathan called after the lad, hurry, make haste, stay not. So Jonathan's lad gathered up the arrows and came to his master. But the lad knew nothing. Only Jonathan and David knew the matter. And Jonathan gave his weapons to his lad and said to him, go and carry them to the city. And as soon as the lad has gone, David rose from beside the stone heap and fell on his face to the ground and bowed 3 times. And they kissed one another and wept with one another until David recovered himself. Then Jonathan said to David, "Go in peace, for as much as we have sworn both of us in the name of the Lord, saying, 'The Lord shall be between me and you, and between my descendants and your descendants forever.'" And he rose and departed, and Jonathan went into the city. Then came David to Nob at Ahimelech the priest. And Ahimelech came to meet David trembling and said to him, "Why are you alone and no one with you?" And David said to Ahimelech the priest, "The king has charged me with the matter and said to me, let no one know anything of the matter about which I sent you and with which I have charged you. I have made an appointment with the young men for such and such a place. Now then, what have you at hand? Give me 5 loaves of bread and whatever is here." And the priest answered David, "I have no common bread at hand, but there is holy bread, if only the young men have kept themselves for women." And David answered the priest, "Of a truth, women have been kept from us, as always, when I go on an expedition. The vessels of the young men are holy, even when it is a common journey. How much more today will their vessels be holy?